Hello, and welcome to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories. I'm your host, Nicki. Tonight, we're stepping into the quiet world of L.M. Montgomery, of crackling fires, scented orchard breezes, babbling brooks, and a story that has enchanted readers for generations. So wherever this evening finds you, I hope these stories bring you a little comfort. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the story begin. Mrs. Rachel Lynde lived where the Avonlea Road dipped softly into a hollow, as though the road itself had grown tired of climbing and wished for a little while to rest among the alders. There, beneath the green shade and the delicate nodding blossoms people called ladies' eardrops, a brook slipped through the hollow on its way from old Cuthbert Woods. Far back among those trees, it had been a livelier, more secretive little stream, hurrying over stones, hiding itself in pools, and whispering under fern-fringed banks. By the time it reached Mrs. Rachel Lynde's door, it had become a well-behaved brook, clear and orderly, with no more fuss than what was proper. That was just as well, for very little could pass through Lynde's hollow without being observed. Mrs. Rachel's kitchen window looked toward the main road, and from that window she saw nearly everything worth seeing, as well as a great many things that other people might never have thought worth seeing at all. Children on errands, wagons going to Carmody, strangers passing through, neighbors driving out at odd hours, even the drifting habits of weather, and livestock. These things all came beneath Miss Rachel's notice. If something appeared out of place, she didn't frown and let it go. She held it in mind, turning it over carefully, and waited until she had found the reason for it. She was a capable woman, and Avonlea knew it. There were those who watched their neighbors because of their own affairs had slipped loose at the edges, but Mrs. Rachel was not one of them. Her own house was kept in excellent order. Her work was finished when it ought to be finished, and often before. She was active in the sewing circle, useful at Sunday school, dependable in church matters, and firm where committees required firmness. Yet somehow, after all that, she still found time to sit long stretches at her kitchen window, knitting cotton warp quilts and keeping one thoughtful eye upon the road. By early June, the world outside that window was especially pleasant to look upon. The sun came in warm and steady, laying a brightness across the floorboards and touching the edges of Miss Rachel's knitting needles whenever they flashed in her hands. Down the slope beneath the house, the orchard stood in a pale bridal cloud of pink and white bloom, with bees moving throughout it in a low, contented murmur. Beyond the barn, Thomas Lynde was at work sowing late turnip seed, quiet and mild as always, going about the task with the patient air of a man who had long ago accepted that his wife saw farther and faster than he did. Across the fields, though not in sight from the window, Matthew Cuthbert ought to have been doing the very same thing at Green Gables. Mrs. Rachel knew this because she made it her business to know such matters, and also because she had heard Matthew say so himself the evening before at William J. Blair's store in Carmody. Or rather, she had heard him answer when Peter Morrison asked him. Matthew Cuthbert was not a man who offered information of his own accord. He was shy to the bone, quiet in company, and so uneasy among strangers that a trip away from home was, for him, no small undertaking. If Matthew said he meant to sow turnip seeds the next afternoon, then sow turnip seed he almost certainly would. And yet, at 3:30, on that same busy afternoon, Mrs. Rachel saw him drive down into the hollow and begin the climb up the hill road. Her needles paused. Matthew was dressed in his best suit. That alone would have been enough to make Mrs. Rachel sit a little straighter. But there was more. He wore a white collar, which he never did for ordinary farm business, and he had the buggy out, with the sorrel mare between the shafts. A man did not put on a white collar and take the buggy merely to go borrowing seed from a neighbor. Nor did Matthew Cuthbert, of all men, dress himself so carefully, unless he was going somewhere well beyond the comfortable boundaries of his usual life. Mrs. Rachel watched until the buggy had passed beyond the hollow, and the sound of its wheels had grown faint on the red road. Then she looked down at her knitting, but the pattern had lost its satisfaction. Her hands went for a few stitches, faithful from the habit, while her mind followed Matthew up the hill out of Avonlea. Where could he be going? Had it been almost any other man, she might have shaped a sensible guess within minutes. There were errands in town, visits to relatives, calls for doctors, business at the store, all ordinary reasons by which ordinary men explain themselves. But Matthew rarely visited, almost never went among strangers, and would sooner let another man do the talking if there was talking to be done. He had not been driving quickly enough for a doctor. If he had needed more turnip seed, he would not have taken the buggy. And if he were merely going to Carmody on a small matter, there was still the white collar to account for. By the time the buggy had fully disappeared, Mrs. Rachel's afternoon peace had gone with it. She sat for a while longer, the June light resting warmly around her, the bees moving softly among the blossoms, Thomas Lynn sowing in the field as though nothing in the world had altered. But something had altered. Matthew Cuthbert had gone out of Avonlea, dressed for importance, and no explanation had been provided. At last, Mrs. Rachel drew a firm breath and settled the matter in her own mind. After tea, she would step up to the Green Gables and ask Marilla. The Cuthbert place was not far at all, only a scant quarter-mile down the road, though the long lane made it feel tucked away from the rest of the world. Until then, there was nothing to do but knit and wonder. The lane to Green Gables lay a little apart from the rest of Avonlea, turning in from the main road with a quiet, unassuming bend, and then stretching inward toward banks of grass and wild rose bushes that had grown freely over the years. It was not a grand approach, nor particularly well kept, but it had a settled look, as though it had long ago decided its purpose, and saw no need to change. Mrs. Rachel Lynde walked it briskly, her thoughts keeping pace with her steps. The afternoon light had begun to soften, though the warmth still lingered pleasantly in the air, and the scent of blossoms drifted faintly along the lane. She noticed these things, as she noticed most things, but they did not hold her attention long. Her mind was occupied. Green Gables had never suited her idea of proper living. It stood too far back from the road, half hidden by trees, as though it preferred not to be seen. Matthew Cuthbert's father had chosen the place with a kind of deliberate distance from the rest of Avonlea, clearing his land at the very edge of where the settlement met the lingering wildness of the woods and the stream. The house itself, with its gables peeking through the orchard branches, seemed tucked away from the natural movement of neighbors and visitors alike. Mrs. Rachel had often said that such a place was not living at all. "It's just staying, that's what," she remarked, now under her breath, as her shoes pressed into the worn ruts of the lane. "No wonder Matthew and Marilla are a little odd, living off here by themselves. Trees aren't much company, though there's enough of them if anybody had a mind for it. I'd sooner see people passing now and then." She moved along the lane, the roses brushing faintly at her skirts, the lane curving gently ahead. "To be sure, they seem contented," she went on, her tone softening slightly, though not enough to alter her conclusion. "But then, folks get used to most anything. Even the strangest ways begin to feel natural after a time." The lane opened at last into the yard at Green Gables. It was a very green yard, neat in a way that spoke less of show and more of habit. Great willow trees stood on one side, their branches trailing lightly, while on the other side of a row of Lombardy poplars rose straight and orderly against the sky. The grass was trimmed, the paths clear, and not a stray twig or stone lay where it didn't belong. There was a sense of quiet precision about it, as though every part of the place had been attended to, without fuss, and then left alone to remain so. Mrs. Rachel paused only long enough to take it all in, though, in truth, she had already taken it in countless times before. Marilla Cuthbert kept a yard that reflected her nature, exact, steady, and thoroughly reliable. One might have set a small meal down anywhere upon the ground without fear of untidiness, and Mrs. Rachel privately approved of that, even if she did not say so out loud. She went directly to the kitchen door and rapped upon it, brisk and certain. There was no delay in answer. Mrs. Rachel entered as soon as she was bid. Inside, the kitchen held the same careful order as the yard. It was bright, with the gentle glow of June light coming through the west window, falling across the floor and touching the edges of the table that had already been laid for supper. There was nothing careless in the arrangement. Every dish stood in its place, every chair aligned, every surface clear and clean to a degree that might have seemed excessive in another household. It was a cheerful room, and yet there was something restrained about it, as though it had been kept so well that it had forgotten how to relax. At the far side of the room, near the window that looked outward toward the orchard, sat Marilla Cuthbert. She held her knitting in her hands, though she didn't seem hurried about it, and the light caught the smooth line of her profile as she turned slightly at Mrs. Rachel's entrance. Marilla was a tall, spare woman, her figure straight and composed, her dark hair drawn tightly back and fastened with the efficiency that left no strand out of place. There were a few threads of gray among it now, though they didn't soften her expression. Her face carried the look of one accustomed to order and responsibility, and there was a firmness in that didn't easily yield. Yet, there was also something quieter there, something that didn't immediately show itself, but could be glimpsed if one watched closely enough. "Good evening, Rachel," she said, her voice even and composed. "It's a fine evening. Won't you sit down? How are your folks?" Mrs. Rachel accepted the chair offered, though she did not sit in it idly. Her eyes had already moved, taking in the table, the plates, the small details that spoke more plainly than words. 3 plates. That was enough to set her thoughts turning again. Everything else was ordinary enough. Everyday dishes, simple fare, nothing to suggest special company. But the 3rd place remained, quiet and unmistakable. "We're all quite well," Miss Rachel replied, folding her hands for a moment before letting them rest again. "Though, I must say, I was a bit concerned when I saw Matthew driving off this afternoon. It's not like him to be going about in such a way. I couldn't help but wonder if something had happened." Marilla's knitting paused, just for an instant, before resuming with steady precision. "Oh no, nothing of the sort," she said. "I had a headache yesterday, but it's passed. Matthew has gone to Bright River." Mrs. Rachel waited, expecting the rest to follow. When it did not, she leaned forward ever so slightly. "To Bright River?" she repeated. "Yes, we're to have a little boy from an orphan asylum in Nova Scotia. He's coming on the train tonight." The words settled into the room without haste, as plainly spoken as any ordinary piece of news. Mrs. Rachel did not stir at first answer. For a moment, she sat very still, as though the meaning had not quite reached her. It was not that she doubted Marilla's sincerity. Marilla was not a woman given to jokes, but the idea itself seemed so entirely unexpected that it refused at first to arrange itself into sense. Had Marilla said that Matthew had gone to fetch something rare or improbable, it could have scarcely have surprised her more. At last, Mrs. Rachel found her voice again. "Are you quite in earnest, Marilla?" she asked. "Yes, of course," Marilla said, in a tone so matter-of-fact that it seemed to leave no room at all for doubt or reconsideration. She didn't look up from her knitting as she spoke, but her needles moved with the same steady certainty as before, clicking softly in the quiet kitchen. To her, the matter appeared already decided, arranged, and set into motion, like any other practical undertaking that had been carefully thought through and carried out. Mrs. Rachel, however, felt as though the ground beneath her understanding had just shifted. A boy. The thought settled over her, then rose again, sharper the second time. A boy from an orphan asylum, brought all the way from Nova Scotia. To Green Gables of all places. To Matthew and Marilla, who had lived their lives in such steady, predictable ways that one might have thought them incapable of sudden change. She drew in a breath, though it did not quite steady her. "What on earth put such a notion into your head?" she asked, her voice firm, though not unkind. There was a certain duty, as she saw it, in asking such questions plainly. Matter of this sort were not to be passed over with mild remarks and polite nodding. Marilla did not seem offended. She had expected the question, perhaps, even prepared for it. "Well, we've been thinking about it for some time," she replied. "All winter, in fact." She paused long enough to adjust her yarn, her gaze briefly lowering as though she were following the thread of her own explanation. "Mrs. Alexander Spencer was here before Christmas," she continued, "and she told us she meant to get a little girl from the asylum at Hopetown this spring. Her cousin lives there and knows how such things are arranged. After that, Matthew and I spoke of it now and again. It seemed a sensible idea." "Sensible," Miss Rachel repeated, though the word did not sit easily with her. Marilla's tone remained composed, but there was a quiet firmness beneath it now, as though she were laying out her reasoning one careful piece at a time. "Matthew is getting older," she said. "He's not as strong as he once was, and his heart troubles him more than he likes to say. You know how difficult it is to find help these days. The boys that come are not reliable, and when you do manage to teach one his work, he's off again before long, chasing wages somewhere else." The kitchen held its quiet order while she spoke, the late light resting softly along the table and the window frame. Mrs. Rachel listened, though her expression remained doubtful. "At first," Marilla went on, "Matthew suggested we might take a homeboy, but I was not inclined to that. I felt we ought to have a child born and brought up closer to our own ways. There is always some risk, of course, no matter who you take in, but I thought I would feel easier knowing something of where he came from." Mrs. Rachel's lips pressed tightly together, though she didn't interrupt. "So we sent word to Mrs. Spencer," Marilla said. "When we heard she was going, we asked her to choose a boy for us, about 10 or 11, old enough to be of use and young enough to be trained properly. We mean to give him a good home and schooling. It seemed, on the whole, the right thing to do." She spoke the last word simply, without emphasis, as though they required none. Mrs. Rachel sat very still for a moment, absorbing all that had been said. It was a great deal to take in, and none of it fit neatly within her understanding of how such matters ought to be managed. At last, she drew herself up slightly. "Well, Marilla," she said, with a certain deliberate clarity, "I'll just tell you plain what I think. I believe you are doing a very foolish thing." Marilla's needles did not falter, but there was a slight stillness in her posture, as though she were listening more closely now. "It's a risky business, that's what it is," Miss Rachel continued. "You don't know what you're getting, bringing a strange child into your house, your home, without knowing anything of his people, or what sort of disposition he may have, or how he's been brought up. There's no telling how such a thing may turn out." Her voice had not risen, but it carried a steady weight of conviction. "Why, only last week I read in the paper," she went on, of a family that took in a boy from an asylum, and he set fire to the house in the night. Set it on purpose, Marilla. They were fortunate to escape as they did." The words lingered in the air for a moment after she finished. Outside, the quiet of the June evening went on undisturbed. The orchard beyond the window stirred gently in the light breeze, and somewhere in the distance a bird called, its note soft and unhurried. Marilla laid her knitting in her lap at last. She didn't answer at once, but when she lifted her head, there was no agitation in her expression, only a calm, steady resolve that had been there all along, though perhaps not so plainly seen until now. "We've considered that," she said. "We're not acting without thought, Rachel." Her voice was even, but there was a quiet strength in it that did not invite argument so much as withstand it. "We believe it is the right thing for us to do," she added. Mrs. Rachel regarded her closely, as though weighing the firmness of that decision. It was not easy to move Marilla once her mind was set, and that fact, more than anything, gave Mrs. Rachel pause. Still, she was not entirely satisfied. "But you don't know anything about the child," she said again, though with less sharpness than before. "No," Marilla answered. "Not yet." There was something in the way she said it, not careless, not uncertain, but simply accepting, that quieted the room more than any argument might have done. For a moment, neither woman spoke. The light had shifted further now, softening toward evening. The third plate remained set upon the table, waiting in its place, as it too were part of a decision that had already been made and could not easily be undone. And somewhere, beyond Avonlea, the train that would bring the child nearer had already begun its journey. Mrs. Rachel's words came in on steady stream, as though once begun they could not easily be brought to a stop. She spoke with conviction, drawing upon every cautionary tale she had ever heard, and a few she seemed to recall more vividly in telling than they may have appeared at first hearing. Her concern was genuine, though it carried with it the firm belief that she saw matters more clearly than those around her. "And I know another case," she continued, leaning forward slightly, her voice lowered but no less certain, "where a boy that was taken in developed the most peculiar habits. Quite impossible to correct, they said. One of them had taken to slipping into the hen house and drinking the eggs straight from the shell, and they couldn't break him of it, not of all their trying. It only shows you never know what you're bringing into your home when you take a child from such a place. If you had asked my advice, which you did not, Marilla, I would have said, for your own peace of mind, not to think of such a thing at all." She settled back a little after this, as though satisfied that she had spoken plainly and thoroughly. Marilla listened without interruption. Her knitting didn't falter, and there was nothing in her expression to suggest that she was either offended or persuaded. The quiet click of her needles went on, steady as the ticking of a clock, marking the passage of the moment, without haste. "I don't deny there's something in what you say, Rachel," she replied at last. "I've my own doubts, but Matthew was very much set upon it." She spoke Matthew's name with a certain weight, as though that alone explained more than any further argument might have done. "It's not often he takes to a notion to anything in particular," she went on, "and when he does, I found it best to consider it carefully. He felt so strongly about this, and I could see the reason of it." Mrs. Rachel made a small sound that might have meant agreement, or might not. "As for the risks," Marilla continued, her tone even, "there are risks in most things. People have children of their own, and they do not always turn out as expected. One cannot be entirely certain of outcomes, no matter how one begins." She paused, resting her hands briefly before resuming her knitting. "And Nova Scotia is not so far away," she added. "It isn't as though the child were coming from a place wholly unlike our own. He can't be so different." Mrs. Rachel considered this, though it did not altogether satisfy her. "Well," she said after a moment, "I do hope it turns out all right. But don't say I didn't warn you if something goes amiss. There are things that happen, strange things, and not always where one expects them." Marilla inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the warning without comment. "We'll do what we can," she said simply. The matter, for the moment, seemed to have reached its natural pause. Outside, the light had softened further, the long afternoon easing toward evening. A faint breeze stirred the leaves beyond the window, and the quiet of Green Gables settled in around the house as it always did, steady and undisturbed. Mrs. Rachel rose at last, smoothing her skirt with a small, decisive motion. "I suppose I should be going," she said. "It's getting on, and there's still the walk home." Marilla set aside her knitting and stood as well. "You're welcome to stay for tea," she offered. Mrs. Rachel hesitated, though not long. The thought of lingering held some appeal, particularly with the expectation of Matthew's return and the arrival of the child. But there was also the matter of the news itself, newly acquired and waiting to be considered, and perhaps, in due course, to be shared. "No, I think I'll go on," she said. "I've heard quite enough for one afternoon." Marilla didn't press her. They moved toward the door together, the kitchen returning to its quiet order behind them. The third place at the table remained, unchanged, waiting for the evening to unfold. Mrs. Rachel stepped out into the yard once more, the air cooler now, carrying the faint scent of grass and blossoms. She paused for a moment, looking back at the house with the expression that held both doubt and curiosity. "Well, of all things," she murmured, almost to herself. "A child at Green Gables." The ideal still refused to settle comfortably in her mind. She turned and made her way down the lane, her steps a little slower than before, though her thoughts moved quickly enough. There was much to consider, and more still to be said. The news she carried seemed to gather weight the further she went, as though it would not be content to remain unspoken. "I must be dreaming," she said softly as she walked. "It hardly seems possible." The wild roses brushed against her skirts again as she passed, and the evening light lingered gently along the path. Yet even in such calm surroundings, her thoughts ran on. "I do feel sorry for the child," she added after a moment. "Matthew and Marilla don't know much about children. They'll expect him to be steady and sensible right from the start. It's a great deal to expect of anyone, let alone a boy from an orphan asylum." She shook her head slightly, though there was something softer in her expression now. "It's a strange thing altogether," she went on. "There's never been a child at Green Gables. It doesn't seem the place for one." The lane opened back toward the main road, and the hollow lay before her once more, quiet and familiar. "If I were in that child's place," she said thoughtfully, "I wouldn't know what to make of it." Her voice faded into the stillness as she continued on. Behind her, Green Gables stood as it always had, composed and orderly, waiting for the evening to bring what it would. And far beyond Avonlea, at a small station where the tracks ran quiet between fields and trees, a child waited, patient and alone, for someone who had not yet arrived. Matthew Cuthbert drove steadily along the road to Bright River, the sorrel mare keeping an even, unhurried pace, as though she understood there was no need for haste. The afternoon had settled into that gentle hour when the light softens without quiet fading, and the land seems to rest in itself. The road wound between farmsteads that sat comfortably among their fields, with stretches of woodland now and then, where the air grew cooler and carried the faint, resin-sweet scent of fir. In low places, wild plum trees stood in pale bloom, their branches lightly stirred by the passing breeze. Farther off, the land opened into meadows that sloped toward a horizon touched with distant color, soft and indistinct. Matthew noticed these things in a quiet way. He always did. He enjoyed a drive, provided it asked nothing of him. At times, however, the road would bring him face to face with another traveler, and then he must lift his head and give that expected nod. This was a small courtesy, but not an easy one for Matthew. When the traveler was a man, it passed simply enough. When it was a woman, he felt at once uncertain of himself, as though he had been placed in a situation for which he had not been properly prepared for. Matthew was not at ease with women. He did not dislike them, nor did he think ill of them, but there was something in their presence that made him feel awkward and exposed, as though they saw more than he wished to show. Only Marilla and Mrs. Rachel were exceptions to this discomfort, and even with them, he was never entirely free of it. So he was glad when the road grew quiet and he could settle back into his own thoughts, or into the absence of them. By the time he reached Bright River, the station yard lay calm and nearly empty. There was no sign of a train, and Matthew, concluding that he must have arrived too early, tied the mare and made his way toward the platform. It stretched out before him in a long, quiet line, with only the faint sounds of evening settling over the place. At the far end, seated upon a pile of shingles, was a child. Matthew noticed this, without first taking particular note of it. He was accustomed to not looking closely at strangers, unless there was some reason to do so. He passed along the platform with a careful, sidelong awareness, meaning to attend to his errand, and nothing more. The child did not move. There was something in the stillness of that small figure, something attentive, waiting, that might have drawn a second glance from a less hesitant man. But Matthew, uncertain of how to behave in the presence of strangers, kept his eyes forward and went on. Inside, he found a station master, just as he was preparing to leave. Matthew removed his hat. "Will the 5:30 train be along soon?" he asked. The station master looked at him with mild surprise. "It's been and gone," he said. "Came in half an hour ago." Matthew blinked. "But there was a passenger for you," the man added. "A little girl. She's out there now, sitting on the shingles. I told her she might wait inside, but she preferred to stay out. Said there was more to see." Matthew stood very still. "A girl," he said. "That's what I said," returned the station master. "Came off with Mrs. Spencer. She told me that you and your sister were to take the child. That is all I know about it." Matthew's hand tightened slightly around the brim of his hat. "I was expecting a boy," he said. The station master gave a short, indifferent shrug. "Well, you best ask her about it," he said. "She'll likely tell you all there is to tell." And with that, he went on his way, leaving Matthew alone in the quiet station. For a moment, Matthew didn't move. A girl. The word seemed to settle into his thoughts without quite finding a place to rest. He turned slowly and made his way back to the platform. The child was still there, sitting exactly as before, her posture straight and intent, as though she had been waiting not only patiently, but with her whole being. She had seen him now. He could feel that much without looking directly, and there was something in that awareness that made his steps falter, just slightly. Matthew Cuthbert, who would rather have faced almost any difficulty of field or weather, found himself at a loss before the simple act of approaching a child, especially a girl. He moved forward at last, quietly, as though careful not to disturb the stillness of the moment, and as he drew nearer, the waiting came to meet him. Matthew had taken the small, thin hand in his own before he had quite decided to do so, and once he had, the matter seemed settled in a way that required no further thought. He could not bring himself to explain the mistake, right there on that quiet platform, not to this child whose eyes were so bright with expectation. It seemed kinder and far simpler to say nothing for now. He would take her home. Marilla would know what to do. "I'm sorry I was late," he said, his voice gentle, almost apologetic. "Come along. The horse is over in the yard. Let me carry your bag." "Oh, I can carry it," the child answered quickly, drawing it closer to her. "It isn't heavy. All my things are in it, but it isn't heavy at all. And the handle has a way of coming loose if it isn't held just so I'd better keep it. I know the exact way to carry it." She spoke with cheerful certainty, as though she had already arranged every small difficulty into something manageable. It's a very old carpet bag, she added, almost thoughtfully. But I'm fond of it. Matthew didn't insist. He nodded and turned toward the yard, and she came along beside him, without hesitation. I'm very glad you came, she said again, as though the thought had been waiting to be said twice. Even if I had quite made up my mind what I should do if you didn't, I was going to climb up that cherry tree and stay there for the night. It would have been beautiful, with the moon shining through the blossoms. But this is nicer, I think. Matthew listened, though he did not know quite how to answer. We've got a long drive, haven't we? She continued. Mrs. Spencer said it was 8 miles. I'm glad of that, because I do like driving. It gives me time to think and to imagine. They had reached the buggy now. Matthew helped her up carefully, and she settled herself with a small, contented movement, placing her bag beside her and folding her hands for a moment, as though she meant to sit quietly. That lasted only a moment. It seems so wonderful, she said softly, that I'm going to live with you. I've never belonged to anyone before. Not really. The words were spoken simply, but something in them lingered. The asylum was the worst, she went on, though not bitterly, only as one stating a fact. I was there for only 4 months, but that was enough. There isn't much to imagine there. That's the trouble. There's so little scope for imagination in an asylum. Matthew clucked gently to the mare, and the buggy moved forward. But I used to imagine things about the other children, she continued, her voice gaining warmth again. I used to think perhaps the girl sitting next to me might really be the daughter of a great nobleman, stolen away when she was small. It made things more interesting. I used to lie awake at night and think of all sorts of stories. That's why I'm so thin, I suppose. Thinking takes up a good deal of strength. She glanced at him with a quick, earnest look. I am very thin, aren't I? She said. But I like to imagine I'm plump, with dimples in my elbows. Matthew gave a small, uncertain sound. That might have been agreement. They drove on for a little while in a quieter way, the village falling behind them as the road dipped and curved between the banks of the soft earth and the growing trees. The evening light had grown gentler still, touching the tops of the branches and slipping through the leaves in narrow, shining threads. The child reached out suddenly and caught at a branch that brushed near the buggy, breaking off a spray of white bloom. Isn't that beautiful? She said, holding it up. What does it make you think of? Matthew glanced at it. Well now, I don't know, he said. Why, it looks like a bride, she said, her eyes brightening. All in white, with a veil. I've never seen a bride, but I can imagine exactly how she would look. I don't suppose I shall ever be one, but I should like to wear a white dress some day, just once. She turned the blossoms in her hands, as though considering them from every angle. I love pretty clothes, she added. I've never had any, not that I can remember. But that only makes it nicer to imagine them, doesn't it? When you imagine things, you can make them exactly how you like. Matthew listened, and though he said very little, something in the steady flow of her voice seemed to ease him. When we were coming over, she went on, I felt quite ashamed of this dress. All the children had to wear them, you know. But I imagined I had on a pale blue silk dress with a hat covered in flowers and gloves and everything. It made the journey much more pleasant. The road stretched ahead, red and winding. Oh, the roads here are so red, she said suddenly. When we first saw them, I asked Mrs. Spencer what made them that color, and she said she didn't know and begged me not to ask any more questions. But how can you find out things if you don't ask questions? Matthew considered this. Well now, I don't know, he said again. She seemed perfectly satisfied with that. There are so many things to find out, she said. Isn't it wonderful to think of it? It makes me feel glad to be alive. If everything were known already, there wouldn't be any room for imagination, would there? She paused, just long enough to draw a breath. But am I talking too much? She asked suddenly. People often tell me I do. If you'd rather I didn't, I can stop. I truly can, if I make up my mind. Matthew looked at her, startled. Oh, no, he said. You can talk. And he found, to his quiet surprise, that he meant it. He had never expected to enjoy the company of a child, at least of all, a talkative one. But there was something in her voice, so full of interest and gentle eagerness, that made the road seem shorter and the evening somehow lighter. The buggy rode on toward Avonlea, the soft rhythm of the horse's steps carrying them forward, while beside him the child spoke of all things that she saw and imagined, weaving them together into something that was not quite the world as it was, but not entirely different from it either. Matthew listened in a quiet, almost wondering way as the child's words continued, flowing easily from one thought into the next without strain or hesitation. There was something lively in her speech, something bright and quick, as though her mind moved faster than most and simply carried her voice along with it. He found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he liked the sound of it. "Oh, you can talk as much as you like," he said at last, with a shy earnestness. "I don't mind." The child's face lit at once. "Oh, I'm so glad," she said. "I believe you and I are going to get along splendidly. It's such a comfort to talk when one wants, and not to be told that children should be seen and not heard. I've had that said to me so often, I could say it along with them." She settled a little more comfortably in her seat, encouraged now. "And people laugh at me because I use big words," she went on. "But if one has big ideas, one must use big words to express them. Mustn't one?" "Well now," said Matthew, after a moment's consideration, "that seems reasonable." She accepted this with satisfaction. "Mrs. Spencer said my tongue must be hung in the middle," she continued with a hint of amusement. "But it isn't. It's fastened quite firmly at one end. She told me all about Green Gables, though, and I asked her everything I could think of. She said there were trees all around it, and I was so glad, because I do love trees." Her tone softened a little. "There weren't any at the asylum," she said. "Only a few poor little things out front, all boxed up in little white enclosures. They looked as though they felt just as shut in as we did. I used to feel quite sorry for them." She paused, looking out over the passing landscape. "I used to imagine what it would be like if they were growing in a great wood," she said, more quietly now, "with moss about their roots and a brook running nearby and birds singing in their branches. Then they could grow properly." She turned back again toward him. "Is there a brook near Green Gables?" she asked. "I meant to ask Mrs. Spencer, but I forgot." "Well now, yes," said Matthew. "There's one just below the house." "Fancy," she said softly. "I've always wished to live near a brook. I never truly expected I should, though it doesn't seem as if such things really happen. But now they have." She lifted one of her long braids and brought it forward, holding it up with a sudden shift in the mood. "What color would you call this?" she asked. Matthew glanced at it. "It's red," he said with simple certainty. She let the braid fall again with a small, resigned sigh. "Yes, it is." There was a brief silence, and then she continued in a tone that carried both seriousness and a touch of drama. "That is why I can't be perfectly happy," she said. "Nobody with red hair can be. I don't mind the freckles so much, or my eyes, or being thin. I can imagine those different, but I cannot imagine away red hair." She shook her head slightly. "I do try," she added. "I imagine it black, glossy, and beautiful, but it never quite stays that way. It always comes back red again." Matthew shifted slightly in his seat, unsure of how to respond, but not wishing to interrupt her. "I read once of a girl whose hair was like gold," she continued thoughtfully. "It rippled back from her forehead in the most beautiful way. I don't know exactly what alabaster means, but her brow was alabaster too. I should like to know what that is." Matthew gave a faint, helpless smile. "Well now, I'm afraid I can't tell you that," he said. She seemed to consider this without disappointment. "It must be something very nice," she said, "because she was described as beautiful, She looked ahead again, thoughtful, for a moment. "Have you ever imagined what it would feel like to be very beautiful?" she asked. "Well, no, said Matthew honestly. "I have," she said, "often, but I can never decide whether it would be better to be beautiful or clever or very good. I suppose it doesn't matter much, because it isn't likely I shall be of any of them." Before Matthew could attempt an answer, her voice changed suddenly, brightened, sharpened with delight. "Oh, Mr. Cuthbert! Oh, Mr. Cuthbert!" The buggy had turned a gentle curve in the road, and the change before them was quiet, but striking. They had entered a long avenue where the branches of the apple trees arched overhead, meeting and mingling to form a soft green canopy. The light filtered through in shifting patterns, dappling the road beneath them, while blossoms, white and faintly pink, drifted in the air like something between petals and snow. The road itself seemed to lead them forward into a space set apart from the ordinary world. "This is beautiful," she breathed. Her voice had gone very still now, filled not with chatter, but with wonder. Matthew, who had driven this way many times, glanced up at the trees with a new awareness, as though seeing them for the first time through her eyes. They moved slowly beneath the arching branches, the quiet deepening around them, until even the sound of the buggy wheels seemed softened. And for a little while, neither of them spoke. They moved on beneath the arching trees, and for a time the world seemed made only of soft light and drifting blossom. The branches met high overhead, woven together so closely that the sky showed only in quiet fragments, pale and distant beyond the white bloom. The air carried a faint sweetness, warm and full, as though the day itself had settled gently into evening. The child sat very still. The lively stream of her voice had fallen silent, not from the weariness, but from something deeper. She leaned back against the seat, her small hands folded loosely before her, her face lifted toward the canopy above as though she were listening to something that could not quite be heard. Matthew glanced at her once or twice, then looked ahead again, allowing the quiet to remain. It suited them both. Even when they passed out from underneath the trees and the road opened again, she didn't speak. The light had changed beyond the avenue. It was softer now, tinged with the colors of the coming dusk, and far ahead the sky held a faint glow, like something remembered rather than seen. They drove on in silence through the village of Newbridge, where the sounds of ordinary life rose briefly around them. Voices, a dog barking, a door closing somewhere, but none of it seemed to reach her. She remained still, her gaze turned outward, as though she were seeing not what lay before her, but something far beyond it. It was not until she had gone some distance past the village that Matthew, feeling the length of her quiet, spoke. "I guess you're feeling pretty tired and hungry," he said gently. "But we haven't far to go now, only another mile." She stirred at once, as though called back from a long way off, and turned toward him with a soft, wondering expression still lingering in her eyes. "Oh, Mr. Cuthbert," she said, her voice hushed. "That place we came through, that white place, what was it?" "Well now," said Matthew, after a moment's thought, "that would be the avenue. It's what folks call it." "The avenue?" she repeated slowly. "Oh, that doesn't seem the right name for it." She placed one hand lightly against her chest, as though steadying the feeling that had not quite left her. "It was something more than pretty," she went on, "and more than beautiful, too. Those words don't go far enough. It was wonderful. It's the first thing I ever saw that couldn't be made any better by imagining it. It just was." She drew in a small breath. "It gave me such a curious feeling," she said. "Not exactly a happy feeling, and not exactly a sad one. It was like a little ache, but a pleasant ache. Did you ever feel like that?" Matthew considered. "Well now, I can't say that I have," he answered. I do, she said simply, whenever I see something very lovely. She was quiet for a moment, then brightened again, though her voice remained soft. They shouldn't call it the Avenue, she said. There's no meaning in that at all. It ought to have a name that sounds like what it is. I shall call it the White Way of Delight. She nodded as though settling the matter. Yes, that suits it perfectly. I always like to give things names that fit them properly. There was a girl at the asylum whose name was Hepzibah Jenkins, but I always imagined her as a Rosalia de Vere. It made a great difference. She turned slightly toward Matthew again. Have we really only another mile to go? She asked. I'm glad, and I'm sorry. I'm always sorry when pleasant things come to an end, though sometimes something even pleasanter comes afterward, but I can't be sure. Her voice softened again. I'm glad to think of going to a real home, she said. I've never had one that I can remember. It gives me that pleasant ache, just thinking of it. The road rose gently before them, and the buggy climbed the crest of a hill. Beyond it, the land opened wide. Below lay a long, winding stretch of water, smooth as glass and catching the last colors of the sky. A narrow bridge crossed it, and beyond, the water curved away toward the distant sandhills, pale against the deepening blue. The surface shimmered with the shifting hues, soft rose, faint violet, a touch of green where the shadows gathered, colors that seemed to change even as they were seen. Trees leaned along its edges, the reflections wavering gently, while from somewhere unseen came the low, steady chorus of frogs. Matthew lifted his hand slightly. That's Barry's Pond, he said. The child leaned forward with eyes widening. Oh, she said. I don't like that name at all. She considered only for a moment. I shall call it the Lake of Shining Waters, she said with quiet certainty. Yes, that is the right name. I know it is, because it gives me a little thrill to say it. She glanced at Matthew with bright curiosity. Do things ever give you a thrill? She asked. Matthew thought for a moment. Well now, yes, he said slowly. I suppose they do, though not quite the same way. I always feel something of it when I see white grubs turn up in the garden beds. I don't like the look of them at all. She looked at him thoughtfully. I don't think that can be quite the same sort of thrill, she said gently. But perhaps it is, in a way, only different. She turned her gaze back to the water, watching it as they began the slow descent toward the hill. And why do they call it Barry's Pond? She added. It doesn't suit it in the least. The buggy rolled on, the evening deepening softly around them, while the lake, her lake of shining waters, held the last light of day. I reckon it's called that because Mr. Barry lives up there, said Matthew. Orchard Slope is the name of his place. If it wasn't for that big bush, you could see the Green Gables from here. But we have to go over that bridge and around that road, so it's a bit farther. Does Mr. Barry have any girls? She asked quickly. About my size. He's got one about 11. Her name is Diana. Oh, she breathed, delighted. What a perfectly lovely name. Well now, I don't know, said Matthew. There's something a bit unusual about it. I'd rather Jane or Mary, but a schoolmaster named her. I wish there had been a schoolmaster like that when I was born, she said. Then suddenly, oh, the bridge. I'm going to shut my eyes. She squeezed them tight. I always imagined bridges might crumble right up in the middle, like a jackknife, so I shut my eyes. I always peek, because if it did happen, I'd want to see it. She cracked one eye open. Oh, I do love the rumble sound, though. Isn't it wonderful there are so many things to like? A moment later. There, we're over. She turned and looked back. Good night, Lake of Shining Waters, she said softly. I always say good night to the things I love, just like people. She watched the water. It looks like it's smiling at me. They drove on. After a little while, Matthew said, We're nearly home now. That's Green Gables." "Oh, don't tell me," she said quickly, catching his arm. "Let me guess." She opened her eyes and looked out. They were on a hill. The sky was soft with evening light. A church spire stood against the fading gold sky. Below was a quiet valley, and beyond it, a gentle slope with scattered homes. Her eyes moved searching, then stopped. Far back, among blossoming trees, stood a house, soft and pale in the twilight. Above it, a single bright star shone. "That's it, isn't it?" she said. Matthew gave a small nod. "Well now, you've guessed it." They turned into the yard, where the shadows had deepened and the poplar leaves whispered softly in the dark. "Listen," she said in a hushed voice. "The trees are talking in their sleep. What lovely dreams they must have." Matthew helped her down from the buggy. She held tightly to her little carpet bag, the one that carried all she owned, and followed him toward the house, her step light with hope. But Matthew lingered a moment. Something in him had gone quiet. All the way home, he had been putting it off, the words that would have to be said. He knew what waited inside, and he knew, too, what it would mean for her. For the first time that evening, the comfort of the drive slipped away from him, and in its place came a heavy, uneasy feeling that he couldn't shake. He turned at last and followed her in, and the light of the doorway closed softly behind them. Evening had settled over Green Gables. The last light of day lingered along the fields, soft and golden, fading slowly into a quiet blue. The air was still. The trees stood calm, as though listening. Inside the house, everything was in its place, orderly, neat, and waiting. The door opened. Marilla came briskly forward, her step quick, her mind already set on the boy she expected to see. But when her eyes fell on the small figure standing there, the thin little girl in a stiff, plain dress, with long braids of red hair and bright, expectant eyes, she stopped. For a moment, she simply looked. "Matthew Cuthbert, who is that?" she asked. "Where's the boy?" "There wasn't any boy," Matthew said, a little uneasily. "There was only her." He nodded toward the child, suddenly aware that he had never even asked her name. "No boy," Marilla said sharply. "But there must have been a boy. We sent word for a boy." "Well, there wasn't," said Matthew. "She brought her, and I had to bring her home. She couldn't be left there." "Well, this is a pretty piece of business," said Marilla. Until then, the child had been very still. But now, the meaning of it reached her. She dropped her carpet bag. "You don't want me," she cried. "You don't want me because I'm not a boy. I might have expected it. Nobody ever did want me. I might have known it was all too beautiful to last." Her voice trembled, then broke. "Oh, what shall I do? I'm going to burst into tears." And burst into tears she did. She flung herself down on a chair by the table, burying her face into her arms, and sobbed as though her heart would break. Marilla and Matthew looked at each other across the stove. Neither of them spoke. There are moments that arrive so suddenly that even the most practical minds are left without a plan, and this was one of them. At last, Marilla stepped forward. Well, there's no need to cry so about it." "Yes, there is need," the child cried, lifting her face, tear-stained, trembling, earnest. "You would cry too, if you were an orphan and had come to a place that you thought was going to be your home and found that they didn't want you because you weren't a boy. Oh, this is the most tragical thing that has ever happened to me." Something in her intensity, so real, so unguarded, softened the edge of Marilla's expression, if only a little. Well, don't cry anymore, she said. We're not going to turn you out tonight. You have to stay here until we find out what has happened. What's your name? The child hesitated. Will you please just call me Cordelia? She asked eagerly. Call you Cordelia? Is that your name? No, not exactly, she admitted. But I would love to be called Cordelia. It's such a perfectly elegant name. I don't know what on earth you mean, said Marilla. If Cordelia isn't your name, what is? Anne Shirley, the child said, a little reluctantly. But oh, please do call me Cordelia. It can't matter very much what you call me if I'm only going to be here a little while, can it? And Anne is such an unromantic name. Unromantic fiddlesticks, said Marilla. Anne is a perfectly good, sensible name. You've no need to be ashamed of it. Oh, I'm not ashamed of it, Anne said quickly. I only like Cordelia better. I've always imagined that my name was Cordelia. At least, I have for a long time now. But if you must call me Anne, please call me Anne spelled with an E. What difference does it make how it's spelled? Asked Marilla. Oh, it makes such a difference, Anne said softly. It looks so much nicer. And when you hear a name, don't you just always see it in your mind? Anne spelled with an E just seems more complete. Marilla gave a small, practical sigh. Well, very well then, Anne spelled with an E. Now you can tell us how this mistake came to be made. We sent word with Mrs. Spencer to bring us a boy. Oh, yes, there were plenty of boys, Anne said. But Mrs. Spencer said distinctly that she wanted a girl, about 11 years old, and the matron said she thought I would do. Her face brightened for a moment. You don't know how delighted I was. I couldn't sleep at all last night for joy. Then she turned toward Matthew, her voice softening. Oh, why didn't you tell me at the station that you didn't want me and leave me there? If I hadn't seen the white wave of delight in the lake of shining waters, it wouldn't be so hard. What on earth does she mean? Marilla asked. She's just referring to the things we saw on the road, said Matthew quickly. I'll go and put the horse away, Marilla. Have tea ready when I come back. He slipped out, leaving the kitchen quieter than before. Marilla turned back to Anne. Did Mrs. Spencer bring anybody over besides you? She brought a little girl for herself, Anne said. Lily Jones. She's only 5 and very pretty. If I was very beautiful, with nut brown hair, would you keep me? No, said Marilla plainly. We want a boy to help Matthew on the farm. A girl would be of no use to us. The words fell simply, but they settled heavily in the room. Anne didn't answer. She stood very still, her small hands clasped together, as though holding something inside them that she did not quite know how to let go. The light in the kitchen had grown softer. Outside, the last of the evening lingered quietly over the fields, and the stillness of the house seemed to settle more deeply, now that the first surprise had passed. Marilla moved about with her usual efficiency, though there was a certain stiffness in it, as if her thoughts had not yet found their proper order. Take off your hat, she said. I'll lay it on your bag on the hall in the table. Anne obeyed at once, though more gently now, as if the earlier burst of feeling had left her a little fragile. Matthew returned a few moments later and sat down to supper. The table was neat and plain, set simple with dishes that spoke of long habit and careful living. But Anne couldn't eat. She tried. She broke off a small piece of bread, tasted it, then set it down. She looked at the crab apple preserve with a kind of distant politeness, as though it belonged to someone else's world. You're not eating anything, said Marilla, watching her with quiet disapproval. Anne gave a soft sigh. I can't. I'm in the depths of despair. Can you eat when you're in the depths of despair?
I've never been in the depths of despair, said Marilla, so I can't say.
Weren't you? Anne asked earnestly. Well, did you ever try to imagine you were in the depths of despair?
No, I didn't.
Then I don't think you can understand what it's like, Anne said gently. It's a very uncomfortable feeling indeed. When you try to eat, a lump comes right up in your throat, and you can't swallow anything, not even if it were a chocolate caramel. She paused, thinking. I had a chocolate caramel once, 2 years ago, and it was simply delicious. I've often imagined since then that I had a great many of them, but I always wake up just when I'm about to eat them. Her voice softened, most apologetic. I do hope you won't be offended because I can't eat. Everything is extremely nice, but still, I cannot eat. Matthew, who had said very little, looked at her kindly.
I guess she's tired,
he said quietly. There was a small pause. Then he added,
Best to put her to bed, Marilla.
Marilla hesitated. She had been wondering that very thing, where the child should be put. The little couch in the kitchen chamber that she had prepared for the boy that they had expected. But somehow it didn't seem the right place for this child. There was a spare room, but that too felt out of question. So there remained only the east gable room. Marilla rose, took up a candle, and turned toward Anne. Come with me, Anne followed. She moved quietly now, carrying her carpet bag close, as though it held everything she had, which in truth it did. The hall was spotless. The stairs were narrow and clean, and the faint light of the candle made small, careful shadows along the walls. At the top, Marilla opened a door and led the way inside. The room was very plain. Whitewashed walls, bare and still, a narrow bed with high post, a small table, a simple chair, and a little mirror that reflected the candlelight, and a thin, wavering glow. Everything was neat, everything was exact, and everything felt very quiet. Marilla set the candle down. I suppose you have a nightgown, she said. Anne nodded. Yes, I have 2. The matron of the asylum made them for me. They're fearfully skimpy, but one can dream just as well in them as in the lovely trailing ones, with frills about the neck. So that is one comfort. Marilla gave a short, practical nod. Well, undress as quick as you can and go to bed. I'll come back in a few minutes for the candle. I don't trust you to put it out yourself. Anne looked at her very seriously. I never put out a candle, she said. I always imagined it some kind of beautiful glowing spirit, and it feels dreadful to snuff it out. Marilla did not answer that. She turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. For a moment, Anne stood very still. Then she moved quickly, almost hurriedly, as if the quiet pressed too closely around her. She changed into her nightgown and climbed into the narrow bed, drawing the covers up over her shoulders. The room felt large in its emptiness. The walls seemed to watch. The silence deepened. When Marilla returned, she paused just inside the door. Anne's clothes lay scattered where she had left them, and the bedclothes rose in a small, uneven shape. Marilla gathered the garments, folded them neatly, and placed them on the chair. Then she picked up the candle and went to the bedside. Good night, she said, a little awkwardly, but not unkindly. For a moment, nothing moved. Then Anne's face appeared suddenly above the covers, eyes wide in the dim light. How can you call it a good night, she said softly, when you know it must be the very worst night I've ever had? She looked at Marilla with such earnest sorrow that it might have been almost comical if it had not been so real. Then she slipped back beneath the covers again. Marilla stood for a moment. There was nothing more to say. She took the candle and left the room. Downstairs, the house was quiet again. Matthew sat in the kitchen, restless in a way that he couldn't quite name. Marilla moved more slowly now, her thoughts still unsettled. "Well, this is a pretty kettle of fish," she said at last. "One of us will have to drive over to Mrs. Spencer's tomorrow. This child will have to be sent back." Matthew didn't answer immediately.
"Yes, I suppose so," he said at last.
"You suppose so? You don't know it?" said Marilla. Matthew looked down at his hands.
"Well now, she's a real nice little thing," he said. "It's kind of a pity to send her back when she's so set on staying."
Marilla turned to him sharply. "Matthew Cuthbert, you don't mean to say you think we ought to keep her?"
"Well, no, I suppose not exactly," he said. "We could hardly be expected to keep her."
"I should say not. What good would she be to us?" Matthew lifted his head slightly.
"We might be some good to her,"
he said quietly. Marilla made a sound of impatience. "Oh, she can talk fast enough. I saw that. It's nothing in her favor. I don't want an orphan girl. And if I did, she isn't the style I'd pick out." She set a dish down with a small, decisive motion. "No, she must be sent back where she came from." Matthew said nothing more. After a while, he rose.
"Well now, I'm going to bed."
To bed Matthew went. And later, when the dishes were cleared away, Marilla followed. Upstairs in the east gable, a lonely little figure lay awake in the darkness, very still, very quiet, until at last even her tears grew tired, and sleep came softly, at last. The house had gone quiet. Outside, the night had settled fully over Avonlea, spreading softly across the fields and the orchard beyond. The last faint traces of dusk had long since faded, leaving only the deep, gentle stillness that comes when everything has come to rest. The trees moved lightly in the dark, their leaves whispering now and then, as if exchanging quiet thoughts no one else could hear. Inside, the lamps had been put out. The kitchen was neat again, the table cleared, the dishes dried and set away. Everything was as it always was, and yet it didn't feel quite the same. Marilla lay awake for a time. Her hands were folded beneath the coverlet, her mind turning over the events of the evening, a message sent, the mistake made, and the child now sleeping under her roof. She did not like disorder. She didn't like uncertainty. And yet both had arrived together. Below the house was still. Above, in the east gable, there was no sound at all. At last, even her thoughts slowed. The night held everything in quiet, and little by little, sleep came. Morning came gently. A pale, silvery light found its way through the windows at first, touching the walls and the floor in soft degrees, before brightening into a clearer gold of early day. Outside, the orchard stirred, a breeze passing lightly through the blossoming trees, carrying the faintest sweetness with them. The grass, still damp with dew, caught the light in tiny, shining points. Somewhere beyond the house, a bird began to sing, tentatively at first, and then with growing confidence, as if reminding the world that the morning had begun. In the kitchen, Marilla was already at work. The fire was lit, the kettle set, the small, familiar sounds of morning moving steadily forward. Everything followed its proper order, but beneath it, something remained unsettled. Matthew came in quietly. He took his place at the table without speaking, his movements slow, thoughtful. For a few moments neither of them said anything. The ordinary rhythm of the morning held, but only just. At last Marilla set down her work. "Well," she said, "this is a pretty kettle of fish." Matthew nodded slightly. "Yes," he said. "One of us will have to drive over to Mrs. Spencer's today," Marilla continued. "This child will have to be sent back to the asylum." Matthew's gaze shifted toward the window. The morning light had grown brighter now, resting across the fields in quiet openness. "Yes, I suppose so," he said. "You only suppose." Marilla turned toward him. "Matthew, it's plain enough what must be done." Matthew shifted a little in his chair. "She's a real nice thing," he said after a moment. "It seems hard to send her away after she's come all this distance." Marilla's expression tightened. "That has nothing to do with it," she said. "We've asked for a boy. A boy's what we need." Matthew looked down at his hands. "She didn't come of her own choosing. She was sent." Marilla drew in a small breath. "That may be," she said, "but it doesn't alter the facts. We can't keep her simply because we feel sorry for her." Matthew didn't answer right away. "She's been looking for a place," he said after a moment. "You can see that plain enough." Marilla gave a short, restrained shake of the head. "There are proper places for children like that, and she must go back to one of them." Matthew's voice was softer now. "She's been taken to this place already. It doesn't seem right to send her off again so soon." Marilla turned back toward her work. "We are not in the position to take children in," she said, "especially not a girl. She would be no help to us." Matthew lifted his head slightly. "We might be of some help to her," he said. The words fell more quietly this time. Not argued, not pressed, simply offered. Marilla didn't turn. She must be sent back. There was less edge in it now, but no less certainty. Matthew sat still for a moment longer. Then he rose. "Well, I'll see to the horses." He moved toward the door, then paused, just briefly. But whatever he had been about to say, he let it go and stepped outside into the morning. The kitchen fell still again. Marilla stood for a moment, her hands resting lightly against the table. Then she drew a breath, set her shoulders, and returned to her work. Upstairs in the east gable, the morning light had reached the narrow bed. Anne lay very still, her eyes open, watching the pale brightness gather along the wall. For a moment, she didn't move. The world felt unfamiliar again, as though she had awakened somewhere between what had been imagined and what was real. Then the memory came, the journey, the house, the mistake, Green Gables, and the quiet, certain understanding that she did not belong there. A flicker of something bright moved through her, quick and instinctive. For just a moment, she let herself imagine that she was wanted, that she would stay, that this room, plain and still as it was, might become her own. That morning outside the window belonged to her too. The thought warmed her for a breath or two, soft and glowing. Then it faded. Reality turned gently, but it did return. Anne drew in a small breath. The feeling left behind was different now. Not the sharp despair of the night before, but something quieter. Kind of waiting, kind of listening, as though she stood on the edge of something she couldn't see clearly yet. She sat up slowly. The morning had come all the same, and whatever the day would bring, it had already begun. Morning had come fully to Green Gables. The light had deepened into a clear, gentle gold, resting softly along the walls and gathering in quiet pools across the floor. Outside, the world had awakened without haste. The orchard stirred in the early air, the branches lifting and settling again, their blossoms pale and luminous against the sky. A breeze passed lightly through them, carrying the faint, sweet scent of apple bloom and something green and newly growing. The house itself seemed to hold that quiet, as though it had risen into the day without disturbing the stillness of the night. Upstairs in the east gable, the light reached slowly across the narrow bed. Anne lay awake, watching it. She had been awake for some time. Sleep had come at last in the night, but it had not held her long. Now she lay very still, her eyes following the way the light moved along the whitewashed wall. For a moment, she didn't think of anything at all. It was only a morning, only a room, only light. Then little by little, the memory returned. The long journey, the kind, quiet man who had brought her here, the house, the mistake, and the understanding quite but certain that she didn't belong. The thought came gently this time, not as it had the night before, sharp and overwhelming. It settled instead like something she had already begun to accept. Anne drew a small breath. Then she turned her head toward the window. The small curtain stirred slightly in the breeze. She slipped out of bed and crossed the floor softly, her bare feet making no sound. When she reached the window, she paused, as though something beyond it had already called to her. Then she pushed it open. The morning air came in, cool and fresh, touching her face like something alive. She leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on the sill. And then she saw it. The great cherry tree stood close beside the house, its branches lifting outward and upward, heavy with white blossoms. They moved gently in the breeze, touching the side of the house now and then with the softest sound. Beyond it, the orchard stretched wide, rows of apple trees and cherry trees all in bloom. The ground beneath them was scattered with light, and the grass shone faintly with dew. Farther down, the land dipped into a hollow, where the narrow brook ran, its path winding in and out of sight. She could hear it, a soft, irregular sound, like quiet laughter carried through the morning. Beyond the brook, white birches rose lightly, their slender trunks pale against the darker green. And beyond them still, the land lifted again, soft hills touched with fir and spruce, and in the far distance, the faintest shimmer of blue water. Anne didn't move. Her eyes traveled slowly over everything, as though each detail must be gathered carefully and held. It was more beautiful than anything she had ever known. She stayed there, very still, for a long time, looking, listening, breathing. For a moment, just a moment, she forgot everything else. Forgot the mistake, forgot the uncertainty, forgot the quiet fear that waited just beneath her thoughts. There was only the morning, and the feeling that something in the world was very right. A small, quiet happiness touched her. Then softly, a hand rested on her shoulder. Anne started, just slightly. Marilla stood behind her. "It's time to get dressed," she said. Her voice was brisk, but there was less sharpness in it than before, as though the morning itself had softened. Anne turned toward her, her face still bright with what she had seen. "Oh, isn't it wonderful?" she said softly. Marilla glanced toward the window. "It's a big tree," she said. "It blooms well enough, though the fruit isn't much to speak of." Anne shook her head gently. "Oh, I don't mean only the tree," she said. "I mean everything. The orchard, the brook, the woods, the whole world." She turned back again, as though she couldn't help it. "I can hear the brook," she said quietly. It sounds as though it's laughing. Have you ever noticed how cheerful brooks are? Even when they're frozen, I always imagine they're still there underneath, waiting. Marilla didn't answer. Anne's voice softened. I'm very glad there is a brook here, she went on. Even if I don't stay, I shall like to remember that there was one. The words lingered a moment. Then she drew in a breath. I'm not unhappy this morning, she said. I never can be in the morning. Mornings feel hopeful. A small pause followed. But I do feel a little sad, she added quietly. I was imagining that perhaps I might stay, just for a while longer. It was a comforting thought. She folded her hands together. But imagining things is like that, she said softly. It feels so real, and then, when it ends, it leaves a quiet sort of ache behind. She stood there for a moment longer, looking out. Then slowly she turned back towards the room. But still, she said gently, it's a lovely morning. The light rested softly around her, and the quiet of the day held, as though nothing yet had been decided. The morning settled fully into the house. Sunlight moved quietly across the kitchen floor, touching the table, the chairs, and the small, ordinary things that belonged to the day. Marilla stood near the window, composed and practical as ever, though something in her manner held a faint edge of unease, as though the rhythm of the house had shifted, just slightly, from what she knew it to be. You better get dressed and come downstairs, she said. And never mind your imaginings. Breakfast is waiting. Wash your face and comb your hair. Leave the window up and turn your bedclothes back neatly. Be as smart as you can. Anne listened with careful attention, as though each instruction were something to be gathered and held. And she was, indeed, very quick. Within a short while she came downstairs again, her clothes neat, her hair brushed and braided, her face fresh from washing. There was a small, quiet satisfaction about her, the feeling of having done exactly what had been asked. Though, in haste, she had forgotten one small thing. I'm pretty hungry this morning, she said as she slipped into her chair Marilla placed for her. Her voice was light again, not quite as it had been before, but gently returning. The world doesn't seem such a howling wilderness as it did last night, she went on. I'm so glad it's a sunny morning. Though, I like rainy mornings very much, too. All sorts of mornings are interesting, don't you think? You never quite know what might happen in them. Marilla gave a short, firm glance in her direction. For pity's sake, hold your tongue, she said. You talk entirely too much for a little girl. The words fell plainly, without softness, but not with cruelty. Anne drew in a small breath. Then very obediently, she held her tongue. So thoroughly, in fact, that the silence which followed seemed almost as noticeable as her speaking had been. The meal went on in quiet. Outside, the morning continued, light shifting, leaves stirring, the distant sound of the brook threading faintly through the air. Anne sat still, her hands resting lightly, her gaze drifting now and then toward the window. It was as though part of her had already gone outside, drawn into something wide and green and full of possibility. Marilla noticed. A slight uneasiness moved through her. There was something unfamiliar in the child, something too airy, too distant, as though her thoughts belonged elsewhere entirely. And yet, Matthew wished to keep her. The thought lingered. Marilla didn't like it. Matthew's ways were quiet, but firm once set, and she knew well enough that when he took a notion, he held it with a persistence that needed no words. The idea settled her more than she cared to admit. When the meal ended, Anne stirred slightly, as though returning from somewhere far away. I could wash the dishes if you like, she offered. Marilla looked at her with a measured expression. Can you wash dishes properly? she asked. Pretty well, Anne said. I'm better at looking after children, though. I've had so much experience at that. It's such a pity you haven't got any here for me to care for. I don't feel as if I want any more children to look after than I've got, said Marilla shortly. Anne considered this for a moment. I think Mr. Matthew is very kind, she said gently. He didn't mind how much I talked. He seemed to like it. I felt as though he understood me. Just a little. You're both queer enough, if that's what you mean, said Marilla. Then after a pause, yes, you may wash the dishes. Take plenty of hot water and be sure you dry them properly. Anne rose at once, moving with quiet eagerness. She washed the dishes carefully, not perfectly, but with enough attention to satisfy. Afterward, she attempted to make her bed. This proved more difficult. The blankets resisted her efforts. The mattress shifted under her hands, and the whole task seemed to require a kind of knowledge she did not yet possess. Still, she tried, and when it was done, however imperfectly, it was done with sincerity. At last, Marilla spoke again. You may go outside for a while, she said. Amuse yourself for a bit. The words had scarcely left her mouth before Anne turned toward the door. Her face brightened at once, light returning, quick and alive. She moved eagerly, almost as though she might run. But just at the threshold, she stopped. The brightness faded. She turned back slowly, came to the table again, and sat down. What is the matter now? Marilla asked. Anne folded her hands. I don't dare go outside, she said quietly. Why not? She hesitated, then answered with a soft, almost careful honesty. If I can't stay here, there isn't much use in my loving Green Gables. Her voice was very gentle. And I do love it. Already. The room had grown very still again. Outside the morning continued, light moving through the orchard, branches stirring softly in the breeze, the distant murmur of the brook threading through it all. Anne sat at the table, her hands folded before her, as though holding herself carefully in place. If I go out there, she said slowly, and get acquainted with all those trees and flowers and the orchard and the brook, I won't be able to help loving them. Her voice was gentle, but there was something steady beneath it now. And it's hard enough already, she went on, so I won't make it any harder. She glanced toward the window. I want to go out so much, she admitted softly. It feels as though everything is calling to me. Anne, come out to us. A faint pause. But it's better not. The words settled quietly between them. There's no use in loving things if you have to be torn from them, she said. And it's so hard not to love things, isn't it? Marilla didn't answer. Anne's gaze drifted again. I was so glad when I thought I was going to live here. I thought I'd have so many things to love, and nothing to hinder me. A small breath. But that was only for a little while, and now it's over. She straightened slightly, as though gathering herself. I am resigned now, she added, with a kind of careful dignity. So I don't think I'll go out, for fear I'll get unresigned again. Then after a moment, her tone shifted, lighter, almost curious. What is the name of that geranium on the windowsill, please? That's the apple-scented geranium, said Marilla. Oh, I don't mean that sort of name, Anne said quickly. I mean a name you gave it yourself. Marilla looked at her. I never gave it any name. Anne brightened at once. Oh, may I give it one then? She asked. May I call it, let me see, Bonnie? That would do very nicely. May I call it Bonnie while I'm here? Goodness, I don't care, said Marilla. But what is the sense of naming a geranium? Anne smiled faintly. I like things to have names. It makes them seem more like people. And how we know it doesn't hurt a geranium's feelings to be called nothing but a geranium. Marilla made a small sound under her breath. I shall call it Bonnie, Anne continued peacefully. I named the cherry tree outside my window this morning. I call it Snow Queen, because it's so white. Her eyes lifted as though she could still see it. Of course, it won't always be in blossom, she added, but one can imagine that it is, can't one? Marilla turned away, shaking her head slightly. I never in all my life heard anything like it, she muttered. Marilla went down to the cellar for potatoes, but even as she moved about her work, her thoughts lingered. She is kind of interesting, she admitted reluctantly to herself. And I'm wondering already what she'll say next. Upstairs, Anne had slipped into a quiet reverie again, her chin resting lightly in her hands, her gaze toward the sky. Time passed unnoticed. At last, the early dinner was set upon the table. I suppose I can have a mare and a buggy this afternoon, Matthew, said Marilla. Matthew nodded. He looked toward Anne, just for a moment, something quiet and thoughtful in his expression. Marilla saw it. I'm going to drive over to White Sands and settle this matter, she said firmly. I'll take Anne with me. Mrs. Spencer will likely make arrangements to send her back at once. Matthew said nothing. The silence stretched. Marilla drew a small breath, as though she had spent more words than necessary. There was something particularly aggravating, she thought, about a man who would not argue. In due time, Matthew harnessed the sorrel. The buggy was brought round. Marilla and Anne climbed in, and they set off down the lane. Matthew opened the gate for them, and as they passed through, he said, almost absently, Little Jerry Butte was here this morning. I told him I thought I might hire him for the summer. Marilla made no reply. She flicked the rein sharply. The mare sprang forward, startled by the suddenness, and the buggy rattled quickly down the road. For a moment, Marilla looked back. Matthew stood at the gate, leaning slightly over it, watching them go. There was something in the way he looked after them, quiet and a little wistful, that lingered longer than the sound of the wheels. The buggy rolled steadily along the road. The morning had opened wide and clear, the light resting softly over the fields. The air fresh with early summer, and the distant line of water glimmering now and then through the trees. Anne sat beside Marilla, very upright at first, as though she had resolved to behave exactly as she ought. But the world would not be ignored. Do you know, she said at last, leaning forward slightly, I've made up my mind to enjoy this drive. Her voice carried a quiet determination. It's been my experience that you can nearly always enjoy things if you make up your mind firmly that you will. Of course, you must make it up firmly. She folded her hands together again, quite seriously. I am not going to think about going back while we're having this drive, she added. I'm just going to think about the drive. A moment later, her attention slipped gentle away from that resolution. Oh, look, she said softly, turning her head. There's a little wild rose. Isn't it lovely? Her voice warmed again, almost without her noticing. Don't you think it must be glad to be a rose? She went on. And wouldn't it be nice if roses could talk? I'm sure they would say such lovely things. The buggy wheels moved on, steady and rhythmic. And isn't pink the most enchanting color? She continued dreamily. I love it, but I can't wear it. She sighed, a small, thoughtful sound. Red-haired people can't wear pink, not even in imagination. Do you suppose, she added, glancing at Marilla, that anybody's hair was ever red when they were young and then changed to something else when they grew up? No, said Marilla, and I don't suppose it will ever in your case either. Anne gave a gentle sigh. Well, that's another hope gone, she said quietly. My life is a perfect graveyard of buried hopes. She paused, then added with a faint, almost apologetic brightness. That's something I read in a book once. I say it over to comfort myself when I'm disappointed."
"I don't see where the comfort comes in," said Marilla.
"Oh, because it sounds so nice and romantic," Anne explained, "as if I were a heroine in a book." She turned her gaze outward again. "A graveyard full of buried hopes is rather beautiful, don't you think?" she said. "I'm rather glad I have one." The road curved gently. "Are we going to the Lake of Shining Waters today?"
"We're not going over Barry's Pond," said Marilla. "We're going to the shore road."
"Shore road," Anne repeated softly. She let the words linger, as though tasting them. "That sounds lovely," she said. "Is it as lovely as it sounds? When you said it, I could see it in my mind all at once." She smiled faintly. "And White Sands is a pretty name, too, though I don't quite like it as well as Avonlea. Avonlea sounds like music." The breeze lifted slightly, brushing past them. "How far is it?"
5 miles, said Marilla. "And since you're so determined to talk, you might as well tell me something about yourself."
Anne straightened a little. "Oh, what I know about myself isn't very interesting," she said quickly. "But if you'd let me tell you what I imagine about myself, that would be much more worthwhile." "No," Marilla said firmly. "I don't want any imaginings. Stick to the facts. Begin at the beginning." Anne hesitated. Then she gave a small, resigned breath. "I was 11 last March, and I was born in Bolingbroke, Nova Scotia." Her tone had changed. Quieter now, more careful. "My father's name was Walter Shirley, and he was a teacher. My mother's name was Bertha Shirley." She paused, then added softly, "Aren't Walter and Bertha nice names?" "I suppose it doesn't matter what a person's name is," said Marilla, "as long as he behaves himself." Anne considered this. "I don't know," she said thoughtfully. "I've never quite believed that." She watched the road ahead for a moment. "I don't think a rose would be as nice if it were called something else. It would still be a rose, but it wouldn't feel the same." The buggy rolled on. "My father and mother were teachers," she continued. "They lived in a very little house. I've never seen it, but I've imagined it so often that I know exactly how it must have looked." Her voice softened further. "There were honeysuckles by the window, and lilacs in the yard, and muslin curtains." She smiled faintly. "Muslin curtains make a house feel kind." The fields passed slowly on either side. "They were very poor," she added, "but I think they must have been happy." A quiet moment followed. Then Anne drew a small breath. "That's what I imagine anyway." And for a little while after that, she didn't speak. The road stretched gently ahead of them, pale beneath the afternoon light. For a little while, the buggy moved on in quiet. The sound of the wheels softened against the earth, and the breeze carried the faint scent of grass and distant water. Anne sat very still now. Her earlier brightness had settled into something quieter. Not gone, but softened. "Do you like poetry?" she asked at last, her voice gentle again. "The kind that gives you the sort of crinkly feeling along your back?" She didn't wait for an answer, but went on more thoughtfully than before. "There's a piece in the 5th Reader, The Downfall of Poland, that's full of thrills. I wasn't in the 5th Reader, of course, only the 4th, but the big girls used to lend it to me." Marilla glanced at her. "Were the women you lived with, Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Hammond, good to you?" she asked. Anne hesitated. The color rose slowly in her face. "Oh, they meant to be," she said. Her voice was careful now, as though she were choosing each word. "I'm sure they meant to be as kind as they could. And when people mean to be good to you, you don't mind so much when they aren't always." She looked down at her hands. "They had a great deal to trouble them," she added quietly. "It's very trying to have a drunken husband and twins 3 times in succession." The buggy rolled on. but I feel sure that they meant to be good to me." Marilla said nothing. Then after a moment, Anne too fell silent. The shore road opened slowly before them, curving between the trees and glimpses of water that flashed now and then through the branches. Marilla guided the mare almost absently. Her thoughts had turned inward. There was something in the child's voice, not complaint, not bitterness, but a quiet acceptance that settled more deeply than ever. A life of small labors, of being passed from one place to another, of learning very early not to expect too much. Marilla's mouth tightened slightly. It was a lonely sort of childhood, and yet the child beside her had not grown small from it. She'd grown bright. Anne lifted her head again after a time. "I lived with Mrs. Hammond for over 2 years, she said, as though continuing a story she had only set down briefly. "And then Mr. Hammond died, and she went away, and I had to go to the asylum." Her tone remained steady, but softer now. "They didn't want me there very much," she added. "They said it was overcrowded, but they had to keep me until Mrs. Spencer came." The breeze moved lightly across the road. Anne drew in a small breath. "I didn't like talking about it very much," she said almost to herself. Marilla gave a short nod. "Did you ever go to school?" she asked. "A little," said Anne. Her voice lifted just slightly. "I went some when I stayed with Mrs. Thomas, but it was too far in winter, and there was a vacation in summer, so I could only go in spring and fall. But I went while I was also at the asylum," she added, "and I learned to read quite well." A faint brightness returned. "I know a great many pieces of poetry by heart." The buggy wheels turned steadily. "My mother died when I was very small," she said after a moment, "and my father died soon after." There was no drama in the words now, only quiet truth. "I never remember calling anyone mother," she went on. "I think it must be very nice." The road grew still again. Anne's voice softened further. "Nobody ever really wanted me," she said, not sadly, but as though stating something long understood. "But I always imagined things would be different someday." She lifted her eyes to the trees as they passed. "I imagined a place where I might belong." The buggy moved forward beneath the branches, light shifting gently across the road. For a little while, neither of them spoke. And this time, the silence wasn't empty. It simply rested there, quiet and full. The road changed as they went. It grew narrower, more winding, drawn close between the dark firs on one side and the open sweep of the sea on the other. The air itself seemed different here, salted, brighter. The sound of waves rose and fell between them, steady and unhurried, like a breath that had been moving long before they arrived and would continue long after. Marilla held the reins firmly, her gaze set ahead. "She has too much to say," she thought, though not unkindly now. But there was no sharpness in the thought, only consideration. Nothing coarse in the child's speech, nothing careless, and beneath it all, something gentle, something teachable. The buggy rolled on. To their right, the fir trees stood close and thick, their dark branches unmoved by the wind. To their left, the land fell away into the red sandstone cliffs, steep and sun-warmed, leading down to the narrow strips of shore where the water slipped in and out among smooth stones. Beyond it all, the sea stretched wide and blue. Gulls wheeled overhead, their wings catching the light as they turned. For a long while, Anne said nothing. She simply looked. Then softly, "Isn't the sea wonderful?" Her voice carried no rush now, only quiet wonder. "I saw the sea once before," she went on, "when I lived in Marysville. We went for a day, and I remembered it for years afterward." She watched the water as they moved beside it. "But this is lovelier," she said. "Don't you think it must be a happy thing to be a gull?" She smiled faintly to herself. "To wake at sunrise and fly over the water all day and come home again at night." The breeze lifted a strand of her hair. "I think I would like that," she said. The buggy continued along the shore road. Ahead, a large house came slowly into view, set back from the road and standing alone against the open sky. "What is this place?" Anne asked. "That's the White Sands Hotel," said Marilla. "It's not in use just yet. People come there for the summer." Anne looked at it thoughtfully. "I'm glad it isn't where we're going," she said. There was a small pause. "I was afraid it might be," she added more quietly. "I don't want to arrive there." Her voice lowered further. "It feels as though, when we do, everything will end." The wheels turned. The sea moved. The wind passed lightly over the road. For a little while, neither of them spoke again. The house faded behind them. The shoreline curved onward. Then the road, still unwinding ahead, carried them gently forward towards something not yet known. The buggy rolled slowly into White Sands Cove beneath the pale warmth of the afternoon sun. The road had grown quieter here. Small houses sat back from the lane behind tidy fences and wind-shaped shrubs, and beyond them the sea flashed blue in passing glimpses between the trees. The salt air drifted softly inland, carrying the distinct cry of gulls, somewhere over the shore. Anne sat beside Marilla. The brightness that had filled her all along the drive had faded little by little as they drew nearer to their destination. Though she tried to sit properly, her hands remained tightly folded in her lap, and now and then her eyes wandered toward the road ahead with the expression almost fearful. At last, they turned into the yard of a large yellow house standing comfortably among poplars and lilac bushes. Mrs. Spencer came hurrying to the door. Surprise and welcome mingled together upon her kind, bustling face. "Oh, dear, dear," she exclaimed. "You're the very last people I expected today. But I'm real glad to see you. How are you, Anne?" "I'm as well as can be expected, thank you," Anne answered quietly. Something seemed to have fallen over her spirits now, like a sudden cloud passing across the sunlight. Marilla stepped down from the buggy. "We'll stay only a little while to rest the mare," she said. "But there's been a mistake somewhere, Mrs. Spencer, and I've come to find out how it happened. Matthew and I sent word that we wanted a boy from the asylum. We told your brother Robert to send us a boy, 10 or 11 years old." "Marilla Cuthbert, you don't say so," cried Mrs. Spencer in distress. She turned toward the girl lingering near the doorway. "Flora Jane, didn't Nancy say they wanted a girl?" "She certainly did," said Flora Jane earnestly. Mrs. Spencer clasped her hands together. "Oh, I'm dreadful sorry," she said. "I truly believed it was following your instructions. Nancy is such a heedless creature sometimes. But I did the very best I could." "Oh, it was our own fault," Marilla admitted after a moment. "We should have come ourselves instead of trusting such an important message to be passed along second-hand. But the mistake has been made now, and the question is what to do next. I suppose the asylum would take her back." "I suppose so," said Mrs. Spencer thoughtfully. "But perhaps it won't be necessary." She lowered her voice slightly, as though introducing a practical solution to an awkward difficulty. "Mrs. Peter Blewett was here yesterday," she continued, "and she was saying she wished she could find a little girl to help her. She has a large family and finds it hard to manage. Anne would suit her exactly." Marilla said nothing, but inwardly she felt no comfort at all. She knew of Mrs. Peter Blewett, by reputation, a sharp-faced, hard-working woman with too many children, too little patience, and a household that always seemed stretched thin and restless. The thought of placing Anne there brought no sense of relief. For the first time since the bewildering business had begun, Marilla felt something uneasy stir beneath her uncertainty. Anne, meanwhile, sat silent on the edge of the step. Though she kept her eyes lowered, she was listening to every word. The afternoon breeze moved softly through the poplar leaves overhead. Far away, beyond the houses of white sands, the sea continued its endless murmuring along the shore. Outside, the afternoon sunlight rested warmly over white sands. Faint sounds drifted now and then through the open window. The creak of wagon wheels somewhere along the road, the far-off cry of gulls over the shore, the soft stirring of poplar leaves in the afternoon breeze. Through the open doorway came the faint sound of wagon wheels moving along the road, followed by voices drifting nearer. Mrs. Spencer glanced toward the window. "Oh, that'll be Miss Blewett now," she said. And somehow, at the sound of the name, Anne's small, hopeful feeling seemed to draw quietly inward again. A few moments later, footsteps approached the house, and the door opened. Within the parlor, everything seemed to narrow quietly around Anne. Mrs. Spencer explained the mistake once more, carefully and apologetically, while Mrs. Peter Blewett sat studying Anne with sharp, assessing eyes that missed very little. At last, she spoke. "How old are you?" she demanded. "And what's your name?" "Anne Shirley," Anne answered faintly, "and I'm 11 years old." Mrs. Blewett looked her over from head to foot. She said. "There's not much flesh on you, but you look wiry enough. The wiry ones are generally the best workers after all." Anne lowered her eyes. "If I take you," continued Mrs. Blewett, "you have to be a good girl. Good and respectful. I'll expect you to earn your keep. Mind that. I've enough trouble already with my own children." The words seemed to fall one by one into silence. Anne sat motionless on the ottoman, her hands clasped tightly together in her lap. Marilla looked at her then, and for the first time truly saw the child's face as it was in that moment. The eager brightness that so often lit Anne's expression had disappeared entirely. She looked pale and frightened now, with the helpless misery of some small creature that had wandered briefly into warmth and kindness, only to find itself carried back toward hardship once again. Something tightened unexpectedly in Marilla's chest. She had never imagined herself particularly soft-hearted. Practical matters had always seemed simplest to her when settled firmly and without unnecessary emotion. Yet the thought of handling this sensitive, imaginative child over to Mrs. Blewett suddenly felt impossible. No matter how inconvenient Anne might be, no matter how unexpected this entire business had become, Marilla could not quite silence the uneasy feeling rising within her. Mrs. Blewett rose briskly from her chair. "Well," she said, "if you like, I can take her home with me right away and save you the trouble." For a moment, Marilla didn't answer. The afternoon light shifted softly across the floorboards. Then she said slowly, "Well, I don't know." Everyone turned toward her. "I never said Matthew and I had fully decided not to keep her," Marilla continued. "In fact, Matthew seems rather inclined the other way. I think perhaps I ought to speak with him again before anything final is settled." Anne lifted her head suddenly. Hope flickered across her face so quickly and brightly that it almost startled Marilla to see it. "If we decide not to keep her," Marilla said carefully, "we will bring her over tomorrow. But until then, she may come home with us again." Mrs. Blewett did not look pleased. "I suppose it will have to do," she said shortly. But Anne scarcely seemed to hear her. A faint color had returned to her cheeks now, and her gray eyes shone with such trembling relief that Marilla found herself looking away almost at once. Outside, beyond the open window, the sea wind moved gently through the trees once more, soft and cool beneath the fading afternoon light. The drive back to Green Gables passed quietly beneath the soft gold of evening. The sea faded behind them, little by little, replaced once more by winding lanes, open fields, and the gentle hush of trees stirring in the cooling air. Anne sat very still beside Marilla. Now and then she glanced toward her uncertainly, as though afraid the small hope she carried might disappear if she spoke too loudly. At last, she said in a careful whisper, "Did you truly mean that perhaps I might stay at Green Gables?" Marilla kept her eyes on the road. "You'd better learn to control that imagination of yours, Anne," she said briskly. "I only said that nothing has been decided yet." Anne folded her hands together tightly. "I'd rather go back to the asylum than live with Mrs. Blewett," she admitted after a moment. "She looks exactly like a gimlet." For the briefest instant, Marilla nearly smiled. "A little girl should not speak so about a stranger," she said firmly. "You must learn to hold your tongue and behave properly." "I'll try to be anything you want me to be," Anne said earnestly. "If only you'll let me stay." After that, silence settled between them once more, but it no longer felt quite so heavy as before. When they finally arrived back at Green Gables, the evening light lay warm across the yard and fields beyond. Matthew was waiting near the lane. Though he tried to appear casual, Marilla saw immediately that he had been watching for them. And when his eyes fell upon Anne sitting next to her in the buggy, a quiet relief passed so openly across his face that even Marilla couldn't miss it. Still, she said nothing until later. When the evening chores had begun and they found themselves alone together near the barn. The cows shifted softly in their stalls while the last pale sunlight filtered through the cracks in the weathered boards. Marilla told him everything that had happened at Mrs. Spencer's. Matthew listened without interrupting, but when she described Mrs. Blewett and her offer to take Anne immediately, he shook his head with unusual firmness. "I wouldn't give a dog I liked to Mrs. Blewett, that woman," he said. Marilla sighed quietly. "I don't fancy her much myself," she admitted. "But it's either that or keeping Anne ourselves." Matthew said nothing at first, yet his silence carried a sort of hopeful patience now. At last, Marilla sat down the pail that she had been holding. "Well," she said slowly, "I suppose I've been growing used to the idea little by little. And since you seem to want her—" Matthew looked up quickly. "So far as I'm concerned," Marilla continued, "she may stay." Matthew's shy face brightened as once. "Well now," he said gently, "I reckoned you'd come to see it that way, Marilla. She's such an interesting little thing." "It would be more useful if she were a useful little thing," Marilla replied, "but I'll do my best with her." The evening air drifted softly through the barn doorway. Outside, the sky above Green Gables had begun to deepen into dusk, pale blue fading slowly towards the silver. And somewhere upstairs in the east gable room, quite unaware that her future had quietly changed below her, Anne Shirley was still waiting and hoping. That night, after the lamps had been lowered and the house had grown still, Marilla led Anne upstairs to the little east gable room once more. The window stood open to the soft spring darkness. Outside, the cherry trees moved faintly in the evening breeze, their pale blossoms silvered beneath the moonlight. Marilla paused near the door and looked around the room with practical approval. Then her eyes fell upon Anne's clothes, scattered untidily across the floor, just as they had been the night before. "Now, Anne," she said firmly, "I noticed last night that you had tossed your clothes about without folding them. That is a very untidy habit, and I cannot allow it." Anne looked genuinely distressed. "I was so troubled in my mind last night," she explained earnestly. "I truly didn't think about my clothes at all." "You must remember to think about such things here," said Marilla. "As soon as you take off anything, fold it neatly and place it over the chair." "I'll try very hard," Anne promised solemnly. "At the asylum, they always made us do that too, but sometimes I'd forget because I was in such a hurry to get into bed and began imagining things. Marilla gave a small sigh. Well, she said, you'll have to remember a little better if you stay at Green Gables. Anne's eyes brightened softly at those words. If you stay. The phrase seemed to glow inside her. Marilla adjusted the blankets briskly. There now, she said. That looks like something. Say your prayers now, then get into bed. Anne stared at her. I never say any prayers, she announced. Marilla turned sharply in astonishment. Never say your prayers, she repeated. Why, Anne, weren't you ever taught? Oh, yes, said Anne quickly. At Sunday school they made us memorize the whole catechism. And then, without hesitation, she recited, God is a spirit, infinite, eternal, and unchangeable in his being, wisdom, power, holiness, justice, goodness, and truth. The words came rapidly and perfect. Marilla looked somewhat relieved. Well, now, she said, at least you do know something. Anne nodded thoughtfully. I always liked the sound of those words, she admitted. Infinite, eternal, and unchangeable feels so grand somehow, almost like poetry. We are not talking about poetry, Marilla said, trying not to lose patience. We are talking about saying your prayers. Don't you know it's wrong not to pray? Anne considered this carefully. I suppose, maybe it is, she said at last. But I was generally too tired at night to bother. People who spend all day caring for twins can't really be expected to say long prayers too, can they? Marilla pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. Anne Shirley, she said sternly, you talk entirely too much. Anne accepted this rebuke meekly. Then after a pause, she asked very seriously, what exactly is a prayer? Marilla blinked. Why, prayers when we ask God for the things we need and thank him for his blessings. Anne grew thoughtful again. But if God already knows everything, she said slowly, then he must know what we need before we ask him. So perhaps the important part is wanting the right things. Marilla was not at all certain how to answer that. Well, she said after a moment, you should still kneel down and try to say a proper prayer. Anne immediately slipped to her knees beside the bed. She folded her hands very tightly and shut her eyes with dramatic determination. Then one eye opened again. I don't think I can do it without help, she confessed. I've never invented a prayer before. You needn't invent one, said Marilla. You may repeat the Lord's Prayer after me. So there, in the quiet little room beneath the sloping roof, while moonlight drifted softly across the floorboards, and the orchard branches whispered beyond the window, Anne Shirley said her first prayer at Green Gables. The room had grown quieter still. Moonlight rested softly across the floorboards, pale beneath the open window, while outside the orchard moved gently in the night breeze. Anne remained kneeling beside the bed, her hands folded tightly, her bright eyes lifted expectantly toward Marilla. Well, said Marilla at last, a little uncertainly, you may repeat after me. Anne nodded at once. Marilla hesitated. She had meant to teach the simple prayer every child in Avonlea knew, the familiar words spoken softly at bedside after bedside for generations. But somehow, standing there in the stillness of the east gable, looking at the earnest, imaginative child, the words caught oddly in her mind. Anne didn't seem like the sort of child who belonged to neat little prayers spoken without thought. She seemed more like the wind outside, restless, wondering, impossible to keep entirely contained. For the briefest moment, something very close to amusement stirred in Marilla. Not amusement at Anne herself, but at the strange turn the evening had taken. Anne waited patiently. I'm ready, she whispered. Marilla drew back to seriousness. You may say this, she instructed gently. Our Father, Anne repeated solemnly, who art in heaven, who art in heaven. The words continued quietly through the room, Anne repeating each line with deep attention, as though every phrase were something precious and newly discovered. Outside, the breeze moved softly through the cherry blossoms. Now and then the branches brushed lightly against the house. At last, the prayer was finished. Anne remained very still for a moment afterward. Then she looked up slowly. "Well," she said softly, "that was very interesting." Marilla almost smiled. "It isn't meant to be interesting," she said. "It is meant to be sincere." "I was sincere," Anne assured her quickly. "At least I think I was, but I do believe I'd rather feel a prayer than say one from memory." She turned her gaze toward the moonlit window. "If I really wanted to pray," she continued dreamily, "I think I'd go out into the great field all alone or deep into the woods, and I'd look up into the sky, up, up, up into all that blue, and I felt small enough and quiet enough for the prayer to come all by itself." The room fell silent again. Marilla looked at her for a long moment. There was something odd about the child. Improper, certainly. Far too fanciful. And yet, there was a strange sincerity beneath it all that made sharp correction difficult. "Well," she said at last, brisk once more, "you've said your prayers now, and that's what matters." Anne rose obediently and climbed into bed. The blanket settled around her in soft folds. Marilla lifted the candle from the table. At the door she paused. "Good night, Anne." Anne's face brightened instantly against the pillow. "Good night, Marilla." Then after the briefest hesitation, "I think this has been the nicest night I have ever had," she said softly. Something in the words caught unexpectedly in the quiet room. Marilla gave a short little nod, though Anne could not have understood all that moved behind it. Then she lowered the candle slightly and stepped into the hall. The door closed gently behind her. And upstairs, beneath the sloping roof of Green Gables, Anne Shirley lay awake for a little while longer, watching moonlight drift across the ceiling, feeling, for the first time in a very long while, that perhaps the world held a place for her after all. Morning came softly to Green Gables. The first light drifted pale across the orchard, touching the cherry blossoms with silver and gold. Outside the east gable window, the branches stirred gently in the early breeze, and somewhere beyond them, the brook could already be heard, quiet and laughing in the morning stillness. Anne woke slowly. For a moment, she lay perfectly still beneath the covers, watching the light move across the ceiling. The memory returned all at once. Green Gables, Marilla, Matthew, the orchard, and the uncertain hope that still fluttered quietly inside her. Anne slipped quickly out of bed and hurried to the window. The world outside looked even lovelier than it had the evening before. The grass shimmered faintly with dew. The apple tree stood wrapped in pale blossoms. Farther away, beyond the brook and the birches, the distant water gleamed soft blue underneath the morning sky. Anne pressed her hands lightly against the windowsill. "Oh," she whispered, almost breathlessly, "how can anyone help loving a world like this?" For a little while, she simply stood there, looking out as though she could never quite finish seeing everything. Then her gaze fell upon the cherry tree beside the window, its white blossoms moving gently against the sky, so bright and delicate that they hardly seemed real at all. Anne smiled softly. "Good morning, Snow Queen," she whispered. The words pleased her immediately. It seemed only right that such a tree should have a beautiful name. Below, she could hear faint movement from the kitchen. Pans, footsteps, the beginning sounds of the household waking. Reluctantly, Anne drew herself away from the window and dressed quickly. This time, she folded each piece of clothing very carefully over the chair, smoothing them with great seriousness after each fold. When she was finished, she looked at them with satisfaction. "There now," she told herself quietly. "That is being neat." Downstairs, the The kitchen smelled of porridge and warm bread. Sunlight rested across the table in long golden strips. Marilla moved briskly between the stove and the cupboard, already deep in the practical business of the day. Matthew sat quietly near the window when Anne entered, his eyes lifted toward her at once. And though he said nothing, his expression softened. "Good morning," Anne said brightly. Then she paused. "I'm very glad it's morning," she added. "Mornings always make me feel that wonderful things might happen." Marilla gave a small, practical sniff. "Sit down and eat your breakfast before it gets cold." Anne obeyed immediately. For several moments she ate in unusual silence. But silence could never hold Anne Shirley for very long. "Do you think," she asked suddenly, "that trees have souls?" Marilla nearly dropped the spoon she was holding. "Souls?" she repeated. "Yes," Anne said earnestly. "I was wondering about the cherry tree outside my window. I named it Snow Queen." Marilla closed her eyes briefly. "Anne," she said patiently, "trees do not have souls." Anne looked thoughtful. "Well, perhaps not exactly," she admitted. "But they do feel alive somehow, especially in the morning." Matthew's mouth twitched very slightly. Marilla noticed, and for some reason that annoyed her more than Anne's talking. After breakfast, Marilla set her apron aside. "Well," she said firmly, "I suppose we must settle this business today." The brightness in Anne's face faded, just a little, but she sat very straight and nodded bravely. "Yes," she said softly, "I suppose we must." For reasons Marilla herself couldn't entirely have explained, she didn't tell Anne at once that she would be allowed to stay at Green Gables. Instead, she kept the child busy through the morning. There were dishes to wash, vegetables to prepare, towels to fold, and small household tasks to be done properly and carefully. And all the while, Marilla watched. Anne worked earnestly at everything she was given. She listened closely to instructions, tried very hard to remember them, and seemed eager to please. But every now and then, without warning, her attention drifted away entirely. She would stop in the middle of polishing a spoon or folding a cloth, her eyes turning distant, as though some invisible thought had carried her far beyond the kitchen walls. Then Marilla would speak sharply, and Anne would start back to herself all at once. By noon, Marilla had quietly decided several things. Anne was quick to learn. She was willing to work. And she was not careless on purpose. But she possessed a dangerous tendency toward daydreaming. After dinner, Anne finished washing the dishes and drying the last plate with great seriousness. Then, quite suddenly, she turned toward Marilla. Something in her whole expression had changed. Her hands clasped tightly together, her face pale and anxious, and her eyes wide with determined courage. "Oh, please, Miss Cuthbert," she burst out. "Won't you tell me if you're going to send me away or not?" Her voice trembled despite her effort to steady it. "I've tried to be patient all morning. Truly I have. But I can't bear not knowing any longer. It feels dreadful not to know." Marilla looked at her steadily. "You haven't scalded the dishcloth in clean hot water the way I told you to," she said calmly. "Go and do it before you ask any more questions." Anne pressed her lips together bravely. "Yes, Miss Cuthbert." She went at once. A few minutes later she returned, the dishcloth properly scalded and folded. Then she stood waiting once more, her anxious eyes fixed upon Marilla's face. Marilla sighed inwardly. There seemed little use of delaying it any longer. "Well," she said at last, "I suppose I may as well tell you. Matthew and I have decided to keep you." Anne stared at her. For one suspended moment, she didn't move at all. Then suddenly, tears rushed into her eyes. "Why, child," said Marilla in surprise, "whatever is the matter now?" I'm crying," Anne said in bewilderment. "I can't think why. I'm so glad. Oh, far gladder than I can even say. Glad doesn't seem the right word at all. She pressed both hands against her heart. I was glad about the white way of delight and the cherry blossoms. But this is something even more than glad. The tears slipped down her cheeks freely now, though she was smiling at the same time. I'll try to be very good, she promised earnestly. I know it will be uphill work because Mrs. Thomas often said I was desperately wicked, but I'll do my very best. Marilla shifted a little uncomfortably. I suppose you're all excited and worked up, she said briskly. You do laugh and cry far too easily. Now, listen carefully. You're to stay here, and we'll try to do right by you. You'll go to school after vacation is over in September. Anne drew in a long breath of happiness. Then another thought struck her immediately. What am I to call you? She asked eagerly. Should I always say Miss Cuthbert? Could I call you Aunt Marilla? No, said Marilla at once. You'll call me just plain Marilla. I'm not used to being called Miss Cuthbert except by the minister, and Aunt Marilla would sound ridiculous. Anne looked troubled. But it seems disrespectful simply to say Marilla, she protested softly. If you speak it respectfully, it won't be disrespectful, said Marilla. Anne considered this carefully. I'd love to call you Aunt Marilla, she admitted wistfully. I never had an aunt, or any relation at all. It would make me feel as though I truly belonged to you. You don't belong to me, said Marilla firmly, and I don't believe in imagining things different from what they are. Anne looked genuinely astonished. Don't you ever imagine things different from what they really are? She asked. No. Anne drew in a deep breath. Oh, she said softly. Oh, Marilla, how much you miss. Marilla refused to answer that. Instead, she reached for her knitting. That reminds me, she said briskly. Go into the sitting room and bring me the card hanging by the mantelpiece. The Lord's Prayer is printed on it, and you're to spend part of this afternoon learning it properly. Anne nodded obediently. I suppose I was rather awkward saying prayers last night, she admitted, but I'd never had any practice. After I went to bed, I invented a splendid prayer all by myself. It was almost as long as a minister's and extremely poetic. But would you believe it? I forgot every word of it this morning. Marilla closed her eyes briefly. Anne, she said firmly, when I tell you to do a thing, I want you to do it at once, not stand still discussing. Yes, Marilla, said Anne promptly. She disappeared across the hall toward the sitting room. 10 minutes passed, then 15. At last Marilla laid down her knitting with a look of resignation and went to find her. She discovered Anne standing perfectly motionless before a picture between the windows. Sunlight filtered softly through the apple trees outside, casting shifting patterns of white and green around her. Anne's eyes were distant again, full of wonder, as though she had wandered into some beautiful world entirely her own. Anne, said Marilla sharply, whatever are you thinking about now? Anne came back to herself with a small start. Oh, she said quickly, turning toward Marilla. I was imagining the picture. She pointed toward the colorful print hanging between the windows. It's the little girl in the blue dress, Anne explained softly. She's standing all alone in the corner, as though she doesn't belong to anyone. Like me. Sunlight shifted gently through the apple blossoms outside, moving across Anne's face as she spoke. She looks lonely, Anne continued, but she wanted to be blessed too, so she crept quietly near the others and hoped nobody would notice her, except him. Her voice had grown very soft now, almost reverent. I think I know exactly how she felt. Her hands must have gone cold and her heart must have beaten terribly fast, just like mine, when I asked if I could stay here. Anne's eyes lifted again toward the picture. But I think he would have noticed her, she said, with quiet certainty. I think he would have smiled at her, especially. Marilla shifted uneasily. Anne, she said firmly, you shouldn't talk quite so familiar about sacred things. Anne looked honestly surprised. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, she said quickly. I only meant that I thought he would have been kind." "Well, perhaps," Marilla admitted reluctantly. "But when I send you after something, I expect you to bring it at once, not stand mooning before pictures." "Yes, Marilla," Anne said obediently. She picked up the prayer card and carried it carefully back to the kitchen. Earlier that morning, she had gathered apple blossoms from the orchard and arranged them in a small jug for the table. Marilla had pretended not to notice the decoration, though she had certainly noticed it. Now Anne propped the prayer card against the flowers and studied it thoughtfully. After several quiet moments, she sighed happily. "I like this prayer," she announced. "It sounds beautiful. 'Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.'" She repeated the words slowly, savoring them. They sound almost like music. Marilla continued knitting. "Well, learn it properly and hold your tongue while you do," she said, and bent nearer to the apple blossoms and softly kissed one pale pink bud. Then she turned back to the prayer card again. For nearly 2 whole minutes she remained silent. It was an astonishing accomplishment. Then suddenly she looked up. "Marilla," she asked earnestly, "do you think I shall ever have a bosom friend in Avonlea?" Marilla looked puzzled. "What kind of friend?" "A bosom friend," Anne repeated. "An intimate friend, a truly kindred spirit to whom I can tell my inmost thoughts." Her eyes shone dreamily. "I've imagined one all my life. I've never really thought I'd find her. But so many wonderful things have happened already that perhaps this will too." Marilla laid down her knitting for a moment. "Well," she said, "Diana Barry lives over at Orchard Slope, and she's about your age. She's a very nice little girl." Anne leaned forward eagerly. "What is she like?" she asked at once. "Her hair isn't red, is it?" "No," said Marilla dryly. "Diana has black hair and black eyes." Anne gave a long sigh of relief. "Oh, I'm so glad," she said fervently. "It would be dreadful to have a red-haired bosom friend. People with red hair ought never to marry, or even be close friends. It would make things far too tragic." Marilla nearly smiled despite herself. "She's a good girl," she added firmly, "and smart too, which is better than merely being pretty." But Anne scarcely seemed to hear the lesson hidden in the remark. Her imagination had already raced ahead. "A bosom friend," she whispered happily. The words themselves seemed to delight her. Marilla picked up her knitting once more. "Now take your prayer card upstairs and learn it properly," she said. Anne obeyed at once, though not before pausing beside the small jug of apple blossom she had gathered earlier that morning for the kitchen table. She touched one pale bloom lightly with her fingertips. "They look lonely left down here by themselves," she murmured wistfully. Outside, the orchard branches stirred softly against the afternoon light, and somewhere deep within Anne Shirley's hopeful little heart, the first bright shape of belonging had begun to bloom too. Anne carried the prayer card upstairs obediently, though not without several wistful glances toward the apple blossoms on the table. "Couldn't I take them with me?" she asked hopefully. "They seem so companionable now." "No," said Marilla firmly. "You don't want your room cluttered up with flowers. Besides, they're pretty on the tree." Anne sighed. "I did feel that way myself," she admitted. "I was afraid perhaps I shouldn't pick them. It seems rather sad to shorten such lovely little lives. But the temptation was irresistible." Marilla gave her a meaningful look. "Anne Shirley, did you hear me tell you to go upstairs?" "Yes, Marilla," she said meekly. So Anne went up to the east gable once more. The afternoon light had softened now, turning the whitewashed walls faintly gold. Anne sat down by the open window with the prayer card in her lap. "There," she announced to herself after a moment. "I know the prayer already. Now I shall go imagine things into this room." Her gray eyes brightened immediately. "The floor is covered with white velvet carpet," she whispered dreamily, "with pink roses all over it, and the curtains are pale pink silk. The furniture is dark mahogany, though I've never actually seen mahogany, only imagined it." She folded her hands happily. There's such a beautiful couch with silk cushions, pink and blue and crimson and gold, and I'm reclining on it ever so gracefully. Anne lifted her chin slightly, as though already transformed. I'm tall and beautiful, with midnight dark hair and skin as pale as ivory. And my name, she paused dramatically, is Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald. For a moment she looked perfectly satisfied. Then suddenly she frowned. No, she decided out loud. That doesn't feel quite real somehow. She rose and crossed to the little looking-glass hanging on the wall. Her own freckled face looked back at her, solemn gray eyes beneath the familiar braids of red hair. You're only Anne of Green Gables, she said earnestly to her reflection. Then her expression softened. But Anne of Green Gables is a great deal better than Anne of Nowhere in particular. The thought pleased her so much that she smiled. Then she leaned forward and kissed her reflection lightly. Outside the window, the cherry blossoms stirred gently in the breeze. Anne hurried back to the window, opening it, and leaned out happily. Good afternoon, dear Snow Queen, she whispered to the cherry tree. And good afternoon, dear birches down in the hollow. And good afternoon, little gray house on the hill. The world outside seemed alive somehow, full of listening quietness. I wonder if Diana will truly be my bosom friend, Anne murmured dreamily. I think I shall love her very much. But I mustn't forget Katie Maurice and Violetta. It would hurt their feelings terribly if I forgot them. Very solemnly, Anne lifted her fingertips to her lips and blew several airy kisses out toward the orchard. One for Katie Maurice, she whispered. One for Violetta. And one for my future bosom friend. Then she rested her chin in her hands beside the open window while the warm afternoon drifted softly around her. And little by little, Anne Shirley floated away once more into a sea of beautiful daydreams. The June afternoons at Green Gables had settled into a warm and peaceful rhythm. Sunlight rested softly over the orchard for hours at a time, while breezes wandered through the apple trees and drifted in through the open kitchen windows, carrying the scent of grass, bread, and summer earth. Beyond the pasture, the woods stood cool and shadowed beneath the fir trees, threaded through the little brooks and winding lanes that Anne Shirley had already begun to explore with her whole heart. The first 2 weeks she spent at Green Gables passed like a beautiful dream from which she feared she might someday awaken. Everything around her seemed alive with possibility. The orchard trees possessed personalities. The brook beyond the pasture never sounded the same twice. And the woodland lane beneath the cherry branches seemed to Anne the most enchanted place in Avonlea. Whenever her chores were finished, she disappeared happily outdoors with her hat hanging forgotten down her back and her imagination racing far ahead of her feet. Sometimes she wandered through the orchard naming trees, and sometimes she sat beside the brook watching sunlight tremble across the moving water while the wind stirred softly through the ferns around her. And sometimes she simply walked the woodland lane in silence, feeling as though the whole world had suddenly become much larger and lovelier than she had ever imagined possible. Green Gables itself no longer felt quite the same either. Wildflowers appeared unexpectedly in pitchers and jars. Strange romantic names had attached themselves to perfectly ordinary places. Questions floated down staircases at unusual hours. Even silence had changed somehow, as though imagination itself had quietly taken up residence within the old house. Marilla Cuthbert noticed these things more than she admitted. Though Anne exhausted her often and talked more than seemed entirely reasonable for any human creature, there was also something unexpectedly bright about her presence. The house felt livelier now, and Marilla, despite herself, had begun growing accustomed to it. Mrs. Rachel Lynde, however, had not yet seen these developments for herself. A severe attack of grippe had kept her confined to her own home ever since the memorable evening that Matthew turned unexpectedly from Bright River with an orphan girl instead of the boy that he had intended to adopt. Mrs. Rachel did not enjoy illness. She considered most ailments unnecessary inconveniences and privately believed many people surrendered to them far too willingly. Still, even she admitted the grippe possessed a severity unlike any ordinary sickness and must therefore be endured with Christian patience. But the moment her doctor permitted her outdoors again, curiosity carried her straight toward Green Gables. Indeed, the entire settlement of Avonlea had spent those 2 weeks discussing little besides Anne Shirley. Some declared the child clever. Some considered her peculiar. Others insisted she talked far too much. And nearly everyone agreed that Matthew Cuthbert already appeared astonishingly attached to her. Naturally, Mrs. Rachel intended to form her own conclusions. The afternoon she arrived lay warm and still beneath a pale blue sky, streaked with slow-moving clouds. The kitchen door stood open to the breeze, and the sunlight stretched in long golden bands across the scrubbed floorboards. Marilla sat near the window shelling peas while the clock ticked steadily behind her. Mrs. Rachel entered briskly, carrying with her a particular energy of someone who had come partly to visit and partly to investigate. "Well now, Martha Cuthbert," she declared after greetings had been exchanged, settling heavily into her chair. "I suppose you've had enough excitement here lately to last the rest of the year." Marilla's mouth twitched faintly. "We have had something different from usual," she admitted. "That's putting it mildly," said Miss Rachel. "Avonlea has scarcely spoken of anything else since Matthew brought home that child. I declare I was nearly distracted lying sick in bed, unable to come see for myself." Marilla continued shelling peas calmly. "Well, here you are now." Mrs. Rachel leaned forward slightly. "And what," she asked directly, "possessed you to keep her?" Marilla was silent a moment before answering. "At first, we fully intended to send her back." "I should think so." "But Matthew took a fancy to her." Mrs. Rachel lifted her eyebrows. "Matthew!" "Yes," said Marilla dryly. "Matthew." There was another small pause. "And I must say," Marilla continued more reluctantly, "the house feels different with her in it." Mrs. Rachel looked genuinely surprised. "Different how?" Marilla glanced toward the open doorway where the orchard shimmered softly in the afternoon light. "Livelier, perhaps." It was more than Marilla had intended to admit aloud, because it was true. Green Gables no longer felt entirely quiet. Mrs. Rachel studied her thoughtfully. "Well," she said at last, "I hope you understand what a responsibility you've taken upon yourselves. You know very little about her, or what sort of disposition she may truly have." "No," Marilla admitted, "we don't." Then after another moment she added quietly, "But she's trying very hard to be good." Outside, quick footsteps suddenly sounded across the porch. A moment later, Anne appeared breathlessly in the doorway. Her cheeks were flushed with running. Wisp of vivid red hair had escaped entirely from beneath her hat. She carried fern fronds and sprays of white blossom in one hand, and her gray eyes still shone with whatever marvelousness that she had discovered just beyond the outdoors. For one suspended moment, she stood framed between the dim kitchen and the bright orchard beyond. Then Mrs. Rachel Lynde looked her up and down plainly and thoroughly, and Anne's expression began to change. For a moment, no one spoke. The warm kitchen, so peaceful only seconds before, seemed to grow strangely still beneath Miss Rachel Lynde's sharp and thorough inspection. Anne remained standing in the doorway, clutching her wildflowers uncertainly. At first, she tried very hard to appear composed, Marilla noticed the effort immediately. Anne straightened her shoulders. She attempted a polite expression. She even tried, for one brief determined moment, to smile. But Mrs. Rachel continued looking at her. Not kindly, not cruelly, perhaps, but openly critical. Mrs. Rachel Lynde had always considered frankness a virtue. "Well," she said at last, "they didn't pick you for your looks, that's certain enough." The words landed in the room with astonishing clarity. Outside, somewhere beyond the orchard, a crow called lazily across the fields. Anne didn't move. Mrs. Rachel, entirely unaware that danger approached, continued calmly. "She's terribly skinny, Marilla, and homely, too. Come here, child. Let me look at you." Anne came forward automatically, as though too startled to resist. Mrs. Rachel tilted her head. "And that hair," she exclaimed. "Red as carrots, freckles all over her face, and such solemn big eyes." Each sentence seemed to strike separately. Marilla shifted uncomfortably. She had already learned there were certain subjects upon which Anne Shirley's feelings ran unusually deep. Mrs. Rachel, however, pressed onward cheerfully. "Well now, I suppose she can be trained out of some of her odd ways, if she's kept properly busy. But I never saw such red hair in my life." The silence afterward lasted only a heartbeat. Then Anne changed completely. The hurt rose into her face so suddenly and fiercely that it almost startled the room itself. Her gray eyes flashed. The flowers slipped forgotten from her hands onto the floorboards. "I hate you," she cried passionately. The words burst out of her like something long trapped and burning. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Mrs. Rachel recoiled in astonishment. "How dare you say such a thing to me?" she gasped. But Anne was beyond hearing her now. "How would you like it if somebody said that you were fat and clumsy and probably hadn't a spark of imagination in you?" Anne demanded, her whole small body trembling. "How would you like it if your hair was called red all the time? You don't know what it feels like." "Anne Shirley," Marilla said sharply. But Anne rushed on, years of humiliation and wounded vanity pouring suddenly into her speech. "I could endure being called ugly if people would only leave my hair alone," she cried miserably. "But they never do. I've tried to imagine it every other color, but it always stays red." Tears glittered furiously in her eyes now. "I would rather have coal-black hair all my life than red hair for one single minute." Then, before anybody could stop her, Anne turned and fled from the kitchen. They heard her fly up the stairs overhead. A door slammed violently. Then silence dropped over Green Gables once more. Mrs. Rachel stared at her in complete outrage. "Well," she declared at last. "Well, Marilla Cuthbert, I must say—" Marilla herself looked deeply disturbed. She was angry, certainly. No child under her roof had ever behaved in such a manner before. And yet beneath the anger lingered something else entirely. Because however dreadful Anne's outburst had been, Mrs. Rachel's words had not been kind. "She shouldn't have spoken to you that way," Marilla said firmly after a moment. "Anne was very wrong indeed." "She ought to be punished severely," said Mrs. Rachel. "Severely, Marilla." Marilla nodded. "Yes," she said quietly. "I believe she ought." But, even as she spoke, her eyes drifted upward toward the ceiling above them, toward the little East Gable room, where Anne Shirley was now crying out all the heartbreak of being 11 years old and desperately unhappy with the face that the world had given her. The kitchen remained quiet for some time after Mrs. Rachel Lynde departed. The afternoon sunlight had begun to shift lower now, turning the orchard outside the windows a softer, deeper green. Somewhere beyond the pasture, the brook moved quietly through the shadows beneath the trees, and now and then the breeze stirred the lace curtains faintly before settling again. Marilla sat still in her chair. The bowl of peas remained untouched in her lap. She was not a woman easily shaken, but the scene that had just taken place lingered unpleasantly in her mind. Anne's behavior had been shocking. There was no denying that. No child should speak to an elder in such a manner. And yet, Mrs. Rachel had spoken cruelly. And Marilla could admit that now, though she would never have said it out loud while Miss Rachel remained in the room. Matthew came in quietly from the yard a short while later, carrying the faint scent of hay and evening air with him. He stopped almost immediately when he saw Marilla's expression. "What's been going on?" he asked cautiously. Marilla gave him the entire account. Matthew listened silently while she described Miss Rachel's remarks, Anne's sudden fury, and the stormy retreat upstairs afterward. When she finished, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well now," he said at last, "I don't know as I can blame Anne altogether." "Matthew Cuthbert!" Marilla stared at him in disbelief. "Well," he said mildly, "Mrs. Rachel was pretty hard on her." "She insulted Mrs. Rachel dreadfully." "I know she did, but Anne's mighty sensitive." Marilla sighed impatiently. "That doesn't excuse such behavior. She'll have to apologize." Matthew looked uncertain. "She's had a hard time of it," he said quietly after a moment. Marilla rose from her chair. "That may be," she replied firmly, "but she must learn proper conduct if she's going to stay at Green Gables." The words hung briefly in the room. If she's going to stay. Neither of them spoke for a moment after that. Upstairs, the East Gable room remained silent. At last Marilla removed her apron and laid it carefully over the back of the chair. "I suppose I may as well go speak to her now," she said. The stairs creaked softly beneath her feet as she climbed. At the top landing, she paused briefly outside the East Gable door before knocking once. No answer came. Marilla opened the door. The room glowed faintly in the late afternoon light. The white curtain stirred gently at the open window, and the scent of apple blossoms drifted quietly through the room. Anne lay face downward across the bed, buried entirely beneath the pillow as though she hoped that the world might disappear if she refused to look at it. Marilla crossed the room. "Anne." No response. "Anne Shirley." Slowly, Anne lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and loose strands of vivid red hair clung untidily across her flushed cheeks. For a moment she said nothing. Then, in a voice trembling with exhausted misery, she whispered, "I suppose you've come to tell me I must leave Green Gables." Marilla's expression softened despite herself. "No, I haven't said anything about that." Anne stared at her uncertainly. "But you must apologize to Mrs. Rachel," Marilla continued firmly. "And I expect you to do it properly." The softness vanished from Anne's face immediately. Her whole expression hardened into a wounded pride. "I can never do that," she said. "You can." "I cannot," Anne repeated passionately. "Mrs. Rachel Lynde insulted me." "She was extremely thoughtless in what she said," Marilla admitted. "But that does not excuse your behavior." Anne sat upright now, trembling again with emotion. "You didn't hear what she said about my hair?" she whispered miserably. "People have laughed at it all my life." Tears filled her eyes once more. "I could bear anything better than red hair." For a moment, something flickered unexpectedly through Marilla's memory. The sharp remembered pain of childish humiliation long ago. Something awkward once said to her before strangers. Something never entirely forgotten. The feeling passed quickly. "Nevertheless," she said more gently, "you behaved badly, Anne, and you must ask Miss Rachel's forgiveness." Anne turned her face away toward the window where the evening light rested softly across the orchard trees. "I'd rather stay here in my room forever," she said quietly, "than to apologize to Mrs. Rachel Lynde." Evening settled slowly over Green Gables. The sunlight faded from the orchard little by little, leaving the apple trees standing dark and still, beneath a sky turning pale gold along the horizon. Down near the brook, the frogs had begun their quiet evening chorus, and now and then the breeze carried the scent of damp earth and blossoms through the open windows of the house. But in the east gable room, Anne Shirley remained entirely unconsoled. She sat beside the window, her knees drawn up beneath her chin, staring out toward the orchard with tragic determination. Marilla had left her there to think over her behavior. Supper came and went downstairs. Anne refused to come down. Matthew moved uneasily through the evening chores, speaking very little. More than once he glanced toward the staircase as though listening for footsteps that never came. At last, after the dishes were finished, and twilight had begun settling blue and quiet around the house, Marilla climbed the stairs once more. She found Anne exactly where she had left her. The child had scarcely moved. The moonlight now silvered the orchard outside the window, and Anne's small face looked pale and stubborn in the dim room. "Well, Anne," Marilla said, not unkindly, "have you thought better of it?" Anne shook her head slowly. "No," she said. "I cannot apologize." Marilla folded her hands together firmly. "Anne Shirley, I'm very sorry for you. You have a dreadful temper." Anne sighed deeply. "I know I have," she admitted sorrowfully. "That's why it's so tragic about me. If I can't control my temper, what will become of me?" For a moment, Marilla nearly smiled despite herself. Anne's despair was always so sincere, and somehow so dramatic. "I'm sure I don't know," Marilla replied. "But you'll know better next time." "Oh, I don't think there will ever be a next time," Anne said gloomily. "I've disgraced myself so completely that it feels as though nothing dreadful could possibly remain to happen anymore." Marilla sat down beside the bed at last. "Anne," she said more gently, "Mrs. Rachel certainly should not have spoken to you as she did. I'll admit that freely." Anne looked up quickly. "She hurt my feelings terribly," she whispered. "I know she did, but it doesn't justify the way you answered her." Anne turned toward the window again. "You don't know what it feels like to hate your appearance," she said after a moment. "Red hair is my lifelong sorrow." Marilla considered this quietly. Anne's misery over her hair seemed almost absurd sometimes, and yet entirely real to her. "I suppose we all have things we dislike about ourselves," Marilla said. "But mine shows all the time," Anne replied mournfully. "There's no escaping red hair." The moonlight drifted softly across the floorboards. For a little while neither of them spoke. Then Anne said suddenly, "Do you think I'm terribly wicked?" Marilla looked at her in surprise. "No, I wouldn't say wicked exactly. But I'm full of faults," Anne said sadly. "And there's so much in me that isn't what it ought to be. Sometimes I imagine I'm graceful and beautiful and perfectly good. But then I wake up and I remember I'm just Anne Shirley with red hair and freckles." Her voice trembled again. "I try very hard to be good, Marilla. Truly I do." Something softened quietly inside Marilla then. Not entirely, and not all at once, but enough. She reached out and straightened one of the loose strands of hair from Anne's face almost without thinking. "Well now," she said briskly a moment later, as though correcting herself, "you'll never improve matters by sitting up here and grieving all night." Anne gave a small sigh. "I suppose not." "And tomorrow," Marilla continued firmly, "you are going to apologize properly to Mrs. Rachel Lynde." The stubborn look returned immediately. Anne drew herself upright with quiet tragedy. "I would do almost anything for you if you asked it of me," she said solemnly. "But I cannot apologize to Mrs. Rachel." Marilla rose with a sigh. "Very well then," she said. "Stay here until you're willing." And after she had gone downstairs again, Anne returned to the window and sat gazing silently out across the moonlight orchard while the soft summer night gathered around Green Gables. Morning came softly to Green Gables. A pale golden light spread slowly across the orchard, touching the apple branches one by one, while the dew still clung silver bright to the grass below. Somewhere nearby, the brook birds were already singing busily to one another, and the cool air drifting through the open kitchen windows carried the fresh scent of clover and damp earth. But despite the beauty of morning, a shadow still lingered over the house. Anne remained upstairs in the east gable room. She had not apologized. And Marilla, though outwardly firm, had begun to feel quietly troubled by the entire situation. Matthew especially seemed unable to settle himself properly. At breakfast, he spoke less than usual, pushing his porridge around absent-mindedly, while his eyes drifted more than once toward the staircase. Marilla noticed it, though she pretended not to. "She'll stay up there until she's ready to behave properly," Marilla said with determination. Matthew gave a small nod. But later that afternoon, after Marilla had gone out to gather vegetables from the garden, Matthew quietly climbed the stairs himself. He moved, almost guiltily, pausing once midway as though he was afraid of being discovered. The east gable door stood slightly open. Inside, Anne sat by the window exactly as before, her chin resting upon her knees, while she gazed sorrowfully out across the orchard. The room felt very still. When she heard Matthew's footsteps, she turned quickly. "Oh," she said softly, "it's only you." Matthew shifted awkwardly near the doorway. "Marilla's out in the garden," he explained unnecessarily. Anne nodded gravely. "I suppose she's very disappointed in me." Matthew rubbed the back of his neck. "You were pretty hard on Mrs. Rachel," he said gently. Anne's eyes flashed immediately. "Mrs. Rachel was hard on me first," she declared. "That's true enough," Matthew admitted quietly. Anne looked relieved to hear someone say so out loud. "She said dreadful things about my hair," Anne continued miserably. "I know it's red. I know it's terribly red. But I don't see why everyone needs to keep reminding me of it." Matthew considered this. "I don't know as red hair's as bad as you think." Anne stared at him in astonishment. "Oh, Matthew," she whispered. "Do you really mean that?" He shifted again, faintly embarrassed. "It's different," he said. "And I don't mind different." For a moment Anne looked so deeply comforted that Matthew himself seemed embarrassed by it. The orchard branches stirred softly outside the window. After a while, Matthew cleared his throat. "Do you think," he asked carefully, "you might apologize to Mrs. Rachel?" Anne's tragic expression returned immediately. "Oh, Matthew, I can't," she said. "You don't know how impossible it is." Matthew considered this with deep seriousness. "Maybe it'll seem easier after it's done." Anne sighed heavily. "I suppose Marilla will never forgive me if I don't." "She's pretty set on it," Matthew admitted. Silence drifted between them for a moment, while sunlight moved slowly across the floorboards. Then Anne straightened suddenly. "If I do apologize," she asked solemnly, "do you suppose I'll still be allowed to stay at Green Gables?" Matthew's expression softened. "Well now," he said gently, "I reckon that's likely." Anne looked down at her folded hands. For a long moment she said nothing. Then at last she drew a deep breath. "Well," she announced with the fresh air of someone preparing for a noble sacrifice, "I suppose I shall have to do it." Matthew looked visibly relieved. "I knew you'd come around," he said quietly. "But it will be extremely humiliating," Anne warned him. "Well, sometimes that can't be helped," Matthew replied gently. Anne considered this thoughtfully, as though it were a profound piece of wisdom. Outside, beyond the orchard, the summer afternoon drifted peacefully onward, while somewhere downstairs, Marilla moved quietly through the kitchen, unaware that Matthew Cuthbert had just gently helped save the harmony of Green Gables once again. The following evening arrived soft and golden over Avonlea. The heat of the day had begun to ease, and a quiet gentleness settled across the fields as the sun lowered itself toward the horizon. Along the roadside, wildflowers nodded faintly in the breeze, and the orchard trees stood washed in the kind of warm light that seemed to soften even ordinary things. Anne Shirley, however, felt no softness whatsoever. She walked beside Marilla with the solemn expression of someone proceeding toward the most dreadful fate. "I feel," Anne said mournfully, after several moments of silence, "as if I were walking to my execution." Marilla gave her a sidelong glance. "You are only going to apologize to Miss Rachel," she said. "You'll survive it perfectly well." "I don't know," Anne sighed tragically. "My spirit feels almost entirely crushed." Yet even in the midst of her suffering, Anne's imagination had not deserted her completely. The evening itself was too beautiful for that. After a while, she looked upward through the branches overhead where sunlight flickered between the leaves. "Do you suppose," she asked quietly, "that trees have souls?" Marilla looked startled. "Souls?" "Yes," Anne said earnestly. "It seems dreadful to imagine they don't. This old road would feel terribly lonely if trees were only trees." Marilla suppressed the faintest hint of amusement. "You are the oddest child," she said. "I know," Anne admitted sadly. "And I suppose being odd is another thing wrong with me." For a little while they walked quietly on. Mrs. Rachel's house soon came into view beyond the lane, its windows glowing softly in the lowering light. Anne's expression darkened once again. "I'm afraid I shall never be able to say it," she whispered. "You promised Matthew," Marilla reminded her calmly. Anne sighed. "Yes," she said, "and Matthew looks so hopeful that I feel wicked disappointing him." When they reached the gate, Anne stopped entirely. For a moment, she simply stood there gathering her courage. Then, with the air of someone accepting unavoidable doom, she straightened her shoulders and walked beside Marilla up the path. Mrs. Rachel answered the door herself. "Well now," she said, sounding slightly surprised. "This is neighborly." Marilla wasted little time. "Anne has something she wishes to say to you." For one terrible moment, Anne stood perfectly still. Then suddenly, she changed. Her face lifted, her eyes grew solemn, and before Marilla could entirely prepare herself, Anne clasped her hands dramatically together and began. "Mrs. Rachel Lynde," she said with tragic sincerity, "I am exceedingly sorry for my dreadful behavior yesterday." Mrs. Rachel blinked. Anne continued with increasing emotion. "I cannot express how deeply I regret losing my temper and speaking so disrespectfully. I was wicked and ungrateful and entirely unfit for civilized society." Marilla pressed her lips together firmly. Anne's voice trembled beautifully now. "You spoke truths that were painful to hear," she continued mournfully. "But pain does not justify bad manners, and though my hair is red beyond all reasonable endurance—" Here Marilla cleared her throat pointedly. Anne adjusted herself immediately. "I should not have spoken as I did," she finished solemnly. "I humbly ask your forgiveness." The room fell very quiet. Mrs. Rachel stared at her. Then, to Marilla's surprise, her expression softened completely. "Well now," she said at last, clearly touched despite herself. There, child. I suppose I was a bit too blunt myself." Anne looked up cautiously. "You forgive me?" "Of course I do," said Mrs. Rachel warmly. "And perhaps I oughtn't have said quite so much about your hair." Anne gave a small sigh of relief that seemed to come from her entire being. "You see," Mrs. Rachel continued kindly now, "red hair may darken as you grow older." Anne's eyes widened immediately. "Do you truly think so?" "It might," said Mrs. Rachel. Anne turned radiant at once. Hope entered her expression so swiftly and completely that even Marilla found herself quietly amused. The walk home afterward felt entirely different. The sky had deepened into soft evening gold, and the scent of wildflowers drifted faintly through the cooling air. Anne skipped once unexpectedly before catching herself. "I feel much happier now," she confessed, "though it was horribly humiliating while it lasted." Marilla glanced at her. "You did very well," she admitted. And though Anne didn't notice it, Marilla's voice sounded warmer than before. The road home seemed gentler somehow after that. The sky above Avonlea had softened into long streaks of gold and pale rose, and the evening air had moved quietly through the trees as though the whole world had settled into rest after the heat of the day. Along the roadside, wildflowers nodded faintly in the breeze, their colors fading gently beneath the lowering light. Anne walked beside Marilla with a noticeably lighter step. The terrible burden of apology had been survived. And perhaps, even more importantly, Mrs. Rachel had suggested that red hair might someday darken. Hope alone was not enough to brighten Anne's spirits astonishingly. For a little while, she walked quietly, unusually thoughtful. Then at last, she sighed happily. "It's a lovely night to be going home," she said softly. The words landed unexpectedly. Home. Marilla said nothing at first, but something about hearing Anne speak of Green Gables that way settled quietly inside of her. Only a few weeks ago the child had arrived frightened and uncertain, speaking endlessly because silence itself had frightened her. And now she spoke of Green Gables as home. Anne glanced upward through the branches overhead where the evening light flickered softly between the leaves. "Everything feels prettier when one is happy," she continued. "Even trees seem friendlier." Marilla gave the faintest shake of her head. "You and your imagination," she said. Anne smiled. "I can't help imagining things," she admitted. "It's one of the few comforts I've always had." Her voice softened slightly then. "When I was unhappy somewhere, I used to imagine a place where people wanted me." Marilla glanced at her. Anne was looking ahead at the road now, speaking thoughtfully rather than sadly. "I imagined a house with trees nearby," she continued, "and a room of my own, and people who might be glad if I stayed." The honesty of it settled quietly between them. Marilla didn't quite know what to say. There had been loneliness in the child's life far deeper than she had first understood. And though Anne often exhausted her, there was something unexpectedly touching in the way she treasured every ordinary kindness. They continued down the lane while crickets began singing softly from the tall grasses nearby. Farther off, the first evening shadows had begun gathering beneath the orchard trees. After a while, Anne said thoughtfully, "Do you know what I was imagining while we walked?" "I'm afraid to ask," Marilla replied dryly. Anne laughed softly. "I imagined the wind was carrying little pieces of happiness through the trees," she said, "and anyone who walked beneath them got a tiny bit, even without noticing." Marilla raised an eyebrow. "That sounds unlikely." "Yes," Anne agreed cheerfully, "but pleasant things needn't always be likely." The road curved gently ahead. Farther off, Green Gables had begun to appear through the trees, its windows catching the last pale glow of sunset. Anne grew quiet again. Then after a long pause, she spoke very softly. "I was terribly afraid today," she admitted. Marilla looked toward her. "I thought perhaps you might send me away after all." Something in the quiet honesty of it tugged unexpectedly at Marilla. "You behaved badly," she said after a moment. "But I never said I meant to send you away." "No," Anne said softly. "But sometimes people send you away, even when they don't mean to at first." The words lingered. Marilla looked ahead toward the house in the distance. For the first time, she found herself trying to imagine Green Gables without Anne in it. The thought felt strangely empty. Before she quite realized it, Anne slipped her hand into hers. The gesture came so unexpectedly that Marilla almost startled. "Thank you," Anne said quietly. "For what?" "For keeping me," Anne answered simply. Marilla hesitated. "We haven't said anything final yet," she replied automatically. But the words sounded less certain than before. Anne smiled faintly. "I think perhaps you're beginning to like me a little," she said. Marilla made a small sound of protest. "You shouldn't imagine too much." But Anne only smiled to herself. The evening breeze drifted gently around them, and when they finally reached Green Gables, the house no longer felt uncertain to Anne. It felt welcoming, almost as though she belonged there. A few peaceful days passed after Anne's apology to Mrs. Rachel Lynde. Green Gables settled once more in its familiar rhythm, though somehow it no longer felt quite as quiet as it once had. Anne's presence had become woven into days. Her voice drifted unexpectedly through the open windows. Wildflowers continued appearing mysteriously in jars upon shelves. Questions emerged at supper that neither Matthew nor Marilla had ever once considered asking themselves. And though Marilla would not have admitted it out loud, the house no longer felt lonely. Still, there remained certain practical matters to address. One Saturday afternoon, Marilla announced that Anne would soon need more suitable clothing. Anne listened eagerly from the kitchen table while Marilla explained the matter in her practical way. "You've hardly enough dresses to last," Marilla said. "And what you do have is worn beyond usefulness. I'll make you 3 new everyday dresses." Anne's eyes brightened immediately. "Oh, Marilla," she exclaimed. "Will they be beautiful?" Marilla looked mildly alarmed. "They'll be sensible," she said. "Strong cotton, plain and serviceable." Something hopeful in Anne's expression faded slightly. "Oh," she said. Marilla continued as though discussing the weather. "There's no need for fancy things. You're much too young for foolishness." Anne folded her hands together in her lap. "I don't suppose," she asked cautiously, "they might possibly have puffed sleeves?" Marilla looked honestly bewildered. "Puffed sleeves?" "Yes," Anne said wistfully. "Just little ones, perhaps." Her eyes grew dreamy at once. "I've always thought puffed sleeves were the most beautiful thing in the world." Marilla gave a firm shake of her head. "Certainly not. Puffed sleeves are ridiculous looking." The disappointment that crossed Anne's face was so sincere that even Marilla almost softened. Almost. "But everyone else has them," Anne said sadly. "At least all the girls I've ever seen who looked beautiful." "You're not to concern yourself with such nonsense," Marilla replied. Anne sighed deeply. "Well," she said with quiet tragedy, "I suppose I can endure plain sleeves if I must." But it was clear endurance was exactly how she intended to think of it. Sunday arrived bright and clear. The morning sunlight lay warm across the orchard, and the fields beyond Green Gables shimmered softly beneath the breeze. Anne stood near the doorway preparing for church with nervous excitement. This would be her first Sunday in Avonlea church. Marilla had brushed Anne's hair smooth and braided it carefully, though nothing could quite tame its fiery brightness. Her new hat, a practical one decorated with small wreath of pale artificial flowers, sat somewhat uncertainly upon her head. Anne studied herself with visible disappointment. "I suppose I look exactly like everybody else," she said mournfully. "You look perfectly respectable," Marilla replied. Anne sighed. I think respectable people must have very dull lives. Matthew, standing quietly nearby, nearly smiled. When they arrived at church, Anne's excitement returned all at once. The little white building stood peacefully among the trees, sunlight falling softly across its steps, while people gathered outside greeting one another in cheerful clusters. Anne looked everywhere at once. "So many people," she whispered. Then as they entered, another feeling slowly crept over her. The other girls looked at her. Not cruelly, perhaps, but curiously. Her plain dress, her vivid hair, her serious gray eyes, and suddenly felt painfully aware of herself all over again. She sat very still beside Marilla, and though the church itself glowed warmly with sunlight spilling through the tall windows, Anne could not help wishing, just a little, that she possessed puffed sleeves after all. The service passed slowly for Anne Shirley. Sunlight spilled softly through the tall church windows, laying warm squares of gold across the wooden pews, while voices rose and settled around her in hymns she did not know yet. Outside, beyond the glass, summer waited patiently. The trees stirred in the breeze, clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky, and somewhere beyond the churchyard, hidden from sight, the waters of Barry's pond lay shining quietly beneath the morning sun. Anne sat very straight beside Marilla, trying very hard to behave properly. But behaving properly, she soon discovered, was rather difficult when one's mind possessed so many directions in which to wander. The minister's prayers seemed extremely long. Not unpleasant, exactly, only very long. Anne listened earnestly at first, but before many minutes had passed, her imagination had quietly begun slipping elsewhere. She found herself wondering what it might be like to live in a place where every Sunday looked exactly the same forever. Would heaven contain sermons? Would angels sit quietly through them? Would they perhaps have gardens nearby where one could walk afterward? That seemed more likely somehow. Then her attention drifted to the girls seated a few pews ahead. Several wore beautiful puffed sleeves. Anne tried very hard not to stare, but she couldn't help noticing how graceful they looked whenever they turned their heads. For one tragic moment she imagined herself among them, her hair dark and shining, her sleeves beautifully puffed, everyone admiring her quietly instead of staring curiously. The picture lasted only a moment. Reality returned quickly enough. She glanced down at her own plain dress and sighed inwardly. Poor Anne Shirley. No puffed sleeves. No lovely dark hair. Only freckles and red braids and sensible clothing. Still, she reminded herself sternly, one must endure disappointment bravely. At last the service ended. Outside, sunlight greeted them warmly again. People lingered in the little clusters near the church steps, speaking quietly while children wandered between them. Anne breathed deeply as though relieved to discover that the world had resumed its proper shape. The ride home passed gently. The road wound between fields washed bright beneath the noon light, and the breeze moved softly through the grasses beside them. At first, Anne sat quietly, unusually thoughtful. Then, at last, she sighed. "Well," she said solemnly, "I think church would be much more interesting if ministers talked about things one could imagine." Marilla looked at her cautiously. "Church is not meant for entertainment." "No," Anne admitted, "but imagination seems as though it ought to belong there somehow." She looked thoughtfully across the fields. "I liked the prayers best," she added after a moment, "though I kept wondering whether heaven might perhaps be full of flowering trees." Marilla suppressed the faintest trace of amusement. "You think about the oddest things." Anne smiled softly. "I know," she said, "but thinking ordinary thoughts seems terribly difficult." The buggy rolled quietly onward. Ahead,
Green Gables slowly came into view once more, resting peacefully among the orchard trees. Anne looked toward it with quiet pleasure. Then suddenly she brightened. "Oh," she exclaimed, "I almost forgot." "What now?" Marilla asked. "I've decided," Anne said gravely, "that the pond near the road ought to have a proper name." Marilla sighed inwardly. Of course it ought. "It seems dreadful," Anne continued earnestly, "for beautiful places to go about being called ordinary things." The breeze drifted softly through the trees, and while Marilla listened, half resigned, patient, Anne Shirley began imagining names for the world around her once again, as though beauty itself had become something too important to leave unnoticed.
The soft light of the late afternoon rested quietly in the east gable room. Outside the window, the orchard shimmered beneath the slow warmth of early summer. Apple branches stirred gently in the breeze, and somewhere, beyond the pasture, the brook moved softly through the trees, hidden but always faintly heard, if one listened closely enough. Inside, Anne Shirley stood solemnly at the foot of her bed. Before her lay 3 new dresses spread carefully across the quilt. Marilla stood nearby, watching with practical satisfaction. "Well," she asked at last, "how do you like them?" Anne didn't answer immediately. She looked very carefully at the dresses. One was made of sturdy brown gingham, sensible and strong enough for everyday wear. Another was black and white sateen, neat and proper for Sundays. The third was a stiff blue print in a shade Anne privately found rather sorrowful. Marilla had sewn every one herself. The stitches were neat, the hems were straight, the sleeves— Anne's face fell just a little. The sleeves were perfectly, hopelessly plain. At last Anne folded her hands together. "I'll imagine that I like them," she said soberly. Marilla looked offended immediately. "I don't want you to imagine it," she said briskly. "Oh, I can see you don't like them. What is the matter with them? Aren't they neat and clean and new?" "Yes," admitted Anne. "Then why don't you like them?" Anne hesitated. "They're—" she began carefully, then reluctantly. "They're not pretty." "Pretty?" Marilla gave a little sniff. "I didn't trouble my head about pretty dresses for you, Anne. I don't believe in pampering vanity. Those dresses are good, sensible, serviceable dresses, and they're all you'll get this summer." Anne listened quietly. Outside, sunlight flickered softly across the orchard grass, while the breeze shifted the curtains at the open window. "The brown gingham and the blueprint will do for school when you begin," Marilla continued. "And the sateen is for church and Sunday school. I expect you to keep them neat and not tear them. You ought to be grateful to have anything after those skimpy old things you've been wearing." Anne turned quickly. "Oh, I am grateful," she protested earnestly. Then her voice softened. "But I'd be ever so much more grateful if you had just made one of them with puffed sleeves." Marilla blinked. "Puffed sleeves?" Anne clasped her hands together. "Puffed sleeves are so fashionable now," she said wistfully. "It would give me such a thrill, Marilla, just to wear a dress with puffed sleeves." She said it with such aching sincerity that even the room itself seemed briefly to pause around the sorrow of it. For Anne Shirley, puffed sleeves were not merely sleeves. They belonged to the beautiful girls. Girls who were admired, girls who fit easily into the world, girls who were not painfully aware of red hair and freckles and plain clothing. Marilla, however, remained unmoved. "Well, you'll have to do without your thrill," she said firmly. "I hadn't any material to waste on puffed sleeves, and I think they're ridiculous-looking things anyhow. I prefer plain, sensible ones." Anne sighed deeply. "But I'd rather look ridiculous when everybody else does," she said mournfully, "than plain and sensible all by myself." Marilla shook her head. "Trust you for saying such a thing." Then gathering herself back into practical matters, she added, "Well now, hang those dresses carefully in your closet, and sit down to learn your Sunday school lesson. Mr. Bell sent over a quarterly for you." Anne looked up. "I'm going to Sunday school tomorrow?" "You are," Marilla replied, "and you'd best be prepared." Marilla turned and disappeared downstairs with the brisk determination of someone who had considered the matter entirely settled. Anne remained standing quietly beside the bed. The 3 dresses lay before her. Plain, neat, and perfectly sensible. Slowly, she reached out and touched the black and white sateen meant for Sundays. "I did hope," she whispered softly to herself, "that there might be one white dress with puff sleeves." The orchard breeze drifted gently through the window. "I prayed for one," Anne admitted sadly. "Though I didn't very much expect it, I knew God was likely far too busy for a little orphaned girl's sleeves." But after a moment, her imagination, faithful as ever, quietly came to comfort her. "Well," she sighed at last, sitting carefully upon the edge of the bed, "I can imagine one of them as a white muslin." And her eyes softened dreamily, with lovely lace frills. And then, with deep satisfaction, and 3 beautiful puffs upon each sleeve. The Sunday morning dawned bright and beautiful over Green Gables. Sunlight slipped softly through the orchard trees, touching the grass with pale gold while the breeze wandered lazily through the apple branches, as though the whole world had awakened gently, without hurry. Beyond the pasture, the brook moved quietly through its familiar path beneath the fir trees. The air smelled of summer, fresh earth, wild roses, and somewhere nearby, bread cooling in the kitchen. But inside Green Gables, Anne Shirley stood before the looking-glass in considerable distress. She was dressed for Sunday school. Marilla had braided her vivid red hair as neatly as possible, though no amount of careful brushing ever seemed capable of persuading it to be in true obedience. Her new black and white sateen dress fit properly, sensibly, hopelessly. The sleeves remained as plain as sorrow itself. And then there was the hat. Anne looked at it mournfully. A practical straw hat. Perfectly respectable, perfectly dull. Marilla, suffering from one of her headaches, sat nearby with the weary patience of someone who wished only for quiet. "There now," she said. "You look perfectly nice." Anne sighed. "I suppose," she said sadly, "that nobody could possibly look romantic in a hat like this." "You're not going to Sunday school to look romantic." "No," Anne admitted, "but it would be easier to be good if one looked just a little bit beautiful." Marilla chose not to answer that. Instead, she gave practical instructions. "You'll go on ahead yourself today," she said. "My head's too bad for church." Anne's expression brightened slightly at the responsibility. "Alone?" "Yes, and when you get there, ask Miss Rachel Lynde where we sit." Anne nodded solemnly. "I shall remember. Mind your manners." "I shall try very hard. And don't go wandering off imagining things." Anne hesitated. "That may be rather difficult," she admitted honestly. Marilla gave her a look. Then, with a sigh, "Well, just do your best." Outside, the world felt too beautiful to remain entirely sorrowful. The lane stretched warmly ahead beneath the summer sun. Wildflowers nodded beside the fences, and the breeze moved softly through the trees overhead. And though Anne had begun the morning feeling deeply unfortunate about her sleeves, hope slowly returned. Sunday school. Perhaps there would be kind girls. Perhaps someone might speak to her. Perhaps someone might even become a friend. Then suddenly, Anne stopped walking. Growing cheerfully along the roadside were wild roses. Buttercups, too. Bright little pieces of summer. Anne stood very still. The hat. It was plain. Very plain. But perhaps it need not remain so. No Marilla, no practical objections. Only flowers. Beauty, possibility. Carefully Anne gathered blossoms. Golden buttercups, wild roses blushing softly in the sunlight, and with deep artistic seriousness, she tucked them in lovingly around the brim of her hat. When she finally paused beside the brook to admire herself in the trembling reflection, her face brightened all at once. For the first time that morning, she smiled. "Well," Anne whispered softly, "I think I look ever so much more hopeful." Then lifting her head bravely, Anne Shirley continued down the road towards Sunday school, entirely unaware that respectable Avonlea society was about to be quietly horrified. The little white Sunday school building stood quietly among the trees, bright beneath the warm morning sunlight. Children were already gathering outside in little groups, their voices drifting softly through the summer air while the breeze moved lazily through the grass beside the path. Anne paused just beyond the gate. For one uncertain moment, all her courage disappeared. The flowers on her hat suddenly felt too bright, her sleeves much too plain, her red braids much too noticeable. What if no one liked her? What if they all stared? What if every single girl in Avonlea immediately decided she was odd? Anne clasped her hands together tightly. Then, reminding herself that brave people must surely feel frightened sometimes, she walked forward. At once she saw Mrs. Rachel Lynde standing near the doorway speaking to several women. Anne remembered Marilla's instructions. "Ask Mrs. Rachel where we sit." She fully intended to do so. Truly she did. But Mrs. Rachel looked busy, very busy, and besides, Anne suddenly felt shy. The sort of shyness that arises unexpectedly and settles heavily upon one, just when courage is most needed. Before she could gather herself properly, a teacher with kind but hurried manners approached. "You're Anne Shirley, aren't you?" she asked pleasantly. Anne nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Well now, come along. We'll find a place for you." And before Anne had entirely understood what was happening, she had been led inside. The room felt warm and unfamiliar. Sunlight spilled softly through the windows in long golden shapes across the floorboards. Children sat comfortably beside friends. Whispers drifted gently between benches. Everything felt already settled. Already belonging to someone else, Anne sat very straight, very still, which for Anne Shirley required considerable effort. She looked around quietly, and then her heart sank. Puffed sleeves everywhere. White sleeves puffed softly at their shoulders, blue sleeves gathered neatly, pink sleeves with tiny ruffles, beautiful sleeves, fashionable sleeves, sleeves belonging to girls who undoubtedly fit perfectly into Avonlea without needing to imagine themselves there first. Anne looked sorrowfully down at her own, flat, entirely flat. The old grief returned at once. For a moment, she imagined herself transformed. Dark, shining hair instead of red, a snowy muslin dress, and 3 beautiful puffs upon each sleeves. Girls smiling when she entered, someone whispering softly, "Isn't she lovely?" But imagination faded quickly. Reality remained. Freckles, red braids, perfectly sensible sleeves, and flowers. Far too many flowers. Several girls looked curiously at her hat. One whispered something to another. Anne lowered her eyes at once. Suddenly, the buttercups no longer seemed artistic, only alarming. The lessons began. Anne tried very hard to pay attention. Truly she did. But attention wandered easily when one possessed a mind inclined toward dreaming. And outside the window, the trees moved softly in the breeze. Farther away, sunlight shimmered across the pond. The one Anne had already privately begun thinking deserved a far more romantic name than Barry's Pond. The teacher spoke. Children answered questions. Pages turned softly. But Anne's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Toward shining water, toward beautiful names, toward belonging, and toward the quiet, aching hope that perhaps somewhere in Avonlea there might be yet another lonely girl who needed a friend. When Sunday school ended at last, Anne stepped outside into the sunlight once again. No one had been unkind, but no one had really spoken to her either. And as she walked slowly home, Anne could not quite decide whether the morning had been dreadful or simply lonely. The walk home from Sunday school felt quieter than Anne had imagined it would. The summer afternoon lay warm and golden over Avonlea. Sunlight drifted softly through the trees, and the road curved gently between fields where wildflowers nodded lazily in the breeze. Other children walked together ahead in cheerful little groups, their laughter floating now and then through the stillness. Anne walked alone. No one had been unkind, not truly, but no one had spoken very much to her either. She had answered the teacher's questions properly. She had behaved exactly as Marilla had instructed. She had remained perfectly respectable, despite the sorrow of her sleeves. And yet, the whole morning had left her with a curious feeling of loneliness she could not entirely explain. At last, Green Gables appeared ahead through the orchard trees, peaceful beneath the afternoon sunlight. Smoke drifted lazily from the chimney. The familiar kitchen windows stood open to the breeze, and somehow, coming home felt comforting. Marilla sat near the window when Anne entered, resting quietly after her headache. "Well," she said, glancing up, "how did you like Sunday school?" Anne removed her hat carefully. "I didn't like it a bit," she said solemnly. "It was horrid." "Anne Shirley!" Marilla looked genuinely startled. Anne sighed deeply and sat down. "I behaved beautifully," she explained. "Exactly as you told me. Mrs. Rachel wasn't there, so I went in by myself and sat quietly, but Mr. Bell prayed an awfully long prayer." Marilla gave her a look. "You should have listened respectfully." "I tried to," Anne said earnestly, "but the window was beside me." This, to Anne, seemed explanation enough. "It looked over the water so beautifully," she continued dreamily, "and the sunlight fell through the white birches in such a lovely way that I kept imagining splendid things." Marilla pressed her lips together. "You shouldn't have been imagining things in church." "But the prayer wasn't talking to me," Anne said reasonably. "It was talking to God, and somehow," she hesitated thoughtfully, "it didn't really seem as though Mr. Bell was terribly interested in it either." "Anne!" Marilla sounded scandalized. Anne hurried onward. "And then Sunday school itself was disappointing." "How so?" Anne looked down mournfully at her sleeves. Everyone else had puffed sleeves. The tragedy of this seemed difficult to overstate. "Every single girl," Anne continued sadly. "I tried to imagine mine puffed too, but it was dreadfully hard among girls who had real ones." Marilla had made a sound of impatience. "You should have been attending to the lesson." "Oh, I knew the answers," Anne said quickly. "I answered a great many questions, though I didn't think Mrs. Rogerson was a kindred spirit." Marilla sighed. "I wish you wouldn't talk such nonsense." Anne leaned her cheek into her hand. "I suppose I am peculiar," she admitted mournfully, "and nobody talked to me very much." Something quiet settled beneath the words. For a brief moment, Marilla said nothing. Then Anne brightened suddenly. "But there was one lovely thing." "What was that?" "The pond," Anne said at once. Marilla blinked. "The pond?" "Yes, the one near the road. Calling it Barry's Pond seemed so terribly ordinary for something so beautiful." Her gray eyes brightened again. "I've decided to call it the Lake of Shining Waters." The name seemed to settle softly into the kitchen. Outside, sunlight shimmered faintly through the orchard leaves. Marilla shook her head. "You're forever imagining names for things." "I can't help it," Anne said gently. "Beautiful places ought to have beautiful names." And though Marilla only gave a small, practical sniff, she privately thought the pond had never sounded prettier. Nearly a week passed after Anne's first Sunday school experience. Life at Green Gables settled back into its quiet rhythm. The mornings filled themselves with chores. Afternoons drifted softly through the orchard beneath the warm early summer sun. And though Anne still suffered privately over the tragedy of plain sleeves, she had begun to find comfort in smaller things.
The brook beyond the pasture had now been firmly renamed in her imagination. The pond near the road remained forever, to Anne, the Lake of Shining Waters. And nearly every ordinary corner of Green Gables had acquired some beautiful title of its own. Still, there were moments when the loneliness returned unexpectedly. No one at Sunday school had truly spoken to her. No particular friend had appeared. And now and then Anne found herself wondering whether perhaps Avonlea had already quietly decided that she was too peculiar to belong. It was on a warm Friday afternoon that Marilla returned home from visiting Mrs. Rachel Lynde. Anne sat at the kitchen table, hemming dish towels with deep concentration, though every few minutes she paused to gaze thoughtfully through the open window where sunlight shimmered softly through the orchard leaves. The door opened. Marilla entered, and immediately Anne sensed something was wrong. Marilla removed her bonnet with unusual briskness. Then she turned. "Anne Shirley," she said. The tone alone was enough to make Anne set down her sewing. "Yes, Marilla?" Marilla folded her hands. "Mrs. Rachel Lynde tells me you went to church last Sunday with wild roses and buttercups stuck all over your hat." Anne blinked, then looked honestly surprised. "Yes," she said. Marilla stared. "You mean to tell me," she said slowly, "you deliberately decorated your hat with flowers?" Anne looked puzzled. "Why, yes," she said. "I thought it looked pretty." Marilla sank into a chair. "Pretty?" The word sounded nearly tragic. "Anne Shirley," she said, "didn't you know people would think such a thing ridiculous?" Anne's face changed at once. The brightness faded. "I didn't think they would," she said softly. Then after a pause, "The other girls had flowers." "Artificial flowers," Marilla replied firmly. "Respectable flowers." Anne looked stricken. "I only wanted my hat to look beautiful," she said quietly. The hurt in her voice settled into the kitchen. For a moment Marilla said nothing. Then, still trying to remain practical, "Mrs. Rachel says people were talking about it." Anne's gray eyes widened in horror. "Talking? Yes." The silence that followed lasted only a moment, before Anne's expression collapsed completely. "Oh dear," she whispered miserably. Her face crumpled. "I suppose I've disgraced myself forever." Tears filled her eyes. "I always do everything wrong." "Now, Anne." "No," Anne said sorrowfully. "You ought to send me back." Marilla blinked. "Send you back?" "Yes," continued Anne tragically. "I'm a dreadful burden to you. I can see it plainly. Nobody will ever want me because I'm too strange." The tears slipped freely now. "I try very hard to behave," she whispered, "but dreadful things keep happening to me." Marilla sighed. The child could turn even flowers into catastrophe. Yet beneath the dramatics, the misery was entirely real. And suddenly, Marilla felt sorry for her. "Well now," she said more gently, "there's no use crying so over it. You didn't mean any harm." Anne looked up uncertainly. "You're not angry forever?" "Of course not." Anne gave a trembling sigh. Then Marilla, after a brief pause, said casually, "There's something else I meant to tell you." Anne looked up quickly. "Yes?" "Diana Barry came from Carmody this afternoon." For one suspended moment, Anne forgot entirely about disgrace. "A girl?" she whispered. "Yes, about your age." Hope entered Anne's face so suddenly it almost startled the room. "Oh, Marilla," she breathed softly, "do you think she might possibly be willing to be friends with me?" And just like that, the whole world seemed full of possibility, once again. The walk to Orchard Slope felt much shorter to Marilla than it did to Anne. Marilla moved with practical purpose along the narrow path that crossed the brook and climbed the fir-shadowed hill, her thoughts occupied with the skirt pattern she hoped to borrow from Mrs. Barry. Beside her, Anne fluttered between excitement and dread so completely that she scarcely knew what to do with herself. "Oh, Marilla," she burst out suddenly, clutching at her hands. "I'm frightened. Now that it has truly come, I'm actually frightened. What if Diana doesn't like me?
It would be the most tragical disappointment of my whole life." Marilla cast her a sidelong glance. "Now don't get into a fluster," she said briskly. "And I do wish you wouldn't use such long words. They sound so funny in a little girl." Anne looked solemn. "But it is a long feeling," she said softly. "Small words don't seem large enough for it." Marilla suppressed the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Well, I suppose Diana will like you well enough," she said. "It's her mother you've got to reckon with. Mrs. Barry is very particular." Anne's expression grew instantly grave. "If she doesn't like you," Marilla continued, "it won't matter much how fond Diana is. If she's heard about your troubles with Mrs. Lynde, or about church with buttercups all over your hat, I don't know what she'll think of you." Anne pressed her lips together anxiously. "I shall try very hard to behave perfectly," she promised. "I shall not say anything startling, unless perhaps something startles me first." "For pity's sake," Marilla muttered. "The child's trembling." And trembling Anne certainly was. By the time Orchard Slope came into view, beyond the trees, her face had gone pale beneath her freckles, and she walked with all the solemnity of someone approaching her own fate. "Oh, Marilla," she whispered as they reached the lane, "you would be excited too if you were going to meet a little girl you hoped might become your bosom friend, and whose mother might not like you." Orchard Slope stood pleasant and orderly in the soft glow of the evening. The fir trees behind the house cast long shadows over the garden, and warm sunlight lingered across the yard as though reluctant to leave. Mrs. Barry answered Marilla's knock at the kitchen door. She was tall and dark, with black eyes that missed very little and a mouth that seemed quite determined about everything. Though perfectly cordial, she carried herself with an air of someone who expected children to behave properly, without discussion. "How do you do, Marilla?" she said warmly. "Come in. And this must be the little girl you adopted, I suppose." "Yes, this is Anne Shirley," Marilla replied. Anne stepped forward quickly. "Spelled with an E," she said earnestly, breathless with importance. Though frightened and as excited as she was, she could not allow there to be a misunderstanding on so serious a matter. Mrs. Barry, either not hearing or not entirely understanding, shook Anne's hand kindly. "How do you do?" Anne drew herself up straight. "I am well in body," she said gravely, "although considerably rumpled up in spirit. Thank you, ma'am." Then leaning slightly towards Marilla, in an anxious whisper that was not nearly so quiet as she intended, she added, "There wasn't anything startling in that, was there, Marilla?" Before Marilla could answer, Anne's attention shifted. A little girl had risen from the sofa, where she had been reading. She had dark hair and bright black eyes like her mother's, rosy cheeks, and the sort of merry expression that made one feel instantly hopeful. The book had slipped forgotten into her lap as she stared shyly at the stranger. "This is my little girl, Diana," Mrs. Barry said. "Diana, perhaps you might take Anne into the garden and show her the flowers." The two girls looked at one another uncertainly. Outside, the garden waited in the soft gold of the late afternoon. Sunlight streamed between the old firs, touching winding paths and flowers that spilled over their borders in every color imaginable. Bees hummed lazily among the blossoms, and somewhere, leaves whispered softly overhead. For one quiet moment, Anne almost forgot to be frightened. "Oh, Diana," she breathed at last, clasping her hands together, "do you think you could like me a little? Enough to be my bosom friend?" Diana laughed softly. Diana always laughed before she spoke. "Why, I guess so," she said frankly. "I'm awfully glad you've come to Green Gables. It'd be splendid to have somebody to play with." And just like that, something inside Anne seemed to unfold like a flower turning towards the sunlight. "I think," she said very solemnly, "this may be the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Diana laughed. Diana always laughed before she spoke. "Why, I guess so," she said frankly. "I'm awfully glad you've come to live here at Green Gables. It will be splendid to have somebody to play with. There isn't another girl who lives near enough." Anne clasped her hands together. "Oh," she breathed, "do you really, truly think that you could be my bosom friend?" I suppose so, Diana said with a smile. Anne stepped closer, her gray eyes shining. But will you swear to be my friend forever and ever? She asked eagerly. Diana stared. Why, it's dreadfully wicked to swear, she said rebukingly. Anne blinked in alarm. Oh, no, not that kind of swearing, she hurried to explain. There are two kinds, you know. Diana looked doubtful. I never heard of but one kind. There really is another, Anne assured her gravely. And it isn't wicked at all. It only means vowing and promising solemnly. That seemed to relieve Diana considerably. Well, she said, I don't mind doing that. How do you do it? Anne became instantly solemn. We must join hands, she explained. And truly it ought to be over running water, but we shall simply imagine this path is running water. The matter felt too important for haste. The late afternoon sunlight lingered warmly over the garden as the two little girls stood facing one another among the flowers. Bees drifted lazily nearby, and somewhere in the trees the wind moved softly through the branches. Anne took Diana's hands in her own. I shall say it first, she declared gravely. Drawing herself up with deep seriousness, she began. I solemnly swear to be faithful to my bosom friend Diana Barry, as long as the sun and the moon shall endure. Diana repeated the oath with a shy laugh before and after. But when it was done, she looked at Anne thoughtfully. You're a queer girl, Anne, she said frankly. I heard before that you were queer, but I believe I'm going to like you real well. Something warm and shining seemed to settle over Anne's whole heart. Nobody had ever spoken words half so precious to her. The evening passed much too quickly after that. When at last it was time to leave, Diana walked home with Anne and Marilla as far as the log bridge. The two girls went arm in arm, already full of plans and promises, stopping every few steps because one or the other had remembered something important still left unsaid. At the brook, they parted reluctantly. We must see each other tomorrow, Anne insisted earnestly. We will, Diana promised. Then, with many goodbyes and assurances of everlasting friendship, they finally turned away. Well, Marilla said, as they climbed back towards Green Gables, did you find Diana a kindred spirit? Anne gave a long sigh of complete happiness. Oh, yes, she breathed, blissfully unconscious of any trace of teasing in Marilla's voice. Oh, Marilla, I am the happiest girl on Prince Edward Island this very moment. And after that, Anne could scarcely stop talking. Words tumbled from her as quickly as thoughts arrived. Diana and I are going to build a playhouse in Mr. William Bell's Birch Grove tomorrow, she announced. Can I have the broken pieces of china in the woodshed? Diana's birthday is in February and mine is in March. Don't you think that is a very remarkable coincidence? Marilla listened in patient silence while Anne hurried onward. Diana is going to lend me a book to read. Anne continued joyfully. She said it's perfectly splendid and tremendously exciting, and she's going to show me a place in the woods where the rice lilies grow. She paused only long enough to draw breath. Do you think Diana has very soulful eyes? She asked dreamily. I wish I had soulful eyes. The lane stretched gently before them in softening evening light as Anne continued pouring out her happiness. Diana is going to teach me a song called Nellie and the Hazel Dell, she said. And we have agreed to call the spring down by the log bridge the Dryad's Bubble. Isn't that a perfectly elegant name? A dryad is a sort of grown-up fairy, I think. Marilla shook her head with a mixture of amusement and resignation. Well, she said, all I hope is you won't talk Diana to death. Then, more practically, remember, in all your planning, Anne, you are not going to play all the time. You'll have your work to do first. But even Marilla's sensible warning could not quite dim the happiness glowing from inside Anne. For the first time since coming to Green Gables, the world felt wonderfully full of possibility. Anne's cup of happiness already felt impossibly full. Yet somehow, before the evening ended, it overflowed. The sun had nearly slipped away when Matthew returned from Carmody. He came into the kitchen with the quiet, hesitant manner that always seemed to belong especially to him, as though he hoped not to trouble anyone merely by entering the room. There was a faint awkwardness about him that evening. He lingered near the door for a moment, one hand tucked uncertainly into his coat pocket. Anne, still glowing from all the happiness of the day, looked up immediately. Matthew shifted a little and cleared his throat. Then, with an almost sheepish expression, he pulled out a very small parcel, wrapped in brown paper, and held it out toward her. I heard you say you like chocolate sweeties, he said quietly, so I got you some. For one startled second, Anne simply stared. No one had ever remembered such a small wish of hers before. Her eyes widened. "Oh," she breathed. The word came softly at first, almost reverently, as though she scarcely trusted herself to believe it. "For me?" Matthew nodded, suddenly very interested in looking anywhere except directly at her. Marilla glanced over from her work with immediate disapproval. She sniffled. "It'll ruin her teeth and stomach." Matthew looked faintly uncomfortable, but Marilla's voice softened, just a little. There, child," she added. "Don't look so dismal. You can eat them since Matthew has gone and bought them." Then, with practical firmness, "He'd done better to have bought peppermints. They're wholesomer. But mind now, you're not to sicken yourself eating the whole parcel at once." Anne clasped the sweeties to her chest as though they were a treasure. "Oh, no, indeed I won't," she promised eagerly. "I shall only eat one tonight." Then her face brightened suddenly with another thought. "And can I give Diana half? Can't I?" Matthew looked up at that. "The other half will taste twice as sweet to me if I give some to her," Anne continued earnestly. "It is delightful to think that I have something to give my friend." She lingered over the last words as though they were too lovely to hurry. My friend. The words still felt wonderfully new. And somehow, after all the loneliness Anne had known, saying them aloud made the whole world seem brighter. Later, when the dishes had been finished and the evening settled quietly around Green Gables, Anne carried her precious parcel of chocolate sweeties upstairs to the east gable. The house had grown peaceful. Outside, the last light lingered softly over the orchard, and somewhere beyond the window the evening breeze moved gently through the trees. Anne paused beside her bed for a moment, still smiling to herself. A bosom friend. Chocolate sweeties. Plans for tomorrow. The world had transformed itself into something so unexpectedly lovely that she scarcely knew how to contain the happiness of it. Very carefully, she set the little parcel where it would be safe. Tomorrow, she would share half with Diana. The thought pleased her enormously. Then after one lingering look out across the quiet fields, Anne slipped away to bed, her heart far too full for easy sleep. Downstairs, Marilla sat quietly for a long time after Anne had gone. Matthew lingered nearby, with the look of someone privately pleased with himself, though he said very little. At last, Marilla gave a small sigh. "I will say for this child," she said, "she isn't stingy." Matthew's eyes flickered with quiet agreement. "I'm glad for it," Marilla continued. "Of all the faults, I detest stinginess in a child." The kitchen grew still again for a moment. Then Marilla set aside her work and spoke more softly than before. "Dear me," she said, almost to herself. "It's only 3 weeks since she came." She paused. "And it seems as if she's been here always." Matthew didn't answer immediately, but something quiet and deeply satisfied moved across his face. Green Gables without Anne? No, he couldn't imagine it. Not now, not ever. Marilla shook her head, catching sight of Matthew's expression. "Now, don't be looking 'I told you so,' Matthew Cuthbert," she said with mock severity. "That's bad enough in a woman, but it isn't to be endured in a man." Matthew's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. Marilla gave one last little sigh. "I'm perfectly willing to own that I'm glad and I'm contented to keep this child," she admitted, "and that I'm growing fond of her." Outside, the night settled softly over Green Gables, and upstairs in the east gable, Anne Shirley slept beneath its roof, already, though scarcely anyone wished to say it out loud, becoming part of the home itself. By August, Green Gables had settled into the deep golden drowsiness of late summer. The orchards hung heavy and green beneath the sun. The fields beyond the house shimmered in the heat, and the air seemed full of quiet humming things. Bees among the clover, grasshoppers in the long grass, and leaves stirring lazily whenever a faint breeze wandered over the hill. Inside the kitchen, Marilla glanced at the clock. Then she looked out toward the yard. Anne was supposed to be indoors doing her sewing. Instead, she was perched up upon the woodpile, talking earnestly to Matthew, while Matthew listened with the absorbed attention of a man who had discovered that even the most ordinary afternoon could become remarkable if Anne Shirley explained it to him. Marilla gave a long, impatient sigh. "It's time Anne was in to do her sewing," she said sharply. "She stayed playing with Diana more than half an hour longer than I allowed, and now she's out there talking to Matthew 19 to the dozen. Matthew, for his part, appeared entirely content. That only irritated Marilla further. "The more she talks, the odder the things she says," she muttered. "The more delighted he seems." Then she tapped sharply on the window. "Anne Shirley, you come right in here this minute." A moment later, Anne flew through the kitchen door. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were shining. Her unbraided hair streamed behind her in a bright torrent, and she looked as though some enormous happiness had caught her up and carried her all the way from the yard. "Oh, Marilla," she cried breathlessly, "there's going to be a Sunday school picnic next week at Mr. Harmon Andrews' field, right near the Lake of Shining Waters. And Mrs. Superintendent Bell and Mrs. Rachel Lynde are going to make ice cream. Think of it, Marilla. Ice cream." She clasped her hands together. "And oh, Marilla, can I go?" Marilla's expression remained stern. "Just look at the clock, if you please, Anne. What time did I tell you to come in?" Anne glanced toward it. 2:00, she admitted. "But isn't it splendid about the picnic, Marilla? Please, can I go? Oh, I've dreamed of picnics, but I never—" "Yes," said Marilla. "I told you to come at 2:00, and it's 2:45. Anne's face fell just a little. "I meant to come," she said earnestly. "I truly did. But Idlelight is so fascinating, Marilla. You have no idea. And then, of course, I had to tell Matthew about the picnic. Matthew is such a sympathetic listener." Marilla's mouth tightened. "You'll have to learn to resist the fascination of idle whatever you call it. When I tell you to come in at a certain time, I mean that time and not 45 minutes later. And you needn't stop to discourse with sympathetic listeners on your way either." Anne lowered her eyes, then peeped up hopefully. "But may I go?" "As for the picnic," Marilla said, as though granting no pleasure at all, "of course you may go. You're a Sunday school scholar, and I'm not likely to refuse when all the other little girls are going." The joy that broke over Anne's face was immediate and dazzling. Then almost at once, worry clouded it again. "But, Marilla," she faltered, "Diana says everyone must take a basket of things to eat." Marilla looked at her. "And?" "I can't cook, as you know," Anne said anxiously. "And I don't mind going to a picnic without puffed sleeves so much anymore, but I would feel terribly humiliated if I had to go without a basket." Her voice dropped. "It has been preying on my mind ever since Diana told me." "Well," Marilla said practically, "it needn't prey any longer. I'll bake you a basket." For one startled moment, Anne stood perfectly still. Then she rushed across the kitchen and threw her arms around Marilla. "Oh, you dear, good Marilla," she cried. "You are so kind to me, and I am so much obliged to you." And before Marilla could prevent it, Anne kissed her cheek. The kitchen went suddenly quiet. It was the first time in Marilla's life that childish lips had touched her face willingly. Something sweet and startling moved through her heart. For a moment, she could not speak. Then, because the feeling disturbed her, she recovered herself briskly. There, she said. Never mind your kissing nonsense. I'd sooner see you do exactly as you're told. But her voice was not quite as stern as she intended. Anne, too happy to notice the difference, glowed before her. As for cooking, Marilla continued, I mean to begin giving you lessons one of these days. But you're so feather-brained, Anne. I've been waiting to see if you'd sober down a little bit first. I will try to sober down, Anne promised solemnly, though I'm afraid it may take time. It will certainly take practice, said Marilla. Now get out your patchwork and have your square done before tea time. Anne fetched her work basket with a sigh and sat before a little heap of red and white diamonds. I don't like patchwork, she said dolefully. There's no scope for imagination in it. It's just one little seam after another, and you never seem to be getting anywhere. Her needle moved reluctantly through the cloth. But of course, she added after a moment, brightening slightly, I would rather be Anne of Green Gables sewing patchwork than Anne of any other place with nothing to do but play. Outside, the August afternoon was drenched in golden stillness. The orchard leaves whispered softly beyond the meadow, and in the quiet kitchen, with the promise of a picnic shining before her, Anne bent over her patchwork. Not happily, perhaps, but hopefully. The days before the picnic passed slowly, or it seemed to Anne Shirley, not because life at Green Gables lacked happiness. Quite the opposite. The late summer days glowed warmly around her now. The orchard rustled softly in the afternoon sunlight. The brook beyond the pasture wandered lazily beneath the trees, and every spare hour belonged to Diana. Yet somehow, knowing the picnic was coming made waiting itself feel enormous. Every morning Anne woke remembering, only 5 more days, only 4, only 3. And though waiting was difficult, Anne secretly found herself loving it too, because there was something delightful about imagining happiness before it arrived. Every afternoon, once chores were done, Anne hurried to meet Diana at Idlewild, the little grove that they had adopted as their kingdom of imagination. There, beneath the birches, they had arranged their playhouse with great seriousness. Broken dishes from Green Gables served as treasured china. A flat stone had become a table. Ferny corners transformed into grand sitting rooms, and nearly everything had acquired a beautiful name. Diana had brought something especially precious from home, a little piece of broken crystal from an old chandelier. It flashed brilliantly whenever sunlight touched it. We shall call it our fairy glass, Anne declared reverently. Diana was delighted with the idea. They kept it carefully tucked among the roots of the birch tree, where it caught the afternoon light and shimmered like something enchanted. To Anne, the smallest ordinary things became beautiful when imagination touched them. One afternoon, as the girls wandered beneath the trees, Anne sighed deeply. Don't you think, she said dreamily, that everything is much more interesting when one imagines lovely things about it? I never thought much about it, Diana admitted. Oh, but it is, Anne insisted. There's so little scope in plain, ordinary life if one doesn't imagine. She had lately begun borrowing books from Diana, stories filled with tragic heroines, noble sorrows, beautiful dresses, mysterious castles, and heartbreak carried nobly. Anne loved them passionately. Sometimes, perhaps, a little too passionately. Oh, Diana, she sighed one afternoon, lying beneath the birches with her hands folded beneath her head. Wouldn't it be romantic to have a sorrow one could enjoy properly? Diana looked puzzled. I'd rather have ice cream, she said. Anne sat up immediately. The picnic, she gasped. For one dreadful moment, she had nearly forgotten how long remained. Only 3 more days, Diana reminded her. Anne sighed tragically. I don't know whether it's harder to wait for things or not have them at all, she declared. Then she paused. No, she corrected herself thoughtfully. I think perhaps it would be worse never to expect anything. That evening, while helping Marilla shell peas in the kitchen, Anne spoke of it again. Mrs. Rachel says, Anne began, that if you can't be cheerful, it is better to at least be as cheerful as you can. Marilla made a small sound of agreement. But Mrs. Rachel also says, Anne continued, that blessed are they who expect nothing, for they shall not be disappointed. Marilla nodded. She's sensible. Anne considered this gravely. But I think it would be worse to expect nothing than to be disappointed, she said at last. Nearly everything is worth getting disappointed about if one has had the pleasure of looking forward to it. Marilla shook her head slightly. You're a queer child, Anne. Anne smiled softly. Perhaps she was, but she still thought anticipation one of the loveliest things in life. As they worked, Anne's gaze drifted to the small amethyst brooch resting beside Marilla. It caught the evening light beautifully. The purple stones glimmered softly, deep as twilight. Anne leaned closer. Oh, Marilla, she said quietly, I do think that it's the most beautiful brooch I've ever seen. Marilla glanced down at it. It belonged to my mother, she said after a moment, her voice quieter than usual. My Uncle John brought it from England long ago. Very carefully, she opened up the clasp. Inside, protected beneath the glass, lay a tiny lock of soft brown hair. My mother's hair, Marilla said simply. Anne grew still. Something about it felt unexpectedly sacred. The brooch had seemed beautiful before, but now it felt full of story, full of memory, full of love carried quietly through time. Oh, Anne whispered softly, how perfectly beautiful. And because it belonged to Marilla's mother, because someone long gone was still remembered through it, because Marilla treasured it so dearly, Anne thought she had never seen anything lovelier. It seems, she said dreamily, like something a very noble lady in a story might wear. And for a long moment afterward, Anne could not quite stop thinking about the deep violet sparkle of the little brooch. Saturday at Green Gables passed beneath warm August sunlight and the sweet heaviness of late summer. The orchard shimmered quietly beyond the windows. Bees hummed lazily among the clover, and Anne Shirley moved through the day with happiness constantly fluttering just beneath the surface. Only one more sleep. Tomorrow, the picnic. Even ordinary chores felt easier to bear with such joy awaiting ahead. She swept the kitchen, helped prepare food, folded laundry, and whenever no one was looking, found herself imagining tables spread beneath the trees near the lake of shining waters and bowls of ice cream waiting in the shade. Marilla, meanwhile, spent the afternoon preparing for Sunday. Toward the evening, she climbed the stairs to fetch her amethyst brooch. She meant to wear it to church the next morning, but when she opened the drawer where she always kept it, it wasn't there. Marilla frowned. That was odd. She searched carefully. Then again, the bureau, the little work basket nearby, the shelf above the washstand. Nothing. At last she stood for a long time still, thinking. Then she called downstairs. Anne! Anne came at once. Yes, Marilla? Marilla turned toward her. Have you happened to see my amethyst brooch? Anne's face brightened slightly in recognition. Oh, yes, she said readily. I did see it. Marilla looked relieved at once. And where is it? Anne blinked. Why, I don't know. Marilla paused. You don't know? No, Anne hesitated. I saw it in the afternoon when you went to Aid Society, she explained earnestly. I was passing your room and I saw it lying on the bureau. It sparkled so beautifully in the sunlight that I went in to look at it. Marissa listened carefully. You touched it? Yes, Anne admitted honestly. I picked it up and opened it to see the little lock of hair again. Her voice softened. I think it's such a beautiful thing, Marilla. Marilla's expression changed. And you put it back? I thought I did, Anne said slowly. The room grew quieter. Marilla looked directly at her. Anne, she said carefully, the brooch is gone. Anne stared. Gone? I can't find it anywhere. For a moment Anne looked bewildered. Then concern crossed her face. Oh dear, she said softly. Do you suppose it could have fallen somewhere? Marilla folded her hands together. It never falls anywhere. I always keep it in the same place. Anne looked troubled now. She thought hard. I remember putting it down, she said slowly. At least, I think I do. Marilla waited. Something uneasy had begun stirring inside her. The brooch had belonged to her mother. Anne knew perfectly well how much it meant. And Anne had been the last person to handle it. Are you quite certain you didn't take it somewhere else? Marilla asked. Anne looked startled. No, she said quickly. You're sure? Yes. Marilla's voice grew firmer. Anne. Something in her tone made Anne straighten. If you've taken it, Marilla said, you had better tell me the truth. Anne stared at her. But I didn't take it. Marilla did not speak immediately. The fact seemed painfully plain. Anne had touched it. Now it was gone, and Anne could not explain what happened. Anne Shirley, Marilla said at last, disappointment creeping into her voice. I'm afraid you are not telling me the truth. The hurt that crossed Anne's face came suddenly. I am, she whispered. Truly I am. Then where is the brooch? I don't know. Marilla's patience slipped. You may as well confess, she said firmly. There's no use making matters worse by telling stories. I'm not telling stories, Anne said, her voice trembling now. But Marilla had grown convinced. The brooch was too precious, the explanation too uncertain. And Anne had always possessed such imagination. At last Marilla spoke quietly but firmly. Until you are willing to tell me the truth, you may stay in your room. Anne stood very still. The words seemed not to settle at first. Then slowly their meaning arrived. But Marilla, no. And after a pause, and unless this matter is settled, you needn't expect to go to the picnic tomorrow. The picnic. For one awful moment Anne simply stared. Then the color slowly drained from her face. Without another word, she turned and walked upstairs. A few moments later, the east gable door closed softly overhead. And all at once, Green Gables no longer felt quite so warm. The morning of the picnic dawned clear and beautiful. Sunlight spread softly over Green Gables, touching the orchard leaves with gold and waking the fields beyond into a warm shimmer of summer green. The brook moved quietly under the trees, and the air carried that bright, expectant freshness that belongs only to mornings when something wonderful is supposed to happen again. But in the east gable room, Anne Shirley did not feel wonderful at all. She had slept little. All night long she had tossed beneath the quilt, staring into the darkness, thinking of the picnic, the field beside the lake of shining waters, the baskets, the laughter, Diana, the ice cream, and all of it growing farther and farther away because of the brooch that she had not taken. By morning, misery had settled over her like a heavy cloak. When Marilla came upstairs, Anne was sitting by the window, pale and solemn, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Outside, the world looked painfully lovely. Marilla stood in the doorway.
"Well, Anne," she said, "are you ready to tell me the truth now?" Anne turned slowly. Her face was grave. "Yes, Marilla," she said. "I'm ready." Marilla felt a small stir of relief. "Very well. Where's my brooch?" Anne drew in a deep breath. "I took it," she said. Marilla's expression hardened. "I thought as much." Anne went on quickly, as though afraid courage might fail if she paused. "I didn't mean to take it at first," she said. "I only wanted to look at it again. It was lying on your bureau, and it looked so beautiful, Marilla, so purpley and sparkling that I could not resist." Marilla said nothing. Anne clasped her hands tighter. "I pinned it to my dress," she continued, her voice growing more dramatic as the story unfolded before her. "For just a moment, I wanted to imagine I was Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald going to a royal ball." Her eyes drifted to the window, as though she could almost see the scene herself. "I imagined a dress of pale blue silk," she said softly, "with sweeping folds and silver embroidery, and my hair was not red at all, but dark and shining, and everyone thought I looked beautiful." Marilla gave a sharp breath. Anne returned sorrowfully to the matter at hand. "And then," she said, "I thought I would take the brooch outdoors. Only for a little while. I wanted to see how it would sparkle in the sunlight." "You took it outdoors?" "Yes," Anne said, with tragic dignity. "I went down the path toward the Lake of Shining Waters." The name itself seemed to deepen her sorrow. "The water looked so lovely," she continued, "all blue and gold with the sunlight moving over it. I leaned over the bridge to look at the brooch in the shining water." Her voice lowered. "And then?" Marilla's eyes narrowed. "And then?" Anne swallowed. "It slipped." The room became very still. "It slipped out of my hand," Anne whispered, "and fell down, 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 deep beneath the water. I saw it all the way. It went sinking so beautifully, Marilla, all purpley sparkling, and then it disappeared forever." Marilla stared at her. Anne looked utterly mournful. "I tried to reach it," she said, "but I couldn't. It was gone." The silence that followed was long and cold. At last Marilla spoke. "So that is your confession?" "Yes," Anne said faintly. "And you expect me to believe you took my mother's brooch out to the pond and dropped it into the water?" Anne lowered her eyes. "That is what happened," she said. Marilla's mouth tightened. The confession was absurd, and yet it was exactly the sort of absurd thing Anne might do. To wear the brooch as Lady Cordelia, to carry it outside for the sunlight, to lean over the bridge and lose it in a fit of romantic imagining. It was ridiculous, it was infuriating, and horribly believable. Marilla turned away. "Well," she said, "you may stay here." Anne looked up quickly. "But I confessed." "Yes, and I'm very glad you have finally told the truth. But you are not going to the picnic." For a moment Anne didn't seem to understand. Then the word struck her. "Not going?" "No." "But Marilla—" "You took what did not belong to you. You lied about it, and now my brooch is gone forever. I told you last night unless the matter was settled, you could not go." "But it is settled," Anne cried. "I confessed." "Confessing does not undo the wrong." Anne rose from the chair, her face white. "Oh, Marilla," she pleaded, "please let me go. I have suffered so much already." "You should have thought of that before." The words sounded colder than Marilla intended. Anne sank back into her chair. Outside, birds sang in the orchard as though nothing had happened, as though this were not the worst morning of Anne's life.
"If I can't go to the picnic," she said slowly, "I don't know how I shall bear it." Marilla hesitated, only for a moment. But she did hesitate. Then she remembered the brooch, her mother's brooch, the little lock of hair, the empty drawer, and she hardened herself again. "You will stay here and think over what you've done," she said. Anne's lips trembled. "Oh, all right," she whispered. Marilla turned to leave. At the door she paused. Anne sat still beside the window, looking out at the bright, beautiful morning. She could not enter. For one brief instant, something in the sight troubled Marilla. But she said nothing. She went downstairs and closed the door behind her. And in the east gable room, Anne Shirley listened to the cheerful sounds of the picnic morning drifting up from below, while her heart sank lower and lower, as though it too had fallen beneath the shining water and disappeared. The morning of the picnic had arrived so beautifully and bright. Sunlight drifted over the orchard, the leaves stirred lazily in the warm August breeze. Beyond Green Gables, the world seemed full of cheerful expectation. It was exactly the kind of day Anne Shirley had imagined all week, which only made it harder to bear. In the east gable room, Anne had dressed slowly that morning, not because she expected to go to the picnic, but because somehow remaining in bed felt even sadder. She sat by the window watching sunlight move over the fields. Now and then she imagined she could almost hear distant laughter already beginning somewhere near the lake of shining waters. At breakfast time, Marilla came upstairs. "Anne," she said, standing in the doorway, "you should come down and eat." Anne turned her face slowly. "I couldn't," she said faintly. "You must eat something." Anne shook her head sorrowfully. "I could not swallow a mouthful," she said. "My heart is too broken." Marilla tried not to sigh. "Being hungry won't mend matters." "No," Anne agreed sadly. "But eating breakfast seems so unromantic when one is deep in affliction." Marilla remained firm. "You'll come down for dinner then." Anne gave a hopeless little nod. When dinner time came, Anne appeared at last, but the bright expectancy that usually seemed to flutter around her had vanished. She moved quietly into the kitchen and sat down without speaking. Matthew looked up from his place at the table. Something about Anne's face troubled him at once. She looked pale, smaller somehow, as though sorrow had worn her thin overnight. Dinner was set before them, boiled pork and greens. Anne looked at her plate for a very long moment, then sighed. "Boiled pork and greens," she said mournfully, "are dreadfully unromantic food when one is in affliction." Matthew, who had never considered boiled pork and greens especially cheerful fare himself, felt a quiet sympathy for Anne. Marilla noticed the look that passed briefly across his face. "Anne," she said firmly, though not as sharply, "you must try to eat." Anne obediently took a few bites, but she did so with all the resignation of someone enduring a great tragedy. At last, she set her fork down. "I suppose," she said quietly, "the picnic has begun by now." No one answered. Anne looked toward the window. "Perhaps Diana is wondering why I'm not there," she added sadly. Matthew shifted uncomfortably. It seemed a hard punishment for such a small figure sitting there trying so bravely not to cry. After dinner, Anne went quietly back upstairs. Not quickly, not dramatically, only sadly, as though each step cost something. Later, in the afternoon, Matthew came in from the yard and paused near the kitchen door. "Won't Anne come down?" he asked quietly. "No," Marilla replied. "She may stay where she is until she learns the consequences of such behavior." Matthew hesitated. "She felt badly enough at dinner," he said after a moment. "It seemed a pity she couldn't go."
She should have thought of that before, Marilla said, though less firmly than she had earlier. Matthew was quiet for a little while. Then he said carefully, "Do you really think Anne took the brooch?" Marilla looked surprised. "She confessed to it." "Yes," Matthew said slowly. "But I don't know. It doesn't seem like Anne somehow." Marilla folded the dish towel in her hands. "She touched it, then it disappeared." Matthew nodded, but after a pause, he added softly, "Anne imagines dreadful things sometimes, but I think she means to tell the truth." The words lingered long after he had gone out again, because it was true. Anne imagined endlessly. Anne talked endlessly. But there had always been something painfully sincere about her. Still, the brooch had vanished. Anne had confessed. What else was Marilla meant to believe? Later that afternoon, Marilla went upstairs to straighten her room. The black lace shawl she had worn to Aid Society still lay folded over the chair. Absent-mindedly, she lifted it. Something caught the light. A tiny flash of violet? Marilla stopped. Very carefully, she unfolded the lace, and there, caught fast within the delicate threads, lay the amethyst brooch. Safe, untouched, the purple stones glimmered softly in the afternoon light, and beneath the glass, Marilla's mother's little lock of hair rested quietly where it had always been. For a long moment, Marilla could only stare. Then slowly, the truth settled over her. Anne had told the truth, and Marilla had not believed her. Marilla stood for a long moment in her room, the amethyst brooch resting in her hand. The late afternoon light caught softly upon the violet stones. Safe, untouched. All this while, Anne had told the truth. Marilla sat down rather suddenly upon the edge of the bed. "Well," she said aloud in the quiet room, "of all the extraordinary things." She remembered now, Monday afternoon, coming home from Aid Society, laying the black shawl across the bureau for a moment before folding it away. The brooch must have caught fast there without her knowing. And Anne, poor Anne, had suffered for it. Marilla drew in a long breath. "Dear life and heart," she murmured. "What does this mean? And whatever possessed that child to tell such an untrue story?" But even as she said it, something in her softened. Because however absurd Anne's invented confession had been, Marilla had frightened her into it. That uncomfortable truth settled heavily upon her. Taking the brooch in hand, she went upstairs to the east gable. Anne sat dejectedly beside the window. Her face looked pale from crying. Outside, sunlight still lay warm across the orchard. Somewhere far off, children's laughter drifted faintly on the breeze. Anne turned slowly as Marilla entered. There was such quiet misery in her expression that Marilla felt a sudden prick of conscience. "Anne Shirley," she said solemnly, "I have found my brooch." Anne stared. "You found it? It was hanging in my black lace shawl by the catch." For one moment Anne only blinked. Then something like hope flickered faintly across her face, before uncertainty returned. Marilla crossed the room. "Now," she said, though less sternly than usual, "I want to know what all that rigmarole this morning meant." Anne sighed, looking very tired suddenly. "Why," she said wearily, "you said you'd keep me here until I confessed." She folded her hands in her lap. "And so I decided to confess." Marilla stared. "You decided to confess?" Anne nodded. I thought out a confession last night after I went to bed, she explained earnestly, and I made it as interesting as I could. Marilla's lips twitched despite herself. I said it over and over so I wouldn't forget it, Anne continued. But you wouldn't let me go to the picnic after all, so all my trouble was wasted. For one dreadful moment, Marilla tried very hard not to laugh. Then suddenly, quite against her will, she did. A short laugh escaped her. Anne looked wounded. "Oh," she said quietly. "Are you laughing at me?" "No," Marilla said quickly, sobering at once. "Well, perhaps a little, but not unkindly." She sat down beside Anne. "Anne," she said after a pause, "I was wrong." Anne looked up quickly. "I ought not to have doubted your word," Marilla continued. "I had never known you to tell a falsehood before." Anne listened solemnly. "Though," Marilla added, still very much herself, "it was extremely wrong of you to confess something you had not done." Anne lowered her eyes. "Yes," she admitted softly, "I suppose it was." Marilla sighed. "But," she said more gently, "I drove you to it." Anne looked up again. "So, if you will forgive me, Anne—" "Oh, Marilla," Anne burst out. "Then I will forgive you," Marilla finished, trying to remain practical despite the sudden lump in her throat. "And we'll start square again." Anne's face changed all at once, like sunlight breaking through clouds. "You mean—" "Yes," Marilla said briskly, before either of them could become overly emotional. "And now get yourself ready for the picnic." Anne sprang to her feet. "Oh, Marilla, isn't it too late?" "No," said Marilla. "It's only 2:00. They'll scarcely be gathered there yet, and it will be an hour before tea." Already she was moving toward the door in her practical way. "Wash your face, comb your hair, put on your gingham." Anne flew toward the washstand. "And I'll fill a basket for you," Marilla continued. "There is plenty baked in the house." She paused. "And I'll have Jerry hitch up the sorrel and drive you down." Anne whirled around. Oh, Marilla! 5 minutes ago she had been the most miserable child in Prince Edward Island. Now joy sparkled through every inch of her. 5 minutes ago, Anne exclaimed breathlessly, I was wishing I had never been born, and now I wouldn't change places with an angel. And for once, Marilla did not tell her not to speak nonsense. The picnic at Mr. Harmon Andrews' field was still in full cheerful motion when Jerry Buot drove Anne down at last. Children ran laughing between blankets spread beneath the trees. Voices drifted warmly through the late afternoon air. The lake of shining water shimmered nearby, soft and blue beneath the sunlight. And before Anne had even properly stepped down from the buggy, Diana Barry came running. "Anne," she cried. "Oh, Anne, I thought you weren't coming." For one shining moment, Anne could scarcely believe she had arrived after all. Only a short while ago, she'd been sitting sorrowfully at the east gable window, certain happiness had passed her by forever. And now, here she stood at the picnic. "Oh, Diana," Anne said breathlessly, clasping her hands, "I've had the most dreadful experience, but it has all turned out beautifully in the end." Diana listened with wide-eyed sympathy while Anne hurried through a shortened account of the day's sufferings. Though there was hardly time to tell very much, too many important things were waiting. Tea beneath the trees, games, friends, laughter, and most importantly, ice cream. Real ice cream. Anne had imagined ice cream often, but reality, she soon discovered, had surpassed imagination entirely. When at last a bowl was placed in her hands, Anne tasted it with great seriousness. For one long moment, she simply closed her eyes. "Well?" Diana asked eagerly. Anne opened them slowly.
"Oh, Diana," she said with deep feeling, "it's simply scrumptious. Nothing else seems sufficient." And because Anne Shirley possessed an extraordinary gift for happiness, sorrow began dissolving almost at once beneath sunshine, friendship, and delight. The terrible misery of mourning faded. The lost picnic was found again, and the world seemed beautiful once more. There were games upon the grass, tea spread beneath the trees, happy confusion everywhere. Anne threw herself into everything with all her heart, and later, when excitement overtook one of the boating games near the shore, and there came a moment of splashing confusion, Anne found the whole thing magnificently thrilling. Afterward, safely dry enough and full of excitement, she confided to Diana, "It would have been perfectly romantic to have nearly drowned." Diana looked alarmed. "I don't think it would." Anne sighed happily. "Well," she admitted, "perhaps not while it was happening, but afterwards it sounds wonderfully romantic." By evening, the sunlight had softened into gold. At last Jerry returned to fetch her home. Anne climbed into the buggy reluctantly. She had scarcely begun telling the story before they had reached Green Gables, and she still had at least 50 important details left untold. Marilla was in the kitchen when Anne came flying through the door. Her cheeks glowed, her eyes sparkled, and happiness seemed to flutter around her once more, exactly as it always had. "Oh, Marilla," she cried, "I had the loveliest time." "I'm glad of it," Marilla said, though quietly. Anne scarcely paused long enough to breathe. "The ice cream was perfectly scrumptious," she said reverently, "and there was such lovely tea, and everyone was so kind, and Diana saved me a place beside her." Her words tumbled joyfully onward. "And we nearly drowned." Marilla looked up quickly. "You nearly what?" "Well, not exactly," Anne admitted, "but it was very exciting." Then after a thoughtful pause, "And I think," she added solemnly, "that perhaps being miserable first made everything afterward seem even happier." Marilla gave a sound that might have almost been amusement. "You generally manage to find something cheerful in things eventually." Anne smiled. "Yes," she said softly, "though this morning I truly thought I should never be happy again." Later, when Anne had finally gone upstairs, still happily talking to herself about picnics, ice cream, and romantic near tragedies, Green Gables grew quiet once more. Matthew sat near the kitchen door. Marilla folded the last dish towel quiet and thoughtfully. For a few moments, neither spoke. Then Marilla said quietly, "She certainly has a way of turning the house upside down." Matthew smiled faintly. "But somehow," Marilla added after a pause, "it doesn't seem quite the same when she's unhappy." Matthew's eyes drifted briefly toward the staircase. "No," he said softly, "it doesn't." Outside, twilight settled gently over Green Gables. The orchard grew still. The house quieted around them. And upstairs, Anne Shirley drifted toward sleep, with picnic memories tucked warmly inside her heart. Ice cream, forgiveness, friendship, and the sweet feeling of happiness restored. For all her imagination, for all her talk, for all the troubles she sometimes brought, Green Gables had already begun, quietly and without quite meaning to make room for Anne. Autumn arrived in Avonlea quietly, as though summer had wandered softly away one evening and forgotten to return. The mornings came cool now, touched with silver mist that lingered low over the fields before the sun climbed high enough to gather it away. The maples along the lane had begun their yearly transformation, setting themselves ablaze in crimson and gold, while the birches shimmered pale and bright against the darker spruce woods. Wind moved differently now, too, less like summer laughter and more like something thoughtful, wandering through the trees with secrets gathered from distant places. At Green Gables, October settled itself lovingly over everything. The orchard bowed beneath the weight of the apples, red and golden among leaves beginning to curl at their edges. The brook below the pasture ran colder and clearer than before, slipping between its stones with a gentle murmur. Even the afternoon seemed softer somehow, wrapped in long slanting sunlight that turned the fields to bronze and made the world feel full of endings too lovely to grieve. Anne, naturally, adored every moment of it. "Oh, Marilla," she had exclaimed only days before, standing breathless in the kitchen doorway with her arms overflowing with maple branches, her cheeks flushed pink from the wind. "I'm so glad I live in a world where there are Octobers. Just imagine if we skipped directly from September into November. Life would feel dreadfully cheated." Marilla, whose appreciation for seasonal beauty generally stopped at practical matters like weather for crops and whether the potatoes would spoil, had merely sniffed. "Messy things," she said, eyeing the leaves Anne had already scattered across the floor. "You clutter up your room with outdoors till it looks like a bird nested there." "But dreams thrive better among beautiful things," Anne declared gravely, carrying the branches upstairs as though they were priceless treasures gathered from an enchanted kingdom. And now, on this particular October morning, Anne came flying down the Green Gables steps in a russet shawl, her cheeks bright from the cool air and her schoolbooks tucked beneath one arm. The world seemed impossibly lovely. The maple beside the gate had become overnight an astonishing blaze of scarlet. Frost still shimmered in shaded corners of the grass. The sky stretched pale and golden above the fields. Anne paused halfway down the lane to spite herself. "Oh," she breathed softly, "if trees can be this beautiful," she whispered, "surely heaven cannot be far away at all." Then, remembering suddenly that Avonlea schoolmaster showed very little appreciation for poetic lateness, Anne hurried on. At Orchard Slope, Diana Barry stood waiting near the gate. Her dark braids lay smooth against her shoulders, neat as always. "You're late," Diana said, though she smiled immediately. "I know," Anne admitted cheerfully, "but the maple by our gate has become perfectly magnificent overnight, and I simply had to admire it properly." "You're always stopping to admire things," Diana said affectionately. "Well," Anne replied earnestly, "there are so many beautiful things in the world, and I feel it would be ungrateful not to notice them." Together, they wandered down the road, kicking softly through fallen leaves and speaking of ordinary matters, school lessons, the spelling class, and whether Ruby Gillis truly had the prettiest hair in Avonlea. Anne maintained firmly that beauty was highly overrated when not accompanied by imagination. "It would be far easier to endure red hair," she sighed, "if one had imagination enough to forget about it." Diana laughed. "You think too much about your hair." "How can I help it?" Anne asked tragically. "People are forever reminding me of it. I do my best to forget, then I catch sight of myself in a mirror and remember afresh that I'm hopelessly freckled and red-headed." "You aren't ugly," Diana said loyally. Anne sighed. "That is very kind of you to say, though I suppose kindness sometimes requires stretching the truth a little." The birches overhead whispered softly as they turned onto the path Anne had christened Lover's Lane. Sunlight slipped between the branches in scattered golden pools. Leaves drifted lazily to the earth around them. "It always feels," Anne said dreamily, "as though something romantic ought to happen here." Diana smiled. "Nothing romantic ever happens at school." Anne considered this. "Well," she said thoughtfully, "perhaps today something interesting will happen." Ahead, beyond the trees, the white Avonlea schoolhouse came into view upon its little rise. Children already gathered outside in noisy groups. Voices drifted through the crisp October air. Anne adjusted her books beneath one arm and looked toward the school with sudden brightness. After all, life had a curious habit of surprising people when they least expected it. And though Anne Shirley could not possibly have guessed it, this day would not soon be forgotten. But before Anne Shirley stepped through the schoolhouse door that October morning, it's important to understand something about Avonlea School. For school had begun to settle into Anne's life with surprising speed. Not that she ever ceased having opinions about it. Each afternoon, no sooner had Anne crossed Green Gables' threshold than Marilla could expect a full account of everything that had happened since morning prayers. Who had whispered during arithmetic? Who had misspelled neighbor? What stories had been exchanged at recess? Which girls had quarreled and reconciled? Whether Mr. Phillips had been especially severe or merely absent-minded. And perhaps, most importantly, every detail concerning the complicated social standing of Avonlea School. "Jane Andrews is quite nice," Anne reported one evening while helping shell peas in the kitchen, "though she hasn't much imagination, and Ruby Gillis is exceedingly pretty, but somehow I feel she would rather be admired than understand beautiful things. Josie Pye looks as though she would enjoy hearing unpleasant news about people." Marilla raised an eyebrow. "You've formed opinions quickly." "Oh, one has to. Otherwise, one never knows properly where one stands." Diana, of course, remained Anne's dearest companion. The two were inseparable whenever school allowed it. At recess they walked together beneath the trees, shared lunches, whispered solemn things about life and friendship, though occasionally Diana grew still, slightly overwhelmed with the intensity with which Anne approached ordinary matters. Not that she minded very much. There was something pleasant about being loved so thoroughly. School itself Anne found rather mixed. She adored reading aloud, loved geography because maps suggested romantic possibilities, endured spelling, despised sums, and found grammar unnecessarily severe. "The trouble with school," Anne sighed one evening, "is that there are so many things that aren't imaginative." "School isn't meant to be imaginative," Marilla replied practically. Anne looked genuinely sorrowful. "That seems such a pity." Still, there was much to enjoy. The walk there, the companionship, the excitement of new friends, and the satisfying importance of belonging somewhere at last. Which brings us back to that particular October morning, the one Anne Shirley never would quite forget. School had begun as usual. Books opened, lessons recited, children whispering whenever Mr. Phillips turned his back, and outside, the maple leaves burned red against the windows. Inside, the room smelled faintly of chalk dust, damp wool coats, and apples packed away in lunch pails. Anne sat beside Diana, trying very hard to concentrate upon her reading lesson. Though, in truth, she had become distracted imagining the trees outside as a gathering of enchanted queens draped in crimson velvet. Then, the schoolroom door opened. A boy entered. Anne looked up only briefly, but many of the girls noticed immediately. Gilbert Blythe had returned to Avonlea School. He'd been away studying elsewhere, and now his arrival stirred a quiet flutter through the room. Even Anne, despite herself, noticed him. He was handsome, though Anne would never willingly admit such a thing. Curly brown hair, bright hazel eyes full of mischief, and a smile which suggested he enjoyed finding amusement wherever he could. Gilbert slipped into his seat with an easy confidence of someone entirely accustomed to being liked. Before long, he had already begun teasing. When Ruby Gillis passed nearby, Gilbert reached out and tugged one of her long braids lightly. Ruby squealed. "You behave yourself," she whispered. blushing furiously. Gilbert only grinned. Anne disapproved at once. Bothering girls seemed an extremely foolish way to occupy oneself. Besides, boys, in Anne's opinion, were often disappointing creatures. She returned her attention firmly to her book. But after a while, she became aware, in the uncomfortable way one sometimes notices being observed, that Gilbert Blythe appeared oddly determined to attract her attention. He glanced her way, more than once, typed his pencil lightly, shifted noisily. Anne ignored him completely. She had no intention whatsoever of encouraging silliness. At last, when she happened to glance up by accident, Gilbert caught her eye and winked. Anne looked away instantly. Her cheeks warmed. Not from pleasure, certainly not. Only annoyance, extreme annoyance. Whatever Gilbert Blythe intended, Anne Shirley had already decided she wanted nothing to do with it. But as the afternoon stretched quietly onward, events were gathering themselves towards something much more serious. For it was not until later that day that things truly began to happen. Anne ought to have been paying attention to geography. Instead, her thoughts had wandered entirely elsewhere. The maple trees beyond the schoolyard had begun to seem less like ordinary trees, and more like a gathering of queens dressed in velvet robes of crimson and gold, whispering solemn things to one another while waiting for winter to arrive. If only one looked at them properly, really properly, it seemed impossible they could merely be trees. Anne sighed softly. The world could be infinitely easier to endure if lessons did not interrupt imagination so constantly. Beside her, Diana bent dutifully over her work. Across the room, Gilbert Blythe had not entirely abandoned his earlier efforts to attract Anne Shirley's attention. He had noticed her almost at once that morning, not merely because of her red hair, though, naturally, that had been impossible to overlook, but because she looked unlike anyone else. Most girls tried very hard to seem sensible. Anne Shirley looked as though she might begin dreaming at any moment and forget entirely where she was, which, as it happened, she often did. Gilbert found this unexpectedly interesting. Unfortunately, being 11 and a boy, he knew only one respectable method of expressing interest: teasing. Once or twice he had attempted to catch Anne's eye again. Once he tapped his pencil. Once he shifted noisily. Once he even dropped a book with unnecessary enthusiasm. Nothing worked. Anne ignored him with such perfect determination that Gilbert began to feel mildly challenged. At recess, he amused himself by teasing Ruby Gillis. By afternoon, he had decided to try once more. Anne sat gazing dreamily through the window, her slate forgotten for the moment. A curl had escaped near her cheek. Sunlight touched the edge of her hair like polished copper. Gilbert leaned slightly forward. "Psst," he whispered. No response. "Psst, Anne." Nothing. Not even a glance. Gilbert hesitated. Then, with the recklessness possessed by only boys who have not yet learned consequences, he reached out, caught one of Anne's long red braids, and tugged. Not hard, only enough to make it swing. Then, in a voice just loud enough to be heard, he said cheerfully, "Carrots! Carrots!" For one suspended moment, the whole schoolroom seemed to stop. Anne turned. Slowly, her gray eyes flashed. The color rushed into her face. Not ordinary embarrassment. Not even anger. Something deeper. Something wounded. Because red hair, her hair, was the one sorrow Anne Shirley had never learned to laugh about. She had endured freckles, endured plain dresses, endured being orphaned. But her hair, that grief lay near the center of her heart. Gilbert had touched the sorest place imaginable. And worse, he had done it in front of everyone. Laughter burst softly around the room. Ruby giggled. Josie Pye smirked. Anne scarcely heard any of it. Humiliation swept over her like flame. But before anyone fully understood what was happening, Anne sprang to her feet, seized her slate, and brought it down with all the force indignation could summon, directly across Gilbert Blythe's head. The crack echoed through the schoolhouse. Silence followed. Gilbert stared, stunned. His expression changed instantly. The teasing vanished. "Well now," he muttered softly, rubbing his head. "I didn't mean any harm." But harm had most certainly been done. Mr. Phillips whirled around from the blackboard. "Anne Shirley!" The dreadful omission struck at once. No E. In moments of injustice, Anne always noticed such things. "Come here immediately." Anne rose, pale now beneath her anger. Her hands trembled, but she walked forward with all the dignity she could gather around herself. "How dare you behave in such a manner?" Mr. Phillips declared. Gilbert opened his mouth. I teased her," but Mr. Phillips waved him silent. "You sit down, Gilbert." Gilbert obeyed reluctantly, looking miserable, which Anne noticed and ignored entirely. "You will stand upon the platform for the remainder of the afternoon," Mr. Phillips announced sternly. Anne lifted her chin. If she must suffer, she would suffer magnificently. So there she stood, high above the room, burning with humiliation, while whispering drifted now and then below. Gilbert glanced toward her more than once, clearly regretful. But Anne would not look at him. Not once. Perhaps never again. The iron had entered into her soul, and by the time school finally ended, Anne Shirley knew one thing with absolute certainty. She would never forgive Gilbert Blythe, not if he begged forgiveness for 100 years. School ended at last, but relief did not come with it. Anne walked home beside Diana in magnificent misery. The afternoon glowed softly around them. Leaves drifted lazily from the trees. The brook murmured beside the road. Everything in Avonlea seemed perfectly beautiful, which only made Anne's suffering feel lonelier somehow. For several minutes she said nothing, only walked stiffly along, her books clasped tightly against her chest. At last Diana ventured gently. "I wouldn't mind Gilbert teasing me." Anne stopped short. Diana regretted the words immediately. "You wouldn't?" Anne repeated in astonishment. "No," Diana admitted. "Gilbert's very handsome." Anne looked positively stricken. "Handsome?" she cried. "Diana Barry, how can you speak of such a person in that way?" Diana blinked. "I only meant—" "He insulted me," Anne declared tragically. "He wounded me in the tenderest place possible." Her hand flew instinctively toward her hair. "He called me carrots." The word itself seemed too dreadful to bear. "The iron has entered into my soul, Diana," Anne said solemnly. Diana sighed. She had suspected something of this magnitude, though perhaps not quite so much magnitude. "Maybe he didn't mean to hurt your feelings," she offered carefully. Anne stopped again. "Diana," she said gravely, "there are some things which can never be forgiven." The two walked on. Presently, Diana said quietly, "Gilbert looked very sorry afterward." "I do not care if Gilbert Blythe spent his entire life feeling sorry," Anne replied. "I shall never forgive him." And because Anne Shirley possessed a gift for wholehearted feeling, she meant it entirely. The next morning brought fresh suffering. Mr. Phillips, apparently determined to increase Anne's humiliation,
ordered her to leave her seat beside Diana and sit with Gilbert Blythe. For one dreadful moment, Anne thought she might perish altogether. Sit beside him? The boy who had publicly insulted her? The boy who had mocked her hair? The boy who wounded her beyond forgiveness? Never. Yet Mr. Phillips insisted, and Anne, burning with indignation, obeyed. She sat down stiffly, turned her head firmly away, and refused to acknowledge Gilbert's existence. Gilbert, meanwhile, looked genuinely uncomfortable. At one point, very quietly, so no one else would hear, he slipped a pink candy heart onto Anne's desk. Upon it were tiny white letters with the words, "You are sweet." Anne looked at it, looked at him. Then, with magnificent contempt, she picked it up, dropped it upon the floor, and ground it beneath her heel. Gilbert said nothing after that. At home that evening, Anne announced her decision. "I am never going back to school again." Marilla looked up from her sewing. "Don't be foolish." "I am not being foolish," Anne said gravely. "I have been insulted." "You slapped Gilbert Blythe with your slate." "He deserved it." Marilla tried firmness, then reason, then practicality. None of it worked. Anne remained immovable. "I would suffer any punishment gladly," she said solemnly, "but I cannot return to a place where my feelings have been wounded beyond recovery." And so, Anne Shirley refused school entirely. She completed her lessons faithfully at home, helped with housework, walked sorrowfully through the orchard, and refused absolutely to speak Gilbert Blythe's name unless unavoidable, which, according to Anne, it almost never was. Marilla, though determined not to encourage nonsense, began quietly to suspect this matter might not resolve itself quickly, which meant, whether she liked it or not, Rachel Lynde would almost certainly become involved. For nearly a week, Anne Shirley remained perfectly firm in her decision. She would not return to school, not for persuasion, not for punishment, and certainly not for Gilbert Blythe. "The wound is too deep," Anne said mournfully one morning while helping Marilla pare apples. "People who have not suffered as I have cannot possibly understand." Marilla, who privately felt the suffering had perhaps been discussed sufficiently already, said nothing. She had tried firmness. She had tried reason. She had reminded Anne that education was important. None of it worked. Whenever school was mentioned, Anne grew dignified and sorrowful all at once. "I can endure hardship," she said solemnly, "but humiliation is another matter entirely." And because Anne meant every word she said, Marilla found herself unexpectedly uncertain. The child was being unreasonable, certainly, but she was also sincere, painfully sincere. At last, after several days of stalemate, Marilla decided the matter required counsel, which meant Rachel Lynde. One crisp October afternoon, Marilla tied on her bonnet and walked over to Rachel Lynde's house. The maples flamed scarlet along the lane. The wind stirred softly through fallen leaves. Now and then came the faint smell of wood smoke, drifting somewhere through Avonlea. Rachel, naturally, already knew everything. Indeed, she knew rather more than Marilla had expected. "Well," she said after hearing the full account again, "I must say I think Anne was treated dreadful hard." Marilla looked surprised. "You do?" "Oh, yes," Rachel replied briskly. "Mind you, she ought not have cracked her slate over Gilbert Blythe's head. That was improper." Marilla nodded at once. "Of course. But," Rachel continued firmly,
I think Mr. Phillips showed mighty poor judgment making her sit beside a boy immediately afterward. Marilla hesitated. She had privately thought something much the same. And Gilbert provoked her, Rachel added. A child sensitive about such things, especially red hair. Though Rachel, being Rachel, did not say it unkindly. Anne's one of those children who feel things powerful deep, she continued thoughtfully. You can't hurry them over hurts. She's stubborn, Marilla said. Oh, terrible, Rachel agreed cheerfully. But she'll come round. Best let the feeling wear itself out naturally. Marilla sat quietly for a moment. The thing about Rachel Lynde was, occasionally, against all expectation, she made perfectly good sense. By the time Marilla walked home through the cool October dusk, she had decided perhaps Anne's heart deserved a little more patience than she had first allowed. Meanwhile, Anne continued her campaign of injured dignity. She completed her lessons faithfully at home, helped with housework, read books, walked thoughtfully through the orchard, and refused absolutely to speak Gilbert Blythe's name unless unavoidable. When Diana occasionally brought school news, Anne listened politely enough, until Gilbert was mentioned. Then her expression changed at once. Please do not refer to that person, she would say with quiet dignity. That wound remains far too fresh. Diana sighed. She privately suspected Anne intended to remain offended forever. One afternoon, after watching Anne move sorrowfully through yet another day of wounded dignity, Marilla said, rather unexpectedly, Perhaps you might ask Diana Barry to tea one afternoon. Anne stopped. To tea? The word seemed almost too beautiful to believe. A real tea? She whispered. If her mother's willing, Marilla said practically. For one shining moment, Gilbert Blythe disappeared entirely from existence. Anne clasped her hands. Oh, Marilla! A tea at Green Gables with Diana. Conversation, friendship, possibly elegance. And suddenly, October seemed full of possibilities once more. Thursday arrived at last. To Anne Shirley, it seemed to arrive slower than any day in history. She awakened early, thought about tea for breakfast, thought about tea during breakfast, thought about tea while helping Marilla with chores, and by noon, excitement had become almost too large to fit comfortably inside one person. For Diana Barry was coming to tea at Green Gables, as Anne's invited guest. It felt wonderfully grown up, wonderfully elegant, wonderfully important. Anne had very firm ideas about what such an occasion required. Second-best dresses, exceptional manners, conversation of an elevated sort, and refreshments worthy of the occasion. What shall we have for tea? Anne asked earnestly that morning while helping Marilla in the kitchen. Cake and preserves, said Marilla practically. There's plenty of that. Anne hesitated. Tea deserves something memorable, something elegant, something rather romantic. Couldn't we have something extra nice? She ventured hopefully. Marilla considered. Well, she said at last, you may have some raspberry cordial. Anne's eyes widened. Raspberry cordial. The very word sounded refined, sophisticated, almost aristocratic. Oh, Marilla, she breathed. That sounds exactly like something proper ladies would serve at tea. There's a bottle in the pantry, Marilla said absently, on the shelf. Anne tucked the information safely away. Cordial, in the pantry, on the shelf, and immediately began imagining herself pouring it gracefully while Diana admired both the refreshment and Anne's abilities as a hostess. By afternoon, excitement had become nearly unbearable. The October sunlight drifted golden through the orchard. Leaves rustled softly overhead. And at last, Diana arrived. Wearing her second-best dress, Anne met her at the door with unusual dignity. Good afternoon, Diana, she said formally. Diana looked momentarily startled. "Good afternoon, Anne." A pause followed. Then Anne asked gravely, "How is your mother?" Perfect seriousness, though both girls had seen Mrs. Barry only that morning. "She is very well, thank you," Diana answered, trying not to smile. "I am glad to hear it," Anne replied solemnly. Another pause. Then the dignity collapsed entirely. "Oh, Diana," Anne burst out, "come quickly. There are such a lot of things to show you." And in an instant, they were simply themselves again. The orchard glowed around them. They wandered beneath apple trees touched with autumn gold, talking rapidly of everything important in the world. School, Ruby Gillis, Jane Andrews, Josie Pye, whom Anne still suspected of taking entirely too much pleasure in unpleasant information. Eventually, though reluctantly, school entered the conversation. Diana mentioned Gilbert Blythe. Anne stopped walking immediately. Her whole expression changed. "I do not wish Gilbert Blythe mentioned," she said with quiet dignity. "The wound remains far too fresh." Diana sighed softly. She had expected as much. Very soon afterward, Marilla announced she must go to visit a neighbor and would leave the girls to their tea, which made the whole thing feel even more wonderfully grown up. The table had been nicely set. Cake, bread, and preserves. Little treats Anne found entirely elegant. But Anne had saved something especially grand, something certain to make tea unforgettable. "I have something perfectly splendid for us," she said happily. Then, remembering Marilla's instructions exactly, Anne hurried to the pantry. There, upon the shelf, stood the bottle, just where Marilla had said it would be. Anne lifted it carefully. The deep ruby color shone beautifully through the glass. It looked exactly as cordial ought to look. Perfectly rich, perfectly elegant, perfectly suited to tea. Carrying it back proudly, Anne smiled. "We are going to have raspberry cordial," she announced with enormous satisfaction. And somewhere, very quietly, disaster had already begun. The cordial proved an immediate success. At least, so Anne believed. Diana took her first sip and smiled. "Oh," she said, "that's very nice." Anne glowed with satisfaction. She had hoped it would seem elegant, grown up, memorable, and now it clearly had. "I thought cordial sounded so refined," Anne admitted happily as she poured more. "Almost like something princesses might drink in towers." Diana laughed. "I think it's delicious." Anne beamed. Tea progressed beautifully after that. The girls ate cake and preserves, talked rapidly of school and secrets, discussed whether Ruby Gillis truly intended to marry someday, simply because she liked being admired. Wondered if Josie Pye enjoyed unpleasant gossip as much as Anne suspected. And through it all, the cordial disappeared steadily. Diana seemed particularly fond of it. "Have some more," Anne urged happily. "There's lots." Diana accepted another glass, and then another. Anne could not help feeling pleased. This, surely, was what elegant entertaining felt like. She had imagined tea would be delightful, but reality seemed even better. The October afternoon drifted softly around them. Golden light stretched across the kitchen floor. The orchard beyond the window glowed in quiet autumn splendor. For one shining hour, everything felt perfectly right. Then, something changed. Diana began giggling. Not ordinary giggling. Strange giggling. The sort that seemed to arrive unexpectedly and refused to stop. Anne blinked. "Diana?" Diana laughed harder. "You're funny," she informed Anne matter-of-factly. Anne stared. "I don't think I said anything amusing." Diana attempted to stand, failed slightly, sat down again, then laughed so hard she nearly spilt what remained of her cordial. Anne's satisfaction vanished. "Diana," she said anxiously, "are you feeling unwell?" Diana considered this very seriously. "No," she said at last. Then, after a pause, "Yes." Another pause. "I think," she announced mysteriously, "I'm awful sick." Anne stood immediately. All thoughts of elegant tea vanished. "Oh, Diana!" Alarm swept through her. What had happened? Only moments ago everything had been lovely. Now Diana seemed oddly sleepy and strangely cheerful, and somewhat unable to walk properly. "You'd better lie down," Anne said, trying desperately to sound practical. She guided Diana carefully toward the sofa. Diana collapsed upon it with surprising enthusiasm. "I like you," she informed Anne dreamily. "I always liked you." Anne felt very close to tears. Something dreadful has happened. Something entirely mysterious. What if Diana is gravely ill? What if she died? At tea? At Green Gables? Anne felt cold all over. Outside, the autumn afternoon remained heartbreakingly beautiful. Inside, disaster had arrived, though Anne surely had not the faintest idea why. And so, anxious and bewildered, Anne walked Diana carefully from Green Gables to Orange Slope. When at last Mrs. Barry opened the door, one look at Diana changed everything. "I think," she said sharply after Anne's stumbling explanation, "you had better go home, Anne." The door closed. Something dreadful had happened, though Anne had not the faintest idea why. Anne walked home slowly, much more slowly than she had walked to Orchard Slope. The October afternoon still glowed softly around her. Leaves drifted quietly through the lane. The fields shimmered gold beneath the lowering sun. Everything looked exactly the same. Yet somehow, the world felt entirely altered. Something dreadful had happened. She simply didn't understand what. By the time she reached Green Gables, worry had settled heavily over her. Marilla had not yet returned. So Anne waited, and worried, and imagined increasingly terrible possibilities. What if Diana had become dangerously ill? What if she never recovered? What if Mrs. Barry believed Anne had somehow harmed her? The very thought made Anne feel cold all over. When Marilla finally returned home, one look at Anne's face told her immediately that something was wrong. "What has happened now?" she asked. Anne turned. Her expression was tragic. "Oh, Marilla," she said so miserably, "I think I've made a dreadful mistake." And then, haltingly at first, the whole story came tumbling out. The tea, the cordial, Diana feeling queer, Mrs. Barry sending her home. Marilla listened. At first impatiently, then more carefully. "Where did you get the cordial?" she asked suddenly. "From the pantry," Anne answered quickly. "Just where you told me." Marilla turned sharply. The pantry. Something in her voice made Anne's heart begin to pound. Without another word, Marilla crossed quickly to the cupboard. She looked, stopped, then stood very still. "Oh, Anne," she said at last, and there was something in her voice Anne had never heard before. Alarm. Real alarm. "I've made a dreadful mistake." Anne rose immediately. "What is it?" Marilla pressed one hand briefly to her forehead. "The raspberry cordial was in the cellar." Her voice sounded strained now. "That bottle in the pantry," she stopped, then said plainly, "was currant wine." For one terrible moment Anne could not understand the words. Wine? Diana had been drinking wine? Glass after glass? Everything suddenly rearranged itself in a dreadful clarity. Diana's flushed cheeks, her strange expression, the way she had said she felt queer, the terrible sickness. "Oh," Anne whispered faintly. She sat down hard in a chair. "I have ruined Diana Barry." Nonsense, Marilla said quickly. The worry still lingered plainly in her face. She'll likely sleep it off. But even as she said it, Marilla was already reaching for her shawl. This is my fault, she said quietly, more to herself than to Anne. I told you wrong. Anne looked up helplessly. Will Diana die? She whispered. Mercy, child, no, Marilla said quickly. But Mrs. Barry must understand this was no fault of yours. She tied on her bonnet with unusual haste. I'm going to Orchard Slope this instant. And for the first time that afternoon, hope stirred faintly in Anne's frightened heart. Surely, once Mrs. Barry understood, everything would be set right again. But evening settled slowly over Green Gables. The golden light faded. The kitchen grew dim. And Anne waited. Every possible dreadful outcome visited her imagination. What if Mrs. Barry never forgave her? What if Diana were forbidden to visit forever? What if bosom friendship itself had ended? At last, the door opened. Marilla returned. One look at her face made Anne stand immediately. Oh, Marilla. Marilla removed her shawl slowly. I explained everything, she said. And, for one brief moment, Marilla hesitated. Then, Mrs. Barry knows it was my mistake. Hope flickered across Anne's face, then disappeared. But, Marilla continued carefully, she says Diana is to never associate with you again. The words landed heavily between them. Anne stood perfectly still. Never? She whispered. Marilla sighed. She thinks you're a bad influence. Too excitable. Too full of strange notions. Too wild. And though she believed Anne had not meant harm, Mrs. Barry plainly thought Green Gables was no place for Diana Barry's proper upbringing. No more Diana. No more secrets. No more Lover's Lane. No more bosom friendship. Something in Anne's face crumpled all at once. Oh, Marilla, she whispered shakily. What shall I do? Marilla stood very still. She had seen Anne grieve before, had seen storms of feeling rise and pass through her. But this felt different somehow. Quieter, heavier. There was no temper in it. No imagination enlarging sorrow into drama. Only genuine heartbreak. And because she knew, truly knew, that none of this had been Anne's fault, Marilla felt a sharp ache of pity she could not quite hide. Don't give up hope yet, she said more gently than usual. Mrs. Barry may feel different tomorrow. But Anne only shook her head. No, she whispered. I have lost Diana. And outside, October settled quietly over Green Gables, while indoors, for the first time in many days, even Anne Shirley had no words grand enough for sorrow. The next morning dawned clear and cool, but nothing about it felt beautiful to Anne Shirley. Not the autumn leaves, not the orchard, not even Lover's Lane. For what joy could remain in a world without Diana Barry? Breakfast passed quietly. Anne scarcely ate. Her sorrow sat too heavily beside her. Marilla watched her for some time. At last she said, more gently than usual, Perhaps you ought to go and tell Mrs. Barry you're sorry. Anne looked up slowly. You think I should? Yes, Marilla replied. It's the proper thing to do. Tell her you didn't mean any harm. Anne straightened at once. For if suffering could not be escaped, perhaps courage remained. I shall go immediately, she said solemnly. Then she hesitated. Marilla. Yes? How does one apologize properly? Something about the question nearly softened Marilla into smiling. Well, she said carefully, you just say you're sorry and mean it. Anne nodded gravely. I shall mean it with my whole heart. She dressed with unusual care, smoothed her hair, straightened her collar, and during the walk to Orchard Slope rehearsed several deeply sincere speeches, though every version seemed sadly inadequate.
For how could words possibly mend something as terrible as the loss of a bosom friend? Still, for Diana, Anne would endure anything. Mrs. Barry answered the door. Her expression did not soften. Anne clasped her hands tightly together. "Mrs. Barry," she began earnestly, "I came to tell you how very sorry I am Diana became ill." Mrs. Barry said nothing. Encouraged slightly, Anne hurried on. "I never meant any harm. Truly, I thought it was raspberry cordial." "I dare say you did not intend harm," Mrs. Barry replied coolly. "But that does not alter what happened." Anne swallowed hard. "I love Diana dearly," she whispered. "She's my very best, dearest bosom friend." Mrs. Barry remained perfectly unmoved. "I have made my decision," she said firmly. "Diana is not to associate with you any more." The words landed like stones. Anne stood very still. Her courage faltered. "So," she whispered, "Diana truly may never see me again?" "No." For one terrible moment Anne could not speak. Then, drawing herself up with all the dignity sorrow could manage, she said softly, "I only wished you to know that I'm sorry." Mrs. Barry inclined her head politely, then closed the door. Anne stood upon the step for one long moment. The lane shimmered softly beneath October light. Leaves drifted from the maples. The world continued on exactly as before. Yet something precious seemed suddenly absent from it. Slowly, very slowly, Anne walked home. She didn't cry. Not at first. The grief sat too deep for tears. When she reached Green Gables, Marilla looked up immediately. "Well," Anne removed her hat carefully, "Mrs. Barry has forbidden Diana to be my friend," she said quietly. "And I think she means it. Forever." Something in her voice caught unexpectedly at Marilla's heart. There was no dramatic despair now, no storm of feeling, only heartbreak, quiet and heavy, real. That evening passed softly. Anne spoke little. Even the October sunset failed to stir much interest. And when bedtime came, she went upstairs without her usual good-night speech. Later, after the house had grown still, Marilla stepped quietly into Anne's room. Anne lay asleep at last. One hand curled beneath her cheek. Faint tear marks still lingered upon her face. Marilla stood looking down at her for a long moment. She had seen Anne sorrowful before, seen her storms of feeling rise and pass. But this felt different somehow, quieter, heavier. And because she knew, truly knew, that none of this had been Anne's fault, something tightened unexpectedly in her chest. "Poor little soul," she murmured softly. Then, very gently, Marilla bent down and kissed Anne's flushed cheek. For one moment, Anne smiled in her sleep. The afternoon light lay pale and silver across the kitchen at Green Gables. Outside the window, the world seemed caught between winter and spring. Snow still lingered in soft drifts beneath the orchard trees, though here and there the earth had begun to show through in damp brown patches, as if the island itself were quietly waking from sleep. At the kitchen window, Anne sat bent over her patchwork. Or rather, she attempted to sit bent over her patchwork, for Anne Shirley's thoughts had not lately proven very willing to remain where they were expected. The cheerful business of friendship had gone out of her days. No hurried whispers beneath the schoolroom din, no shared secrets drifting down Lover's Lane, no Diana waiting by the path with bright eyes and warmer smiles. Mrs. Barry had remained firm. Diana was not to play with Anne. Not now. Possibly not ever.
And although Anne had declared many times, often dramatically and always with great feeling, that her life was effectively over, life had shown a stubborn determination to continue around her. The kettle still boiled, lessons still waited, patchwork still required stitching. Even sorrow, Anne was discovering, could not entirely excuse one from ordinary things. Still, her heart ached. It ached most sharply in the quiet moments. Moments just like this one. Anne sighed heavily and pushed a loose strand of red hair behind her ear. "Marilla," she said mournfully, "do you suppose hearts can truly break?" Marilla, who stood near the stove kneading bread with practical determination, did not look up. "No," she replied shortly. "If they could, there'd be fewer foolish notions carried on in the world." Anne sighed. "A person may continue living outwardly," she said in the tone of one offering valuable philosophical insight, "while inwardly all joy has withered. I believe mine has." "You looked cheerful enough eating molasses cake after supper last night," Marilla observed. Anne straightened. "That was bodily comfort," she said gravely. "It had nothing to do with my spirit." Marilla made a sound that suggested she found Anne's spirit perfectly capable of surviving. Anne lowered her gaze back to her sewing. The stitches wandered sadly across the fabric. Her thoughts wandered farther. She imagined Diana sitting lonely at the orchard slope, equally heartbroken, perhaps gazing tragically from her bedroom window, perhaps weeping, perhaps clasping the lock of hair Anne had solemnly clipped from her as though it were a sacred treasure. The thought brought both comfort and fresh sorrow. Oh, to be separated from one's bosom friend by forces so cruel and unyielding. It was the sort of suffering people surely wrote poetry about. Anne lifted her eyes absently toward the orchard and froze. There, beyond the trees, near Dryad's Bubble, stood Diana, beckoning, mysteriously. Anne's sewing tumbled forgotten into her lap. Her breath caught. For one radiant instant, hope burst alive inside of her. Surely, Mrs. Barry had relented. Perhaps justice had finally prevailed. Perhaps true friendship had conquered all obstacles. "Marilla," Anne cried, springing from her chair so suddenly that her basket nearly overturned, "something momentous has occurred." Before Marilla could properly inquire what catastrophe or miracle had arrived now, Anne had already darted through the door. Cold air rushed around her. Her boots slipped over patches of melting snow as she hurried toward the hollow. The orchard shimmered softly in the pale afternoon light. Bare branches rattled gently overhead. Little streams of thawed water whispered beneath the snow. And there, beside Dryad's Bubble, stood Diana. But as Anne drew nearer, hope began to falter. For Diana's face, usually so open and cheerful, looked sorrowful, tear-stained, dejected. Anne slowed. Her heart sank. "Your mother hasn't relented?" she asked breathlessly. Diana shook her head mournfully. "No," she said miserably. "And Anne, she says I'm never to play with you again." The words landed heavily between them. For a moment neither girl spoke. The wind moved softly through the orchard. Somewhere nearby, water dripped steadily from thawing branches. Then Anne drew a trembling breath. 10 minutes. Mother only let me come say goodbye, and she's timing me by the clock. 10 minutes, repeated Anne softly. Such a very little amount of time. Hardly enough for an eternal farewell. Already, sorrow gathered itself inside her like rain clouds preparing to burst. And yet, if only 10 minutes remained, they must be spent faithfully, no matter how grievous the hour. For true friendship deserved nothing less. Monday morning arrived gray and quiet over Green Gables. Mist lingered low over the fields, softening fences and orchard trees in the pale shadows, while the kitchen windows glowed warm against the lingering chill of early spring. Anne came downstairs dressed for school with her basket of books resting firmly against her hip and an expression of solemn determination upon her face. The sorrow had not left her. Far from it. Indeed, Anne felt quite certain that there had never before existed a grief so profound as cruel and severing of two devoted spirits. Still, one could not remain forever lying dramatically upon one's bed, gazing tragically at the ceiling and imagining funerals at which remorseful enemies wept beside one's grave. Life, it seemed, insisted upon continuing. And if Diana Barry had been taken from her, at least outwardly, school remained. "There is nothing left in life now," Anne announced sorrowfully as she entered the kitchen, "except education." Marilla, setting oatmeal upon the table, glanced over at her with concealed satisfaction. "You'd best put your whole mind into it, then," she said. "And if you're going back to school, I hope we're to hear no more of broken slates or dreadful carryings-on." Anne sighed deeply. "I shall endeavor to become a model pupil," she said, in a resigned tone of one accepting a difficult fate, "though I expect there cannot be much romance in it." "No," said Marilla dryly, "and perhaps that'll be good for you." Anne was not entirely convinced. Still, she wrapped her scarf about her neck and stepped out into the cool morning. She didn't take Birch Path. That way, too near sorrow, too near memories. Instead, she walked the longer road, where the fields stretched wide and damp beneath the pale sky, and the world felt quieter somehow. Her heart gave a little ache when she glimpsed Orchard Slope in the distance. Somewhere beyond those trees was Diana, her Diana, still forbidden, still dear. Anne pressed her lips together bravely. Perhaps true friendship could survive silence. Surely devoted souls could remain faithful, even across such tragic distances. At school, however, melancholy proved surprisingly difficult to maintain, for Anne Shirley was welcomed back as though she had returned from a grand and perilous exile. Girls gathered around her desk with eager smiles and hurried whispers. Ruby Gillis slipped 3 blue plums into Anne's hand during the Testament reading. Ella Mae McPherson shyly offered a bright yellow pansy cut carefully from a floral catalog. Sophia Sloane promised to teach Anne a new lace pattern for trimming aprons. Even quiet Julia Bell had copied out a sentimental little poem upon a pale pink paper edged in careful scallops. "It's so nice to be appreciated." Anne sighed rapturously that evening to Marilla. "Although sorrow still reigns in my heart, admiration is certainly consoling." Yet not every comfort eased her sadness, for after dinner hour, when Anne returned to her desk beside the remarkable, well-behaved Minnie Andrews, she discovered something waiting there. A large strawberry apple, round, perfect, beautifully red. Anne caught it up automatically, her fingers already prepared for a bite, then stopped. Only one orchard in Avonlea grew strawberry apples. The old Blythe orchard. A strange stillness settled over her. Slowly, very slowly, Anne lowered the apple. She did not need to ask who left it. Gilbert Blythe, of course. Anne set it down with dignity. She wiped her fingers upon the handkerchief as though the fruit carried dangerous contamination. To accept it, even silently, would mean acknowledging him. And Anne Shirley had no intention of acknowledging the existence of the boy who had once called her carrots, no matter how handsome everyone else suddenly seemed to think him, no matter how clever, No matter how often his name appeared beside hers upon recitation scores, the apple remained untouched all day, though Anne privately admitted it looked extremely delicious. The next morning, little Timothy Andrews cheerfully carried it away as payment for sweeping the schoolroom floor. Anne tried not to notice. Instead, she turned her attention toward more useful matters. If Diana had been taken from her, and friendship denied, then perhaps scholarship must become her purpose. She threw herself into lessons with determined intensity. Spelling, arithmetic, reading, history, everything became a challenge. Or rather, someone became a challenge. Gilbert Blythe. Though Anne never would have admitted such a thing aloud. Indeed, she refused to speak his name if it could reasonably be avoided. Still, some mysterious force seemed forever arranging matters so that his successes crossed directly into her path. One morning, Gilbert spelled her down. The next, Anne defeated him in arithmetic. At month's end, examination scores became matters of serious emotional importance. When Gilbert came 3 marks ahead, Anne endured the humiliation nobly. When Anne surpassed him the following month, triumph glowed warm and satisfying, until Gilbert congratulated her kindly before everyone, which somehow spoiled it entirely. Victory ought to feel sweeter than that. Still, despite grief, rivalry, and occasional wounded pride, life had begun, almost without Anne noticing, to feel interesting again. For even sorrow could not wholly survive in a world filled with secret notes, schoolroom rivalries, unexpected kindnesses, and the hopeful promise that perhaps, someday, even broken friendships might mend. And although Anne still loved Diana with what she privately described as an inextinguishable devotion, she found herself thinking one could not remain unhappy forever in so very interesting a world. The weeks passed quietly through late winter. Snow came and went across Avonlea in soft white coverings that glittered silver beneath the moon and melted reluctantly beneath the pale afternoon sunlight. At Green Gables, the kitchen windows often glowed warmly against the cold, while the orchard rested silent beneath frost. And little by little, though Anne would never have admitted it easily, life began to gather itself around her once more. The sorrow over Diana remained. Of course it remained. True friendship, Anne believed, could not simply disappear because one unreasonable mother had declared it so. Still, there existed ways of enduring grief, and Anne Shirley, having exhausted several dramatic methods of sorrowing, gradually discovered that school offered an unexpectedly useful distraction. Not that school had suddenly become perfect. Far from it. Arithmetic remained stubbornly unreasonable. Grammar possessed a severe disposition, and geography still suffered dreadfully from a shortage of romantic names. Yet, school had become, to Anne's surprise, interesting. Very interesting indeed. For one thing, there was competition. Anne still refused, as a matter of firm principle, to speak Gilbert Blythe's name when any alternative could reasonably be found. Usually she referred to him simply as that boy, or occasionally, the person who insulted me. Yet despite her determination to remain gloriously indifferent, circumstances had begun arranging themselves in a rather inconvenient fashion. For Gilbert Blythe seemed entirely determined to excel at everything, and unfortunately, Anne Shirley possessed precisely the same inclination. At first, the rivalry existed quietly. One day Gilbert recited flawlessly. The next day Anne did. One spelling lesson ended with Gilbert triumphantly spelling every word. The following week, Anne conquered the list instead. When monthly examination marks were announced, Gilbert came 3 points ahead. Anne endured the humiliation with outward dignity. though privately she lay awake half the night planning how much such a catastrophe might never happen again. The following month, she defeated him. Only by 2 marks, but still, victory. At least Gilbert crossed the room afterward and said pleasantly, "Good work, Anne," as though they were friendly rivals sharing some agreeable amusement. Anne looked at him with magnificent coldness, turned away, and did not respond, though inwardly she admitted it would have been much easier disliking him had he possessed fewer good qualities. This annoyed her considerably. Meanwhile, school itself had grown kinder. Though forbidden to speak freely with Diana, secret communications flourished whenever possible. Notes slipped between books, bookmarks exchanged quietly, meaningful glances shared across the room. Once, tucked carefully inside Anne's grammar text, she found a folded scrap written in Diana's familiar hand. "Nothing can really separate kindred spirits. Distance means so little when hearts remain faithful." Anne carried the note tucked safely inside her dress for nearly a week, and though sorrow still visited now and then, particularly along the road near Orchard Slope, it no longer felt quite so enormous. For life, Anne was discovering, possessed a troublesome habit of remaining interesting. There were lessons to master, books to read, dreams to imagine, rivalries to win, and friendships, however temporarily interrupted, to believe in. One evening, after an especially satisfying triumph in history recitation, Anne stood at the kitchen window watching twilight settle softly over the snowy fields. "Marilla," she said thoughtfully, "isn't it strange?" "What now?" asked Marilla. "That one can feel perfectly miserable one week," Anne said, "then discover the world still contains interesting things the next." Marilla set down her knitting. "I suppose that's called growing up." Anne considered this gravely, then shook her head. "No," she said softly. "I think it's simply that one can't stay sad very long in such an interesting world." The January evening settled softly over Green Gables, quiet and silver beneath the skies scattered with winter stars. Snow lay deep across the fields, smooth and untouched except for the wind had curled pale ridges along the fences and orchard slopes. Beyond the kitchen windows, the world shimmered faintly in frost and moonlight, every branch powdered white, every shadow soft and blue with cold. Inside, however, Green Gables glowed warmly against the winter dark. The old Waterloo stove hummed with steady heat, its iron sides clicking now and then as flames shifted lazily within. The scent of wood smoke lingered in the kitchen, mingling with the fading comfort of supper, while frost traced delicate silver patterns across the windows. Marilla and Mrs. Rachel Lynde had gone to Charlottetown that morning for the great political meeting. Anne found the whole business highly romantic. Imagine traveling all the way to town merely to hear an important man speak. A premiere sounded exceedingly grand. Surely, Anne thought, a premier must possess remarkable dignity and perhaps a magnificent voice fit for delivering important declarations. Marilla, however, had dismissed such notions. "Politicians are only men," she had said firmly. Anne privately doubted this. No truly ordinary person, she felt certain, could ever become premier of anything. And so Green Gables belonged, for one evening at least, entirely to Anne and Matthew. Matthew sat comfortably near the stove with the Farmer's Advocate drooping sleepily in his hands. He was not exactly asleep, only resting his eyes in the peaceful way Matthew often did after supper, while remaining vaguely available to conversation should Anne require an audience. At the kitchen table sat Anne, or rather, Anne sat at the kitchen table while geometry tormented her soul. Books lay spread untidily before her, candlelight spilling warmly across the slates and copybooks while Anne rested her chin heavily in one hand. Every now and then she cast longing glances toward the clock itself. Upon it sat a borrowed book from Jane Andrews. A very thrilling book. Jane had whispered mysteriously that there was nearly enough excitement in it to satisfy anyone. Apparently, there was danger, possibly drowning, and some sort of tragic misunderstanding involving very emotional people. Anne longed desperately to begin it, but she dared not. Not tonight, because somewhere in Avonlea, Gilbert Blythe was very likely studying. Anne did not think of Gilbert often. Certainly not. Only during arithmetic, spelling, history recitations, examinations, and occasional moments of extreme irritation. With a sigh suited to someone enduring terrible hardship, Anne dropped her pencil. "Matthew," she said mournfully, "did you ever study geometry when you were young?" Matthew looked up slowly. "Well, now," he said, thinking it over, "I don't believe I ever did." Anne sighed more deeply still. "I wish you had," she confessed. "Then you could sympathize properly. Geometry is exceedingly discouraging. I think it must be my Waterloo." Matthew looked concerned. "Is it real bad?" "It changes all the letters merely to confuse one's spirit," Anne explained tragically. "I learn everything beautifully at home, and then Mr. Phillips puts entirely different letters on the blackboard, as though he delights in human suffering." Matthew nodded sympathetically, though it was clear he understood very little of geometry. "Well," he said kindly, "Mr. Phillips says you're the smartest scholar in school." Anne brightened at once. "Did he really say smartest?" Matthew nodded. "Said you were doing uncommonly well." Anne was so pleased, a warmth spread over her face, though only for a moment. "Yes," she said thoughtfully, "but Gilbert Blythe is trying very hard to be smarter." She stopped, then quickly added, "Not that I care in the slightest." Matthew accepted this without question. Outside, wind brushed softly against the house. Inside, the stove glowed steadily. "I wonder how Marilla and Mrs. Lynde are enjoying themselves," Anne mused after a moment. "Mrs. Lynde says politics are ruining the country, though I cannot entirely understand how a country gets ruined." Matthew smiled faintly. "Politics do make folks carry on considerable sometimes," he said. Anne rested her chin in her hands thoughtfully. "Are you a conservative or a liberal, Matthew?" "Oh, I'm conservative," Matthew replied quietly. Anne sat up at once. "Then I'm conservative too," she declared promptly. Matthew blinked. "Well now." "Yes," Anne continued earnestly. "I think one ought to agree politically with people one truly likes. It seems much more comfortable that way." She considered this gravely. "Though Ruby Gillis says people who are courting absolutely must agree about politics and religion, or dreadful unhappiness follows." Matthew nearly dropped his newspaper. "Did you ever go courting, Matthew?" Matthew turned unexpectedly red. "Well now," he stammered, "I don't know as I ever much did." Anne considered this seriously. "It sounds rather interesting," she said dreamily, "though perhaps inconvenient." Her eyes drifted once more toward Jane Andrews' thrilling book. Temptation returned immediately. "I feel myself weakening," Anne said solemnly. "I shall have to remove temptation entirely." She stood. "I think I shall put the book somewhere dreadful and unreachable," she announced, "and perhaps fetch some russets from the cellar. Would you like one, Matthew?" "Well," Matthew said kindly, though he rarely cared for russets, "I guess maybe I would." Taking up the candle, Anne disappeared toward the cellar stairs. Only moments later, hurried footsteps came racing across the frozen yard. Then, the kitchen door burst open. Cold winter air swept through the room, and there stood Diana Barry, pale, breathless, her shawl hanging crookedly around her shoulders. Anne was startled so violently the candle nearly slipped from her hands. "Diana!" she cried. Diana looked at her with frightened eyes. "Oh, Anne," she gasped, "do come quick. Minnie May is awful sick, and Mother and Father are away, and nobody knows what to do." For one startled moment, everything inside the warm kitchen seemed to stop. The stove hummed softly. The frost glittered against the windows. Matthew lowered his newspaper. Anne stared at Diana. "Minnie May?" she repeated. Diana nodded miserably, struggling to catch her breath. "She's awful sick," she said. "She's been bad all evening. Mother and Father had to go to Carmody because Aunt Josephine is sick, and they thought Minnie May was only cross. But now she can hardly breathe." Her voice trembled. "Mary Jo says she thinks she's got croup." Mary Jo, the Barrys' hired girl, older than Anne and Diana, but not by much. Kind enough, though not especially useful in emergencies. For one brief moment, Anne felt a cold flutter of fear. Then, almost at once, something steadier arrived. Not courage exactly, something quieter. Recognition. Because Anne knew that sound, that frightened breathing, the awful choking heaviness in the chest, the dreadful rattling phlegm that frightened children and exhausted grown people. She had heard it before, many times, among the Hammond twins. Mrs. Hammond had birthed 3 sets of twins, and though Anne had not spoken often of those years, they had taught her things, hard things, useful things. Anne reached quickly for her scarf. Matthew was already rising. No words passed between them. None were needed. He was already reaching for his coat, already moving toward the door. For Matthew Cuthbert did not waste precious time when something truly mattered. Anne simply looked at him. "The doctor," she said softly. Matthew nodded once, then disappeared into the winter night. Anne turned back toward Diana. "Come," she said gently. "We must hurry." Outside, the winter night glittered cold beneath a sky crowded with stars. Snow crunched sharply beneath their boots as Anne and Diana hurried down the lane as quickly as the icy footing allowed. Not walking, nearly running, breathless, frightened. Their skirts caught against frozen drifts, their shawls slipped loose in the wind. The trees of Lover's Lane stretched dark overhead, branches rattling soft in the cold. But neither girl noticed much of the beauty around them. Diana's fear had driven all ordinary thoughts from her mind. And Anne, though her heart beat hard with worry, already found herself thinking ahead. Hot water, steam, flannel cloths, medicine. She had seen croup before, too many times not to recognize danger. Once, Diana stumbled slightly in the snow. Anne caught her arm at once. "It'll be all right," she said quickly, though whether she meant it for Diana or herself, she couldn't quite tell. Then they hurried on through the winter darkness toward Orchard Slope. The house felt wrong immediately. Too quiet in some places, too frantic in others. A lamp burned brightly downstairs. In the kitchen stood Mary Jo, wringing her hands helplessly in her apron. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed when Anne entered. "She's dreadful bad, and I don't know what to do." Anne didn't pause. "Put water on to boil," she said quickly. "As much as you can." Then she hurried upstairs. The moment she saw Minnie May, Anne knew. The little girl lay flushed and frightened in bed, struggling for every breath. A terrible rattling sound filled the room. The breathing became harsh, heavy, thick with phlegm. Croup, bad croup. Fear touched Anne again, but only briefly. Because once the truth stood plainly before her, everything inside her grew strangely calm, purposeful. "We must sit her up," Anne said quietly. Diana obeyed at once. Anne slipped one arm gently behind Minnie May's shoulders. "There now. You're going to be all right, dear. We'll help you breathe easier." Minnie May whimpered weakly. Anne turned toward Diana. "Bring the hot water as soon as it's ready," she said. "And flannel cloths, if you can find them." Then she remembered something else. "Ipecac syrup," she said quickly. "There must be some in the medicine cupboard." Diana hurried away. The next hours passed slowly. Quietly, steadily, steam rose warm through the room as Anne arranged bowls of hot water nearby, letting the damp warmth ease Minnie May's breathing. Flannel cloths were heated and wrapped carefully around the little girl's throat and chest. While the coughing worsened, Aunt gently helped Minnie May lean forward, rubbing her back softly and speaking in a calm voice until the worst of it had passed. Medicine was coaxed patiently between frightened tears. Little sips, slowly, carefully. Whenever Minnie May began struggling again, Anne lifted her higher against the pillows, keeping her upright so breathing came easier. And all the while, she stayed beside her, watching, listening, waiting. Sometimes Diana helped. Sometimes she simply stood nearby with frightened eyes. And sometimes, when fear became too much, she looked at Anne with something very close to amazement. For this was not quite the Anne she knew. Not the Anne of tragedies and enchanted forest and grand speeches. This Anne moved quietly, surely, as though somewhere beneath all her dreaming had always lived a steadiness waiting patiently for its proper moment. Hour after hour slipped by. The house grew still. The fire burned low. Even Diana drifted into an uneasy sleep nearby. Still, Anne remained awake beside Minnie May. Outside, moonlight silvered the snow-covered world. Inside, the candlelight flickered softly through the rising steam. Then at last, sometime near 3 o'clock, hoofbeats sounded outside. A door opened below. Footsteps hurried up the stairs. The doctor had arrived. Matthew followed close behind, his coat dusted with snow. The doctor crossed quickly to Minnie May's bedside. For several long moments he said nothing. Then finally, he straightened. "Well now," he said slowly, looking toward Anne. "Whoever's been caring for this child has done exactly right." Relief swept through the room, so suddenly Anne nearly swayed beneath it. "She'll be all right," Diana whispered. "Yes," the doctor said kindly. "The worst is over." Diana burst into tears at once, the frightened sort that arrived only after danger had passed. The doctor turned back to Anne. "You very likely saved her life," he said quietly. Anne blinked. She had not thought of it that way. She had only done what needed doing. And suddenly, all at once, the long night settled heavily upon her. Her eyelids dripped. Her hands felt tired. The fire crackled softly nearby. And for the first time since Diana had burst through the kitchen door, Anne realized how very sleepy she had become. By the time Anne finally stepped outside Orchard Slope, the eastern sky had begun softening into pale gray. Morning crept quietly across Avonlea. The winter stars had faded. Snow rested silver blue beneath the first uncertain light, untouched except for the narrow tracks Matthew's sleigh had left in the yard. Anne stood for a moment upon the doorstep, suddenly aware that the world felt softer somehow, quieter, as though danger had passed and the whole island had settled back into sleep. Behind her, Diana stood wrapped in a shawl, tired-eyed, but smiling at last. "Minnie May's sleeping now," she whispered. Anne smiled too. "I'm so glad." For one small moment, neither girl spoke. The old ache of separation seemed strangely smaller now, as though the night itself had quietly repaired something. Diana reached for Anne's hand. "Oh, Anne," she said softly, "I don't know what we should have done without you." Anne felt warmth spread through her tired heart. For there were few things in life Anne surely valued more than feeling deeply needed. "Well," she said gently, trying very hard to sound modest despite the extraordinary satisfaction bubbling quietly inside her, "I was very glad I knew what to do." Matthew waited patiently beside the sleigh. His coat shimmered faintly with frost. He looked tired too, but when Anne climbed into the seat beside him, he tucked the blanket carefully around her, without a word. The horse moved slowly down the snowy lane. The world lay hushed around them. Fences gleamed pale beneath the fresh frost. Smoke curled softly from distant chimneys. And somewhere in the woods, a crow called once into the quiet morning. For a long while, Anne said nothing, which, for Anne Shirley, was evidence of very deep exhaustion indeed. Then suddenly, perhaps because overtiredness loosens ordinary thoughts, she began talking. "I'm afraid I was rather frightened at first," she admitted softly. "Though after I saw Minnie May, I somehow stopped being frightened altogether." Matthew nodded. "You did splendid." Anne tucked the compliment away warmly. "I suppose," she said thoughtfully, "that difficult things feel less dreadful once one begins doing them. Don't you think so?" Matthew thought this sounded very sensible. "And it is rather extraordinary," Anne continued sleepily, "that all those years with Mrs. Hammond should turn out useful after all. I used to think there was almost nothing good in them." The sleigh bells jingled softly through the frosty stillness. Anne leaned back beneath the blanket. "I wonder," she said dreamily, "if perhaps difficult things sometimes leave behind useful things without asking permission." Matthew considered this carefully, then nodded at once. "Could be." By the time they reached Green Gables, the kitchen windows glowed warmly against the pale morning sky. Marilla had returned, and judging from the expression waiting on her face, she had already heard something of the night's adventures. "Anne Shirley," she said, though her voice sounded more worried than cross, "what in the world possessed you to stay out all night?" Anne suddenly looked very small. "There was croup," she said quietly. Marilla's expression changed at once. "Oh." After breakfast, a very firm instruction that Anne was to go immediately to bed, Marilla sat beside her for a few moments upstairs. "You did a good thing," she said at last, rather awkwardly, which, from Marilla Cuthbert, amounted to unusually high praise. Anne carried those words warmly into sleep. And she slept deeply, completely, for nearly the entire day. When at last she woke, pale winter sunlight slanted softly through the east gable windows. For one bewildered moment, Anne could not remember whether the night before had truly happened. Then, memory returned. Minnie May, Diana, the doctor, and suddenly, Marilla appeared in the doorway. "There's someone downstairs to see you," she said. Anne sat bolt upright. "Diana?" "No." Marilla paused. "It's Mrs. Barry." For one dreadful moment, Anne felt certain disaster had returned. Perhaps Minnie May had worsened. Perhaps Anne had somehow done everything wrong after all. But downstairs, Mrs. Barry stood waiting with an expression Anne had never seen before upon her face. Kindness. Real kindness. For one uncertain moment, Anne stood very still, unsure what new trouble might possibly have arrived. But when Mrs. Barry stepped forward, her eyes softened. "My dear Anne," she said gently, taking both of Anne's hands in her own, "I have come to thank you." Anne blinked. Mrs. Barry drew a quiet breath. "The doctor tells me Minnie may have died if you had not known what to do." Emotion flickered across her face, the sort that arrives when fear is only just past. "I do not know how I can ever properly thank you for staying with her all through the night." And suddenly shy beneath some unexpected praise, lowered her eyes. "I only did what anyone ought to do," she said softly. Mrs. Barry shook her head. "No," she said. "Not everyone would have known what to do, and not everyone would have stayed." Then, after a pause, her expression changed again, more serious now, regretful. "And Anne," she squeezed Anne's hands gently, "I owe you an apology." Anne looked up. I judged you unfairly. Mrs. Barry's voice softened further. I believed things about you that were not true. I thought you careless. I thought you had bad influence upon Diana. She stopped, and to Anne's great surprise, she looked genuinely sorry. But I see now how wrong I was. Her voice caught slightly. You cared for my little girl as though she were your own sister. The room grew quiet. I am truly sorry, Anne. The words settled warmly into some long hurt place inside Anne's heart. And if you can forgive me, Mrs. Barry continued gently, I should very much like for you and Diana to be friends again. For one glorious moment, Anne simply stared. Then joy rushed through her so suddenly she thought she might float clear through the ceiling. Oh, she breathed. Oh, Miss Barry. And because Anne Shirley possessed a heart incapable of remaining cautious in moments of happiness, she threw both arms around Miss Barry at once. That afternoon, at last, she and Diana sat together once more. Tea was served in the best china. Poetry cards were admired. Affections were renewed. Sorrows forgotten. And when evening settled softly over the snowy fields and Anne finally walked home beneath a sky washed lavender and gold, her heart felt astonishingly full. At the kitchen door she paused. Marilla, she said very earnestly, I think I shall have to invent a special brand new prayer tonight. Marilla glanced up from her sewing. What for? Anne smiled softly. For being happy. The days following Minnie May's illness passed with unusual happiness. To Anne, life seemed suddenly transformed. Not perfect, for geometry still existed, and Gilbert Blythe remained irritatingly successful in matters of scholarship. But much that had once felt dreadful had quietly mended itself. Diana had been restored. Mrs. Barry now smiled kindly whenever Anne visited Orchard Slope, and friendship, once thought forever lost, had returned sweeter than before. Even the winter world seemed friendlier. Snow sparkled more brightly along the fences. The orchard looked softer somehow, pale beneath the February skies, and every ordinary thing carried the comforting feeling of having survived sadness. One winter evening, just as dusk settled softly across Avonlea, Anne sat in the east gable trying, with only modest success, to finish her lessons. Outside, twilight had turned the snowy fields pale blue. The orchard rested beneath the gathering dark, and far away the windows of the orchard slope glimmered warmly against the winter evening. Anne had just finished informing herself that geography might perhaps become more tolerable if people exercised greater imagination in naming places, when something bright flickered suddenly through the window. She sat upright. Once, twice, again, Anne flew to the window so quickly that her chair scraped sharply against the floorboards. A candle, at Orchard Slope, flashing. Anne pressed both hands against the glass. 5 flashes, the signal of the greatest importance. Come at once, something important to reveal. Oh, Anne breathed. Something had happened, something momentous, something requiring immediate discussion between kindred spirits. She hurried downstairs at once, nearly missing the last step in her excitement. Marilla, she called breathlessly as she burst into the kitchen. Marilla looked up from her sewing. What now? Diana has signaled me. Marilla paused. She's what? She has something important to reveal, Anne explained quickly. 5 flashes, that's our arrangement. Marilla sighed in a particular way she reserved for Anne's inventions. You just saw her at school. But this is different, Anne pleaded. It's evening important. Marilla looked unconvinced. 10 minutes, she said. No longer. Oh, Marilla, Anne exclaimed gratefully. "I shall make every second count." "Put your shawl on properly," Marilla called after her. But Anne was already halfway through the door. Cold air rushed around her as she hurried through the snowy orchard, breathless with curiosity and excitement. What could Dana possibly have to reveal? Surely something extraordinary. And within minutes, cheeks pink from the cold and anticipation, Anne stood breathless in Diana's room. Diana clasped both of her hands immediately. "Oh, Anne," she exclaimed, "I've something splendid to tell you." Anne's eyes widened. "Nothing dreadful, I hope." "No," Diana laughed. "Something wonderful." She lowered her voice dramatically. "Mother says I may have a birthday party next week." Anne gasped softly. "Our birthday party?" "And," Diana continued, smiling, "you're invited." For one glorious moment, Anne could say nothing at all. The very words seemed too lovely to fully understand. Invited by Mrs. Barry herself to a party at Orchard Slope. "Oh, Diana," she breathed at last, "do you truly mean it?" "Of course." "And may I really come?" Diana nodded eagerly. "And there's more." Her eyes sparkled. "The debating club is giving a concert at the hotel in Charlottetown. Some of us are going." Anne pressed both hands against her heart. A concert! The word alone sounded magical. Music, fine dresses, important people, perhaps applause, perhaps romance, at the very least, refreshments. Anne scarcely knew how she walked home afterward. Her thoughts floated entirely elsewhere. The birthday party, the concert. Perhaps she would wear her very best dress. Perhaps something extraordinary might happen. Perhaps life itself had suddenly become impossibly beautiful. Unfortunately, Marilla did not immediately share this opinion. "No," she said firmly after supper. Anne stared. "No?" "No." "But Marilla, you've already got Diana's birthday." "This isn't the same," Anne protested. "This is a concert." "You're too young to be gallivanting to Charlottetown at night." Anne's heart sank. "But everyone is going." "That doesn't signify." Anne sat very still, then sighed deeply, the sort of sigh belonging to people grievously misunderstood. "I suppose," she said softly, "that some hopes are simply too beautiful to remain." Marilla continued mending. Anne rose quietly and drifted toward the sitting room where Matthew sat beside the fire. He looked up immediately, for Matthew possessed a remarkable ability to notice whenever Anne's spirits had fallen. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. Anne sank into the chair. "I am enduring disappointment," she said sorrowfully. Matthew listened quietly while Anne explained everything. The invitation, the concert, the refusal, and all the heartbreak attached thereto. When she had finished, Matthew sat thoughtful for several moments. "Well now," he said at last, "I don't know if I see much harm in it." Anne looked up hopefully. "You don't?" "Seems to me," Matthew said carefully, "a little enjoyment wouldn't hurt." Which, from Matthew Cuthbert, amounted to very strong feelings indeed. A few moments later, to Anne's astonishment, Matthew rose and quietly walked into the kitchen. Anne remained frozen, for Matthew almost never inserted himself into household matters. She could only hear fragments. Marilla's voice, Matthew's quieter one, a pause, another pause. Then finally, Marilla sighed. "Well," she said at last, "if you think so strongly about it, Matthew." A few moments later, Matthew returned. He sat down again beside the fire as though nothing unusual had happened. Only, just barely, there seemed to linger the smallest trace of satisfaction about him. Anne looked at him, hope trembling inside of her. "Well?" she whispered. Matthew glanced over. "You can go." Joy burst through Anne so suddenly she nearly upset the lamp. "Oh, Matthew!" She threw her arms around him before he could properly prepare himself for such enthusiasm. "You dear, dear Matthew!" Matthew patted her shoulder awkwardly, but as Anne rushed upstairs afterward, already dreaming of concerts and candlelight and all the splendid possibilities ahead, Matthew sat quietly beside the fire, and though he would never have said so aloud, he felt unexpectedly pleased with himself. The week of Diana Barry's birthday passed with what Anne privately considered almost unbearable slowness. Not that life lacked pleasant things. There were lessons to recite, snow to admire, Diana to whisper with at recess, and a concert to anticipate. But anticipation, Anne was discovering, possessed an unfortunate habit of making ordinary time move much too slowly. "I don't think clocks are entirely trustworthy," she informed Marilla one evening. "They behave suspiciously whenever one is waiting for something important." Marilla, who had little patience for quarrels with timepieces, merely told her to finish her chores. At last, the long-awaited evening arrived. Anne dressed with extraordinary care. Her best dress had been brushed and mended, her braids arranged as neatly as possible, though Anne privately felt her appearance still suffered considerably from the absence of puffed sleeves. Nevertheless, joy made tiny deficiencies easier to bear. Outside, twilight rested softly over the snowy fields. The world shimmered pale blue beneath winter skies, while chimneys breathed thin curls of smoke into the cold evening air. When Diana arrived, cheeks glowing pink beneath her wool bonnet, Anne nearly flew down the stairs. "Oh, Anne," Diana exclaimed, laughing, "you look lovely." Anne blushed. "Do you really think so?" "Yes," Anne sighed happily. "That is comforting, because I feared I looked only respectable." The birthday gathering itself passed in what Anne later described as perfect delight. There was cake, laughter, games, whispered secrets, and the particular happiness that belongs only to girls who love one another dearly and have lately suffered separation. Everything felt sweeter because it had once been lost. But even amidst the happiness, the concert waited, like some grand shining thing at the edge of the evening. At last, bundled carefully against the cold beneath blankets and fur robes, the party set off for Charlottetown. The sleigh bells jingled softly through the winter dusk. Snow stretched silver beneath moonlight, and overhead stars gathered one by one across the sky. Anne sat pressed close to Diana, wrapped warmly beneath blankets, her breath catching now and then at the beauty of it all. The world looked enchanted. Fields gleamed softly in the moonlight. Dark woods stood quiet against the snow. Farms glowed warmly in the distance like tiny lanterns scattered through the night. "I think," Anne whispered softly, "that winter evenings may be among the most beautiful things in existence." Diana smiled. "You always think everything is beautiful." "Not geometry," Anne said promptly. Diana laughed. By the time they arrived at the hotel in Charlottetown, Anne felt almost too full of excitement to speak. The building blazed warmly with lamplight. People arrived in groups, stamping snow from boots and brushing frost from sleeves. Voices drifted everywhere. Laughter, music tuning somewhere in the distance. The wonderful importance of being somewhere exciting. Anne scarcely knew where to look. Everything seemed impossibly grand. Inside the hall, chairs filled quickly. Ladies in winter shawls settled beside gentlemen in dark coats. Children whispered, programs rustled, and somewhere nearby someone carried flowers intended for performers. Anne felt herself glowing with happiness. A real concert in Charlottetown, with music and recitations and proper audiences. It felt very near to magnificent. The performances themselves passed in a kind of happy blur. There were songs and poems and instrumental pieces, the comic recitation that made nearly everyone laugh. In several moments Anne felt certain she would remember forever. Though afterward she privately admitted she had enjoyed watching people almost as much as the performance itself, there was something fascinating about audiences. The way ladies whispered, the way important-looking gentlemen nodded solemnly, the way everyone seemed briefly gathered into one shared feeling. Several times Anne caught sight of Gilbert Blythe among the boys. He appeared to be enjoying himself entirely too much, which Anne found faintly irritating, though not enough to spoil the evening. Nothing could have spoiled it, not tonight, for Anne had the overwhelming feeling, rare and lovely, that she belonged inside happiness at last. When at last the concert ended and everyone bundled once more into the sleighs for home, the world outside felt softer somehow. Snow glittered beneath the moon, the roads lay quiet, and tired laughter drifted warmly through the scarves and blankets. Anne leaned back beside Diana. Her cheeks still glowed. Her heart still felt impossibly full. "I think," she said softly into the winter dark, "that this has been one of the loveliest evenings of my whole life." And for once, there seemed no possibility at all that anything could go wrong. The ride home from Charlottetown passed in a kind of happy dream. Snow gleamed silver beneath the moon. Sleigh bells jingled softly through the cold, and every now and then someone laughed quietly beneath the layers of scarves and blankets. Anne sat beside Diana, wrapped snugly in warm robes, her cheeks still glowing from excitement. The music lingered sweetly in her thoughts. The lights, the laughter, the wonderful feeling of having belonged, for one beautiful evening, to something grand. "I do think," Anne said softly, "that evenings like this almost make one forgive winter entirely." Diana laughed sleepily. "You say that now," she replied. "Wait until geography tomorrow." "True," Anne admitted gravely. "One must not expect perfection in earthly life." By the time they arrived back at Orchard Slope, the house stood quiet and dark green beneath the winter sky. Everyone had long since gone to bed. Only the faintest glow of dying firelight remained downstairs. The girls tiptoed inside, trying hard to be quiet, which proved difficult, because happiness, Anne was discovering, had an unfortunate habit of making one whisper too loudly. In the parlor, they hurriedly changed into their nightgowns, suppressing bursts of laughter every few moments for no particular reason, except that the evening had been too delightful to end sensibly. "Oh, Anne," Diana whispered, struggling not to giggle. "Wasn't it splendid?" "Splendid hardly seems sufficient," Anne whispered back. "I feel as though I have lived several extra lifetimes of happiness tonight." Everything still shimmered pleasantly inside of her. The concert, the sleigh ride, the snowy roads, the lovely importance of it all. At last, carrying the candle between them, they crept upstairs. The hallway stood dim and quiet. The house slept peacefully around them. Neither girl spoke, only exchanged one last delighted look. Then, with all the helpless silliness belonging to girls overtired and overly happy, they rushed toward the bed at once, laughing, giggling, completely forgetting any possibility except sleep, and they threw themselves onto the mattress. Only the mattress moved, and from somewhere beneath the blankets, a startled voice cried, "Merciful goodness!" The girls froze. For one dreadful second, absolute silence. Then slowly, very slowly, Aunt Josephine sat upright in the bed, her nightcap slightly crooked, her expression startled beyond words. Anne could not have moved if the house had caught fire. Beside her, Diana looked equally horrified. For there, where they had most certainly not expected anyone to be, sat Aunt Josephine Barry, very much awake, very much surprised, and very much in possession of the bed. "Oh," whispered Diana faintly. Anne's heart dropped straight into her slippers. The joy of the evening disappeared instantly beneath a terrible certainty. they had behaved dreadfully, perfectly dreadfully. "Aunt Josephine," Anne managed at last, mortified beyond measure, "we didn't know." "No," said Aunt Josephine dryly, adjusting her blankets. "That much is obvious." The silence that followed felt enormous. Anne stood very still, prepared for outrage, prepared for disappointment, prepared, perhaps, to be permanently remembered as the sort of girl who leapt directly upon elderly relatives. Then, unexpectedly, something curious happened. Aunt Josephine gave the smallest sound, almost, though surely impossible, like a suppressed laughter. "Well," she said at last, "I suppose I should be grateful neither of you weighs as much as a horse." Diana gave a startled little gasp. Anne blinked. Was she joking? "Now off with both of you," Aunt Josephine said, settling back against the pillows. "And perhaps next time enter a room like civilized Christians." The girls scarcely required repeating. Moments later, safely tucked beneath blankets in another room, they lay wide awake in the dark. "Oh, Anne," Diana whispered miserably, "we've behaved terribly." "Yes," Anne whispered back solemnly. "I fear we may never entirely recover our dignity." Yet somehow, despite the humiliation, the memory already felt strangely funny, and by morning Anne found herself unable to bear uncertainty. After breakfast, she sought out Aunt Josephine in the sitting room. The older woman looked up from her knitting. "Well now," she said, "what troubles you so?" Anne clasped her hands tightly together. "Aunt Josephine," she began bravely, "I wish to apologize." And so, earnestly, sincerely, she confessed everything, the excitement, the lateness, the silliness, the jumping, and how very ashamed she felt. When she finished, Aunt Josephine was quiet for a moment. Then, to Anne's astonishment, she smiled. "My dear child," she said warmly, "I believe I frightened you nearly as much as you startled me." Anne blinked. "You aren't angry?" "Not especially," Aunt Josephine admitted, "though I do prefer entering beds without visitors arriving unexpectedly from above." To Anne's surprise, she laughed. A real laugh, warm and kind, and suddenly the embarrassment melted away. Aunt Josephine studied her for a moment. "You are an honest little girl," she said at last, "and a very unusual one." Then, to Anne's astonishment, she smiled again. "I think," Aunt Josephine said, "that you must come visit me in Charlottetown sometime." For one speechless moment, Anne simply stared. Another invitation? Another unexpected kindness? Another grown person seeing something worth liking in her? And later, walking home through the snowy afternoon beside Diana, Anne sighed softly. "Diana," she said thoughtfully, "kindred spirits are not so scarce as I used to think." And now, the evening grows quiet once more over Green Gables. The snow rests softly across the fields, pale beneath the moonlight, while warm lamplight glows gently against the frosted windows. The orchard stands still beneath the wintered sky. The fences sleep beneath the soft drifts. And somewhere, beyond the trees, Orchard Slopes rest quietly too. Its windows dark now, its worries set gently aside for the night. Upstairs in the east gable, perhaps a red-haired girl has finally fallen asleep at last, her heart a little lighter than it was before. The world feeling once again full of kindred spirits, warm kitchens, winter moonlight, and the quiet comfort of knowing that tomorrow still holds lovely things. So let the day grow soft around you now. Let the busy thoughts drift gently past, and rest here a while. Sleep now. You are safe. You are loved. And you have been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep.